He is the big bad in a feel-good novel. His harem beauties consist of 3 junior sisters and a beautiful female master. He goes to peek at the junior sisters bathing every day. He diligently fulfills his duties as a bad guy. But unfortunately, the male lead is not him. It is a chosen one named Ethan Yee. But these are not the focus. The focus is that he has a system. Just restore the character setting of the bad guy, Blaise Lin. Complete the plot mission to ascend to immortality. So he would tease the junior sister when he had nothing else to do. What kind of examination is being carried out on the junior sister's body? How is the communication with the junior sister in terms of technical skills? Stealing beautiful women master stockings. But supposed to hate him to the bone junior sister overnight. But all deployed today. Beat up the chosen one. Protect our best eldest brother. Why have all my junior sisters turned into Yandere overnight? Not only do they not hate the bad guy eldest brother. Instead, they take the initiative to approach and stick together. Even the beautiful master wants to seduce me. Until the second junior sister got drunk and spilled the beans. My kind eldest brother, have you been acting hard all these years? I never realized that I was the fool all along. And our Blaise Lin, I wonder what mischief he's up to again. Today is the day when the chosen one will pay respects to their master. It's a shining moment for the Qinglan sect of immortality. Is this opportunity really right there in the Qinglan sect of immortality, Elder Shi? This is Elder Shi speaking through Ethan Ye's ring. Your most important opportunity is right there on that mountain. In a few days, it will be the apprenticeship ceremony of the Qinglan sect of immortality, and by then you will know. Right at this moment. Ethan Ye's spiritual pet suddenly saw a spiritual beast rampaging in the sky. And our small junior sister Sakura Lu is following behind. Quickly chasing after the spiritual pet. It was fine just now. Why did it go wild after drinking water? The next second, he was knocked down by Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin looked at Sakura Lu's small junior sister with a lecherous expression, saying, "You finally fell into my hands." So, all of this was orchestrated by Blaise Lin. Now, in this secluded mountain forest, it's just you and junior sister. Let senior brother spoil you properly. At this moment, a voice came from behind. Let go of that girl. It turns out the protagonist Ethan Yee has appeared on stage. He only saw him pointing his sword at Blaise Lin in broad daylight. He dared to secretly attack and insult his fellow junior sister, which is truly despicable and shameless to the extreme. Blaise Lin saw his good deeds being interrupted. He looked angry and said, "Who the hell do you think you are? I am the chief disciple of the Qinglan sect of immortality. Identify yourself quickly." "I will not change my name or surname. My name is Ethan Yee." Blaise Lin was shocked when he heard this. Isn't this the protagonist who has been eagerly awaited for 2.5 years? Then he immediately provoked Ethan Yee, a condemned dog wanted by the Empress, to seek asylum in the Qinglan sect of immortality. Quickly kneel down and lick my grandfather's feet. Maybe he will let you off the hook. He might reluctantly accept you as an outer disciple to sweep the floor. Such provocative words may successfully provoke Ethan Yee. Yes, that's exactly what Blaise Lin wants. Next, just follow the development of the plot. When the protagonist Ethan Yee injures me, the fourth junior sister will see through eldest brother's true identity, and fall in love with Ethan Yee as long as she keeps causing trouble for him everywhere after he enters the sect, being humiliated by him repeatedly. Finally, in despair, commit suicide, then you can ascend to immortality. Come on, let the storm rage even more fiercely. But the next second, the chosen one was unexpectedly kicked away by the junior sister. Blaise Lin completely lost. What's going on? Sakura Lu looked shy as she held Blaise Lin's arm. Eldest brother, are you all right? It's all because of that ugly monster who suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It ruined our plan. Where did we stop just now? I wanted to continue. Blaise Lin was confused. What's going on? Why did my junior sister suddenly lose control? Sakura Lu then raised her sword, intending to torture the male lead. The harem beauties even wanted to kill the male lead. The plot has really gone chaotic. Fortunately, Ethan Ye's spiritual beast saved his life. At this moment, Elder sure felt that something was wrong, because what should have been Ethan Ye's opportunity seemed to have changed. And our fourth junior sister has once again reached her claws towards her eldest brother. Blaise Lin was so scared that he ran off, leaving behind Sakura Lu, who was muttering to herself. The pussycat lost control and was pounced on by eldest brother. There is also that Ethan Ye. It seems that memory is all real. The man in front of me. It can be said that he has taken the bad guy persona to the extreme. Not only does he chat with 3 junior sisters every day to exchange technical knowledge, he even doesn't let go of his master stockings. Just because he awakened the salted fish bad guy system. As long as he diligently plays the role of a bad guy every day, he can ascend to immortality by the end. What Blaise Lin did not expect is, recently, he often dreams of dying in the hands of his junior sister. Clearly knowing his own way of death, everything has been arranged clearly and unambiguously. Just wait quietly for the male lead Ethan Ye to become a disciple of the Qinglong sect of immortality. Then focus on doing bad things yourself. Pick flaws and set traps to frame the male lead. After being slapped in the face time and time again. Finally, destroyed and disgraced, he commits suicide. And then he can ascend to immortality and return to his own world. But I don't know why. Yesterday, junior sister unexpectedly didn't play by the rules. Kicking the chosen one away ruined the entire plot. Just then, Blaise Lin's dog Leggy, Caleb came carrying a basin. After Caleb's grooming and dressing up, eldest brother looks handsome as usual today. It's a pity about his face. Why does he have the fate of a disposable bad guy? Just thinking about how far the mountain peak where Master lives is makes my head ache. But how hard is it to live near Blaise Lin? Blaise Lin leaps into his cable car with just one jump. Although the rubbish system stopped working, the plot still has to move forward. The fourth junior sister doesn't know why her character broke down. Hopefully, the other female leads won't break down. Just at this moment, a voice came from beside Blaise Lin. As the cultivation sect's eldest brother, not being able to fly on a sword is truly embarrassing for our sect. Not only lacking ambition, but also wasting the sect's resources on building cable cars. Upon hearing the complaints from the junior sisters, Blaise Lin didn't get angry but instead felt happy. It's still the same flavor, the familiar recipe. Even the character of the fourth junior sister has been restored. It seems my junior sisters are not disappointed. Afterwards, Blaise Lin put on a face asking for a beating. I'm in charge of the finances of the cultivation sect. They're all under my control. They can spend it however they want. If you're willing, come to Senior Brother's room for a candlelit night talk tonight. Maybe Senior Brother can allocate more cultivation resources for you. Upon hearing this, the second junior sister directly gave me a quick sword strike in response. Even the fourth junior sister mocked me and made a funny face at me. This is the correct way to approach a bad guy's daily life. Soon, several people arrived at Master's secluded cultivation cave. During the 3 years that Master has been in seclusion, everything has been running smoothly within the cultivation sect. Disciples have all reached the innate stage, only eldest brother remains at the foundation phase. As junior sister said, cultivation sect is well organized under the leadership of disciples. As for the progress of disciples' cultivation, disciples are working hard to avoid regression. Indeed, they are still at the early foundation stage. Subsequently, the second junior sister was the one who brought the news of the protagonist Ethan Ye wanting to become a disciple. She informed Master. If Ethan Ye can pass the test and become a disciple of Celestial Wan Peak, it would also make up for the regret of Celestial Wan Peak not having a capable man to bear great responsibilities. The system also informs Blaise Lin that the current plot is progressing smoothly. Let him keep up the good work. Blaise Lin looks very happy. As long as the male lead, Ethan Yi, goes up the mountain, wait for him to complete the task. Once you ascend immortality, you can go home. But what he doesn't know is that the fourth junior sister actually awakened her celestial down memory 2 days ago. In the dream, eldest brother not only got beaten up by Ethan Yi, but also fell in love with him. Even though eldest brother told her to stay away from that man, she remained unmoved in Ethan Yi's embrace. But unexpectedly, this Ethan Yi turned out to be a scumbag. Not only did he play with the feelings of the senior sisters, even the cultivation sect was destroyed because of him. She also realized that she had been blaming eldest brother wrongly all along. The arrival of Ethan Yi yesterday made Sakura Lu even more certain. This memory is not just a glimpse of the future, but also a warning from the past. She doesn't understand. Why did she fall in love with such a scumbag? She has always regarded eldest brother as despicable scum. What exactly did he do? Sakura Lu is determined to investigate thoroughly and clear eldest brother's name. He is the acknowledged good-for-nothing senior brother in the cultivation sect. Daily, he only knows how to harass junior sister, slacking off and letting it rot. But still deeply loved by numerous fellow junior sisters. Just because his bad guy persona has long been seen through by the junior sisters. At this time, the villagers are disciplining the melon-stealing spirit beast. And this spirit beast is actually the main character Ethan Yi's spiritual pet, thanks to the magic weapon bestowed by Blaise Lin this time. It was because of this that the melon farmers were able to catch him. Our eldest brother is leisurely drinking afternoon tea in the melon field at the moment. Then he asked the old farmer beside him if these melons were ripe. It must be ripe. And Blaise Lin has taken over this field of watermelons. He is now eating watermelon, while spitting out watermelon seeds towards his spiritual pet. Your boss is causing me trouble. I haven't settled the score with him yet. You happen to fall into my hands, so I'll play with you for a while. Don't you love to gossip? Today I'll let you have your fill. Just then, Ethan Yi suddenly appeared. Ethan Yi, seeing his own little Martin being bullied like this, looked furious. The old farmer recognized the newcomer as the owner of the spirit beast and quickly asked him to compensate for the damage to the melon field. I didn't expect that. The main character, Ethan Yi, turned out to be an arrogant and domineering person. He insulted this group of ordinary people, claiming that they were not worthy to touch his spiritual pet. Blaise Lin actually dared to have someone show off a fallen firstborn heir of a ruined country in front of him. What qualifications does he have to shout and scream in front of yours truly? If you still want to join the Qinglan sect of Immortality and receive protection from the cultivation sect, you should immediately apologize and compensate. Ethan Yi is angry. As the chosen one, he was repeatedly taunted by Blaise Lin. He directly drew his sword and slashed at Blaise Lin. After a loud rumble. When the smoke cleared, Blaise Lin ran away and left harsh words, telling him to wait and see. Ethan Yi, who had not yet reacted, was completely lost. On the other hand, the beaten Blaise Lin looked happy. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He was one step closer to being the fall guy. Just as we agreed to finish the storyline first, and then receive the final reward directly. Why was the reward given out during the process? Elders on Ethan Yi's side blamed him for being too impulsive. Offending Blaise Lin today, he might be targeted during tomorrow's mountain testing. But Ethan Yi considers himself out of the ordinary. Even as an outcast, he will never tolerate the insult from these people. At this moment, the old farmer who had just spoken realized Ethan Yi's extraordinary strength and quickly stepped forward to seek forgiveness. But he was knocked away with a single palm strike. In my entire life, I, Ethan Yi, have been unrestrained and uninhibited without any taboos. But I most hate it when others hurt my friends and family. The villagers were so scared that they quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Afterward, he also gave a fake explanation, claiming that he has always been clear about right and wrong in his actions, and has never indiscriminately killed innocent people. And all of his actions were seen clearly by the fourth junior sister, who was hiding nearby. What a hypocritical man. He allows his spiritual pet to harm others' food, but does not allow others to fight back. Thinking about it, his eldest brother is still good. I was just thinking of going to check on the situation of that old farmer, but found that his eldest brother had already arrived. Even offered the healing Dan as compensation. At this moment, Sakura Liu is increasingly unable to understand her eldest brother. She swore that no matter what, she would not let Ethan Yi join the Qinglan sect of immortality. One is a bad guy eldest brother, who only drinks tea and eats melon seeds every day. The other is the chosen one male lead. Today, the male lead Ethan Yi finally became a disciple of the Qinglan sect of immortality. Eldest brother originally intended to secretly help him and assist him in achieving first place. Unexpectedly, the male lead, Ethan Yi, is truly stubborn. Missed the first place by just one step. Ended up playing himself. Today is the day for the Qinglan sect of immortality to test the apprentices. The day of trial for those people. The second junior sister came up and gave a passionate speech, advising them that if they couldn't even pass such a simple test, they might as well return home early. At this moment, Ethan Yi in the crowd, with a look of showing off, agreed. If you are afraid even of the first test, then you might as well not come out to embarrass yourself. Although the crowd was not satisfied with what Ethan Yi said, they had to back down due to his identity and talent. At this moment, Ethan Yi came before the second junior sister Grace Gua. I am Ethan Yi, and I have long admired senior sister Gua. Looking at Grace Gua's unparalleled beauty, Ethan Yi couldn't help but be moved. Eldersher was right after all. The Qinglan sect of immortality is indeed the land of one's own opportunity. They then began to exchange pleasantries. I heard that senior sister Gua is very knowledgeable in swordsmanship. I have some minor questions regarding cultivation. Could you offer some guidance? Blaise Lin looked displeased and said, You can send me away, but you must not harm my junior sister. Ethan Yi explained that he just felt a natural connection with senior sister Gua. He only wanted to exchange sword skills with her. Blaise Lin does not indulge him. An inexperienced wandering cultivator actually dares to exchange sword skills with my junior sister from our sect. Ethan Yi then mocked Blaise Lin for his low cultivation level. It's obvious he used despicable means to join the cultivation sect. Caleb implied that eldest brother is just hiding his true strength. Eldest brother is actually the record holder of the celestial ladder. Although the origin of this record is a beautiful misunderstanding. This time, he really nailed showing off. Ethan Yi completely does not believe it. The waist in front of him is actually the record holder. And threatened that no matter what means Blaise Lin had used before, I will definitely break his record today and give him a hard slap on the face. Later, Grace Gua began to introduce the rules of the trial. Challengers are not allowed to use weapons or magic tools and must rely on their own spiritual power to climb the stairs. The top 100 achievers will qualify to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony upon reaching the golden stairs. Those who pass can continue challenging the highest record. Their qualification will be revoked if cheating is detected. The test began soon, and everyone rushed forward. Some with less strength found it difficult to move even a single step on the blue ladder. But Ethan Yi truly deserves to be the chosen one. This level of spiritual pressure is nothing to him at all. He is determined to flatten Blaise Lin's name. Make Grace Gua fall in love with him. According to the plot development, the bad guy Blaise Lin is jealous of Ethan Yi. He intentionally sets obstacles for him. However, as the chosen one, Ethan Yi relies on his own outstanding strength. Not only did he break Blaise Lin's record, but he also left his handprint on the stone tablet. The time has come. Blaise Lin made his move directly. Ethan Yi also sensed the danger. He dodged the sneak attack with a quick move. It's a pity for the disciple, who was about to complete the blue level ladder. Although Ethan Yi was very unhappy, he had no way to deal with Blaise Lin at all. At this time, Graysqua warned Blaise Lin not to engage in any underhanded tactics anymore, or else he would be in trouble. Blaise Lin seemed to agree on the surface. But this would be the last time, because the stone thrown out the second time would be bounced back by Ethan Yi and hit Blaise Lin in the face. And Graysqua can no longer tolerate reporting him directly. At this moment, Ethan Yi looked smug. Blaise Lin shouted loudly to distract his attention, claiming that there was a beauty flying above him. When Ethan Yi looked up, Blaise Lin struck again. Ethan Yi saw through this trick a long time ago. But Blaise Lin was looking forward to his counterattack. What he didn't expect was Ethan Yi, this guy actually. He fell off the cliff after catching the stone and stepping on the air. Blaise Lin was stunned. How is this different from what was said in the script? And Sakura Lu, hidden in the crowd, has been watching all of this. Clearly, he is recognized as the bad guy senior brother in the cultivation sect. Now, however, he is deeply loved by the junior sisters. Instead, he is the male lead in the feel-good novel, The Chosen One. But he has been scorned by everyone. Just because our protagonist loves to add drama to his own life. Only to end up being taught a lesson by the second junior sister. Why did Ethan Yi fall off the celestial ladder? Actually, all of this was done by Sakura Lu. She knew the script for what was going to happen next a long time ago. A chameleon was placed on the ladder to the cloud a day in advance. The purpose is for eldest brother's final move. Take advantage of Ethan Ye's unpreparedness to secretly make a move. Of course, some are happy while others are sad. But after all, he is the chosen one with luck on his side. How could he possibly stop here? I only saw shameless Ethan Yi dragging people and stepping on their backs. He started singing loudly as he rushed forward. Many participating disciples are not convinced that he is cheating. Ethan Yi then said that he did not use any weapon or magic weapon, and that it was all due to his own spiritual power. The 3 words to describe him, shameless. Graysqua also ruled that he did not violate any rules. This further emboldens Ethan Yi. Heaven's vengeance is slow but sure. Places for paying homage to the mountain are limited. It's better to worry about oneself than to pick at others. And Ethan Yi becomes the first person to ascend the golden stairs. Everyone started fighting on the celestial ladder, vying for a spot in the top 100. The male protagonist is indeed overpowered, that's how bold he is. He plays the law of the jungle so clearly. Caleb, my bro, despises scoundrels like Ethan Yi. Blaise Lin, on the other hand, makes excuses for him. The celestial ladder formation did not expel him, indicating that he did not violate the rules. Although the process was a bit convoluted, as long as the outcome of Ethan Yi's trial remains unchanged, it's all good. Next up is him breaking his own record in a shining moment. The situation is chaotic now. Sakura Lu's Tetraponera cannot catch up. Can it really not stop this despicable villain Ethan Yi? At this moment, Ethan Yi is rising rapidly. And he finally sees Blaise Lin's name. He can no longer conceal the joy in his heart. Blaise Lin, I want to crush your name under my feet. At this moment, Caleb looked utterly disheartened. He couldn't believe it. Eldest brother's record had been broken just like that. Blaise Lin, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing major went wrong. Ethan Yi, who successfully broke the record, had a face full of show-off before he could even fully enjoy his moment in the spotlight. He was unexpectedly hit hard by a rock. At this moment, Sakura Lu is completely lost, without even making a move yet. Blaise Lin is searching around everywhere. Who could have done such a thing to the cute one again? What he didn't expect was the person who targeted Ethan Yi was unexpectedly the second junior sister Graysqua. He is the most popular bad guy, eldest brother in the cultivation sect. Even the second junior sister, this little wildcat, can be taken care of by him. On the other hand, the protagonist, the chosen one, of the grand feel-good novel, was actually publicly humiliated. Why did the second junior sister, Grace suddenly make a sneak attack on Ethan Yi? Just because she also awakened the celestial down memory. Witnessing the cultivation sect being destroyed because of Ethan Yi. Indeed, people like Ethan Yi who disregard discipline. From the beginning, they should not have entered the Qinglan sect of immortality. Do you agree, eldest brother? Blaise Lin is speechless. According to reason, shouldn't the second junior sister be the one to help Ethan Yi? At this moment, Grace is even more certain. She believes that the celestial down memory she awakened is real. So she definitely won't let Ethan Yi enter the cultivation sect now. And Ethan Yi is still persisting hard on his side. To not fall off the celestial ladder. Trying to play tricks again. Unexpectedly, he was caught and kicked away when trying to pull another trick. He still wants to try again. He really takes others for fools. Ethan Yi felt extremely unwilling deep down. Could it be true? Is he really going to fail here this time? I have not yet avenged myself. I haven't obtained the opportunity. Clearly, I am the chosen one. My life shouldn't be like this. And at this moment, he was floating in the air. It turned out that Eldersher made a move in secret. But this ability is only left with the last chance. Eldersher was also very at a loss, but Ethan Yi, the chosen one, did not expect today to turn out so tragically. The current Ethan Yi has been blinded by rage. He asked Eldersher to lend him a hand again. Reluctantly, Eldersher had no choice but to agree. Grace saw the situation was not good. She planned to launch a surprise attack on Ethan Yi again. But Blaise Lin discovered the clues. What is this momentum trying to do? What if the main character Ethan Yi fails? How will the rest of the story be carried out? Ethan Yi must pass the test. No matter what happens, yours truly must intervene to prevent the tragedy from happening. In the next second, Blaise Lin unexpectedly hugged Grace and said 2 words. Insanely good. At this moment, Blaise Lin looked utterly dejected. This is a disaster. He hugged her without thinking. How should he explain this now? Does he need to say, yours truly has taken a liking to you. Be a woman for yours truly. At this moment, Blaise Lin gently whispered in Grace ear. Stop it. Stop it, junior sister. Everyone is watching. They are all studying hard for the exam, but they are displaying public affection. It's really heart-rending. Grace face also turned red. The next second, she gave Blaise Lin a shoulder throw. Even when being thrown on the ground, our Blaise Lin is still so gentle. Let senior brother handle this kind of thing. At this moment, Grace has completely fallen. Is senior brother afraid of his own little actions being discovered? Is he doing this in order to protect someone else's reputation? And at this moment, with the help of Eldersher, Ethan Yi has been advancing rapidly. Once again, he has broken the record. Unfortunately, handsome for only 3 seconds. Grace watched this scene. It is indeed as mentioned in Celestial Down Memory. Ethan Yi successfully advanced and broke eldest brother's record. It seems that dealing with Ethan Yi is indeed not that easy. Blaise Lin, on the other hand, looks happy. He is indeed worthy of being the protagonist. Although the process was a bit embarrassing, the result is still acceptable. I just hope that the apprenticeship ceremony goes smoothly. Don't let any more unexpected issues arise. Just at this moment, Ethan Yi, who is in a sorry state, actually issued a harsh statement to Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin, today the insult I received. I will surely repay it 1,000-fold in the future. He is the bad guy eldest brother who ruthlessly steps on the protagonist. Even the second junior sister, who used to dislike him, now willingly comes forward to hug and embrace him. Only because she awakened to the celestial down memory did she realize how adorable eldest brother is. At this moment, inside the main hall of the Qinglan sect of immortality, Grace is reporting the situation of the celestial ladder trial through the communication jade. In this celestial ladder trial, a total of 356 people participated. 100 passed the trial, while over 100 suffered severe injuries. More than 50 individuals were eliminated for violating rules during the fight. The sect leader and several elders are puzzled. Why are there so many injuries and rule violations this year? So Graysquare revealed the instigator of this incident, Ethan Yi, and criticized him for being combative, arrogant, and having a flawed moral compass. Even though he passed the test, he is not worthy of being a disciple of the Qinglan sect of immortality. It is proposed that he be eliminated. The elders then discussed Ethan Yi's stay or departure. But the sect leader believes that Ethan Yi is not only the first to pass the test, but also broke the record. It would be a pity to eliminate such a genius. Moreover, the path of cultivation has always been full of competition. Competition is necessary to stimulate progress. Let's allow Ethan Yi to participate in tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony. Whether he has real talent will be known tomorrow. Many elders are well aware. This cultivation sect apprenticeship ceremony will be a huge turning point for the cultivation sect. Therefore, it is highly valued. Graysquare is now lost in thought. She knows that the turning point naturally refers to Ethan Yi. But what Ethan Yi brings is not good fortune but misfortune. On the other side, our Blaise Lin is showing off in the Dan refining room to the junior sisters. Let them all stay focused on refining Dan. The sea of learning is boundless. The path of alchemy is limitless. We should seek and explore from top to bottom ourselves to gain insights into the nature of heaven and humanity. Blaise Lin was not expecting that. He successfully triggered a critical hit bonus by restoring his character, raising his Dan refining skill level to 5th rank. Even the protagonist, Ethan Yi, only reached 5th rank in the path of alchemy after completing a large map. I am already showing off in my daily life. I have reached the 5th rank Dan stage from the beginner level. If this continues, it seems like this scumbag bad guy might kick out Ethan Yi and become the male lead himself. But Blaise Lin only wants to finish the plot of ascending to immortality. Whoever wants to be the male lead can be the male lead. Blaise Lin is about to sneak away to steal Dan to make preparations for the face-slapping plot of tomorrow's martial arts competition. The next step is to wait for the second junior sister to come and expose his plot of stealing Dan. Sure enough, junior sister Gui has arrived. Junior sister, do you know that every time senior brother sees you, he will be reminded of a proverb? That is, he who is tolerant has room for all. After speaking, Blaise Lin had an expectant look, waiting for the second junior sister to come and scold him. Unexpectedly, the second junior sister, who has always disliked him, changed her usual attitude today. Eldest brother, do you really think so? How about little Grace and the other 2 junior sisters compared to them? Blaise Lin is speechless. This sight is weird. Absolutely cannot let the plot deviate like this again. Then he proceeded to threaten second junior sister, and revealed to her that he came today to secretly take Dan. As for what exactly Dan is used for, he told her not to worry about it. But what Blaise Lin didn't expect was that Graysquare not only knew what Dan he wanted to steal was. Even more surprisingly, Graysquare had already prepared the Dan for him. Before leaving with the 7-fold elixir, Blaise Lin even reminded the second junior sister that he intended to use this Dan to deal with someone he disliked. He was just one step away from directly revealing Ethan Yi's name. His behavior was so unusual. The second junior sister must have started to doubt herself. Little did he know that Graysquare was extremely excited inside. Eldest brother is too cute. How did she not notice this before? Thanks to celestial down memory, I now know eldest brother's true face. Don't worry, eldest brother has already tampered with this 7-fold elixir for you. This time it will definitely not fail. One is the recognized waste and bad guy in the cultivation sect, eldest brother. The other is the newly emerged main character, the chosen one in a feel-good novel. But now, this should be universally condemned bad guy senior brother. Instead, he has become the most popular figure in the cultivation sect. On the other hand, he is a male lead in a feel-good novel featuring the chosen one. But he was subjected to merciless attacks by master and junior sisters. just because everyone has awakened the celestial Tao memory. Today, even Master Seraphina Xiao has started to spoil the script. The Qinglan sect of Immortality has 5 main peaks. They are named Phoenix Song, Divine Luan, Crimson Cloud Drift, and Dragon's Apex, each with a Grandmaster in charge of spreading the teachings. And the Grandmaster of the Divine Luan Peak is Seraphina Xiao, who is known as the most beautiful woman in the East Realm. Seraphina Xiao has a bold and carefree personality. She is addicted to alcohol and extremely narcissistic. She pays no attention to matters concerning the cultivation sect. Outwardly domineering and resolute towards outsiders, but very attentive in protecting and favoring her direct disciples. Even if our Blaise Lin is a useless person who fools around and teases girls all day, she has never driven him off the mountain. Not until Blaise Lin took advantage of Master's seclusion in cultivation and boldly stole Seraphina Xiao's white stockings. The next day, during a fight with Ethan Yi, he was dragged out by Ethan Yi's spiritual pet. This also caused Seraphina Xiao to lose face in front of the whole clan. From then on, Seraphina Xiao was repeatedly humiliated by Ethan Yi. In the plot involving Blaise Lin, she became completely disappointed in Blaise Lin. In the end, she even personally severed Blaise Lin's spiritual root, causing her to fall into a mortal. Even Blaise Lin himself couldn't help but comment on it. The character in the drama is really perverted. He even wants to steal the stockings of the master who raised him. But it seems like he's here today to steal stockings. Blaise Lin, with no one around, quietly pushed open the door to Master's room. And what met her eyes was Master's personal clothes, all scattered on the ground. What exactly had Master been up to before going into seclusion? According to the script's development, Seraphina Xiao only discovered during the apprenticeship ceremony that her stockings had been stolen by Blaise Lin. In order to avoid being caught, Blaise Lin began to act stealthily and cautiously. I searched for a long time, but still couldn't find where the stockings are. Blaise Lin seriously suspects. Is today really a plot to steal stockings? So, Blaise Lin transformed into Master Detective and began the reasoning. He analyzed. Master the alcoholic can't drink after the seclusion, so he must have drunk a lot before the seclusion. After sweating, it is natural to take a bath. After taking off the outer shirt, the last thing naturally is silk stockings. So there is only one truth. The silk stockings are thrown here in the bath. Blaise Lin, who got the silk stockings, was happy, making him one step closer to ascending to immortality. Next is waiting for the apprenticeship ceremony. It will be a beautiful moment when Ethan Yi is slapped in the face. What Blaise Lin doesn't know is that Seraphina Xiao sees everything he does very clearly. This also makes her more certain that everything happening in Celestial Tao memory is real. After defeating Blaise Lin in her memory, Seraphina Xiao not only passed on the immaterial sword body to Ethan Yi, but also developed feelings for him in secret. But she did not expect that Ethan Yi, the person, was not only the mastermind behind the destruction of the cultivation sect. He is also a scumbag who plays with emotions. He, Seraphina Xiao, never imagined that she would actually bow down to a man and even give up the immaterial sword body. She finds herself utterly ridiculous. What kind of existence are you, Ethan Yi? And what role are you playing, Blaise? Now, Seraphina Xiao has awakened the celestial Tao memory and vowed never to let the tragedy in her memory happen again. When the chosen bad guy eldest brother meets the upright and feel-good novel male lead, what will happen? Facing the useless bad guy's public humiliation. Our chosen one actually didn't dare to take action. Instead, he chose to skulk away. Although Ethan Yi successfully completed the trial of the Celestial Ladder and broke the record, his reliance on despicable means to pass the test naturally made him the object of everyone's scorn. And he still wore that show-off expression, implying that anyone standing here had pushed down others. At this moment, our eldest brother suddenly appeared and publicly humiliated Ethan Yi, calling him nothing but a despicable person who only knows how to pretend to be noble. If you are so talented, why not go and apprentice at the dark sect? Upon hearing Blaise Lin's derogatory remarks towards himself, Ethan Yi looked displeased and even stated that Blaise Lin is the real despicable person. At this moment, Elder Shi reminded Ethan Yi to stay calm, as this is Blaise Lin's territory after all. Blaise Lin looked at Ethan Yi fiercely and said, "You can eat any shit, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. Do you have evidence to accuse this chief?" And all of this was clearly seen by Graysqua, who was hiding not far away. Sure enough, following the plot, these two met before the apprenticeship ceremony, in order to nip the tragedy in the bud. Graysqua decided that as long as Ethan Yi makes any misconduct, she will take action immediately to prevent him from participating in the apprenticeship ceremony. Ethan Yi, seeing the situation was not good, then tried to change the subject by claiming that Blaise Lin was upset because he broke a record, so she was deliberately targeting him out of shame. But what he didn't know was that Blaise Lin was well prepared. She had already secretly recorded the entire embarrassing process of Ethan Yi. Our sect has been established for more than 1,000 years. It's the first time someone has ascended the stairs in such a manner. Truly unprecedented. Take this commemorative stone as a keepsake for your family. At this moment, Ethan Yi is extremely angry. As the chosen one, the unrivaled genius of this era, he was publicly humiliated by a useless person today. It's truly despicable. Although Graysqua really wants to take action, she has not found the right opportunity. Just then, Seraphina Shao also appeared, secretly observing with her disciple. Both sides started arguing again. Ethan Yi even directly issued a challenge, saying if they have the guts, come and have a one-on-one to see who is better. And isn't this exactly what Blaise Lin wants? So, he immediately agreed to Ethan Yi's challenge for a battle. Ethan Yi looked at him unhappily. Since a mere waste actively seeks a fight, then he shouldn't blame him for not being polite. Graysqua suddenly felt something was wrong. Senior Brother is digging his own grave. If you pick a fight first and end up being defeated, you will be ridiculed by everyone. It seems like it would be better to break Ethan Yi's leg after all. At this moment, Blaise Lin's arrogance is even more pronounced. He is urging Ethan Yi to make a move against him quickly. Ethan Yi figured it out at this moment. Why would Blaise Lin dare to provoke him so openly in front of everyone? He must be trying to force him to act first. Then he can use it against Ethan as leverage to disqualify him from entering. Blaise Lin saw that Ethan has not made a move yet. It looks like he will have to try harder. He's just standing there without moving, and you still don't dare to make a move. Are you waiting for him to make a move and show you what to do? You despicable little person. Don't think I can't see through your scheming. Blaise Lin, on the other hand, had a nonchalant expression on his face. So they continued to increase the level of sarcasm. And this forced Ethan Yi to draw his sword and prepare to attack Blaise Lin. But in the end, Ethan Yi chose to put down his long sword. Then he left sulkily after some harsh words. Graysqua finally breathed a sigh of relief. If that sword had attacked eldest brother just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. And Seraphina Shao was also impressed by Blaise Lin's performance just now. How come we didn't notice it before? This kid, Blaise Lin, has such courage and spirit. If it weren't for his poor aptitude, he would definitely be an outstanding individual. At this time, the system prompt. Blaise Lin has successfully triggered the plot to anger the protagonist. Blaise Lin is speechless again. Wasn't the plot supposed to end with him just throwing the spirit stone away? I didn't expect Ethan Yi to suddenly challenge him, almost scaring himself to wet his pants. Fortunately, the actor takes over in the end. Otherwise, this section would have been messed up. The once universally despised bad guy, eldest brother. Now he has become the most popular figure in the cultivation sect. On the other hand, the new rising star of the cultivation sect, the chosen one. He was actually regarded as the #1 enemy of the junior sister of the cultivation sect. Only because my master and junior sister awakened the celestial Tao memory. Overnight, they all became Yandere. Today, even Cold-Face the 4th junior sister almost wiped out the chosen one. To force Ethan Yi to take action, Blaise Lin went even further. It's really taking the bad guy character to the extreme by directly stepping on the Chosen One's foot. Suddenly, a sonic wave attack came towards him. Blaise Lin quickly retreated upon seeing this. It turned out to be the fourth junior sister Phalith Chu making a move, and accused Blaise Lin of going too far. It's said that Ethan Yi will eventually join the sect. As the eldest brother, he shouldn't have insulted his fellow disciples like this. Blaise Lin thought about the unique favoritism that cold-faced junior sister Phalith Chu showed towards Ethan Yi in the novel. This time, he would definitely be able to smoothly complete the plot mission. He then hid nearby to observe. Just didn't expect it. Why did they encounter each other so quickly? Could it be that the plot is fast-forwarding? Ethan Yi, this scumbag, is really happy deep down. The Qinglan sect of Immortality is truly a land of abundant beauties. Just walking around casually, one can encounter such stunning beauties. Even more admirable is having senior sister Chu play music for oneself. His swordsmanship is bound to reach a higher level. Upon seeing this scene, Blaise Lin felt relieved. Next, all he needed to do was wait for Ethan Yi to start his cultivation, then decisively launch a sneak attack, giving him a good thrashing. With that, today's mission would be successfully accomplished. Before Blaise Lin could make his move, Ethan Yi suddenly spurted blood from his mouth and was severely injured. It turns out that there was a hidden murderous intent in Phalith Chu's music. Listening to it for a long time would damage one's internal organs. At this moment, the fourth junior sister coldly said, "No one dares to disturb her while she practices the qin. I wanted to test the depth of Ethan Yi, but unexpectedly, he is just an incompetent person." Although Ethan Yi was very annoyed, he still had to apologize helplessly. On the other hand, the fourth junior sister, who had previously rescued her, changed her attitude and started mocking Ethan Yi as well. Blaise Lin, standing aside, was dumbfounded. How did the male and female leads suddenly start fighting? How will the story continue if they keep going like this? At this point, Blaise Lin decided to help Ethan Yi get back the venue. "I thought someone was bullying junior sister Chu. It turns out that you are this cowardly coward. You didn't dare to spar with others before. Bullying women seems to come naturally to you." Seeing Blaise Lin appear, Ethan Yi was immediately furious, guessing at everything that just happened. It must have been Blaise Lin forcing the girl to make a move against him. Such despicable behavior is truly shameless. Blaise Lin then said, "So what? You were the one who disturbed junior sister practicing the piano first. She was purely trying to uphold justice and eliminate evil." Facing Blaise Lin, who was constantly causing trouble for him, and with a junior sister present this time, he simply couldn't bear it anymore. Planning to take action to teach Blaise Lin a lesson and regain his reputation, Blaise Lin thought he would finally get what he wanted, only to be embarrassed in public. The next second, they were both completely knocked down to the ground by Phalith Chu's sound waves. Blaise Lin was speechless at how the storyline took a wrong turn again. This also convinced Ethan Yi that they were in it together. He ran off without saying a word. Although the storyline went off track, the mission was successfully completed. To avoid any further complications, Blaise Lin followed closely behind. After seeing eldest brother leave, Phalith Chu completely couldn't hold it anymore. She didn't understand why things turned out this way. She just wanted to stand up for eldest brother. How did she end up hurting eldest brother instead? Blame it on that Ethan Yi, who had to get so close. Otherwise, eldest brother wouldn't have been mistakenly hurt. Phalith Chu remembered the celestial Tao memory that awakened a few days ago. Ethan Yi would seriously injure eldest brother when he appears. Now eldest brother has been seriously injured by himself. Moreover, Ethan Yi didn't gain anything from it. It seems that the outcome has deviated. As long as we don't follow the development of the celestial Tao, it should be considered a success. But just in case, we still can't let our guard down in the following events. On the surface, the Chosen One seems quite imposing. Behind the scenes, he is actually a hypocritical pseudo-gentleman. and our bad guy eldest brother responds to the active advances of the junior sister. He decisively rejects the junior sister and shuts her out. In Blaise Lin's memory, the male lead Ethan Yi took great care of his spiritual pet. He actually directly killed the old farmer who was trying to catch him. It is even more hypocritical to explain one's own unrestrained life with no taboos. But he most hates others hurting his friends and family. He even boasts that he conducts himself clearly in right and wrong throughout his life, never killing innocent people. It is truly extremely hypocritical. He's simply a double-standard hypocrite. He only allows his spiritual pet to harm others' food, but doesn't allow others to resist. What a nonsense male lead. Blaise Lin is infuriated at the thought of master and junior sister being made harem beauties for this kind of person. But after some thought, it seems that these things are not something a small bad guy like him needs to worry about. After all, this is just a novel world. The key is to wait for the end and ascend to immortality. Tomorrow is the apprenticeship ceremony. After that, Blaise Lin just needs to wait. Tomorrow, it's fine to let Ethan Yi take the initiative to slap himself in the face. Just as Blaise Lin was about to fall asleep, he decided to take a peek at the junior sisters first. After all, it's all to restore the image of the bad guy character, right? But in the dead of night, the third junior sister suddenly knocked on Blaise Lin's door. In the original work, the third junior sister, who possessed the heart of the Guqin and the soul of the sword, had a gentle and kind personality. She was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Even when Blaise Lin was eventually disgraced and imprisoned by the protagonist Ethan Yi in the forbidden land behind the mountain, the other two junior sisters wished to kill him immediately, but only the third junior sister continued to plead for mercy for Blaise Lin. Upon realizing that he had been slapped in the face by Ethan Yi, he was no longer the shining eldest brother in the heart of the third junior sister. But in order to fully portray the bad guy character, Blaise Lin still chose to flirt with the junior sister. He even wanted to give Faileth Chu a physical examination. Blaise Lin felt so disgusted with his own despicable behavior that he wanted to punch himself. Thought he would be beaten up by Faileth Chu. But the next second, Faileth Chu unexpectedly took the initiative to embrace him. Blaise Lin completely lost. How come all the junior sisters have turned into Yanderes? None of them are following the script. How am I supposed to continue acting like this? But when you think about it, they are the benefits that the pervy eldest brother who flirts with his little sister brings to you. What are you hiding from? Although the junior sister's character settings have collapsed, my bad guy character setting can't collapse. Blaise Lin just wanted to make a move, but got accidentally slapped in the face by the third junior sister. Blaise Lin is speechless. Sure enough, the male lead is not to be underestimated. The bad guy will face retribution as soon as he makes a move. Faileth Chu looks at the injured eldest brother in her arms, full of self-blame. Faileth Chu came to find Blaise Lin tonight because she accidentally broke a string while practicing the piano yesterday. She wants to go down the mountain tomorrow to find an artifact master for repair. But she is not very familiar with the city herself. So she would like to ask Blaise Lin to accompany her tomorrow. Blaise Lin thought for a moment. There doesn't seem to be a storyline about repairing the piano in the book. In order to prevent the plot from going off track, she used the excuse of needing to attend an apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow to refuse Faileth Chu's request. But Faileth Chu still refused to give up. She even started acting cute. Who can resist that among us, brothers? But in the end, Blaise Lin still rejected Faileth Chu's earnest pleas. He still has to rush to give the protagonist Ethan Yi a face slap tomorrow. Even if he can't bear it, he has to endure it. What caught Blaise Lin off guard is that even the person behind the third junior sister has undergone a change. This part of the storyline involving playing the Qin was never mentioned in the original work. At this time, little brother Caleb also came to find Blaise Lin. It turns out that Master Seraphina Shao has left seclusion. There is a very urgent matter that requires Blaise Lin to go to Maiden's Peak immediately. Blaise Lin is speechless. What on earth is going on? Why is there a storyline that wasn't in the original text? Now everything is all messed up. No matter what, I need to go to find out what really happened. Fei Chu, who was hiding nearby, had already fallen in love with eldest brother. I used to think that this gene was the most important thing in my life. It wasn't until the moment I awakened the celestial down memory that I realized the only one who truly cares about me is eldest brother. Fei Chu wanted to elope with Blaise Lin tonight, fleeing this place full of gossip and conflict. Since eloping is not an option, then we must strike first to gain the upper hand. We absolutely cannot let eldest brother be ruined by Ethan Yi tomorrow. The task of protecting eldest brother falls to me. Even the aloof and elegant master, who is 200 years old, has such a shy side. Eldest brother, the bad guy who only wants to be slapped in the face by the male lead. Recently, he has been actively pursued and embraced by the junior sisters. Even the aloof master started to act coquettishly towards him tonight. When Blaise Lin arrived at the peak of Divine Luan, Maiden's Peak. But he found Master's room unusually quiet. Always feel like the calm before the storm. Summoned him in the middle of the night. Could it be because of the incident when he dressed as a girl last time and sneaked in to take a shower was discovered? Just the thought of it made Blaise Lin break into a cold sweat. At this moment, the drunk Seraphina Shao called for Blaise Lin to come in quickly. Blaise Lin feels that Master seems to be in a very good mood. It seems that the act of stealing stockings and sneaking in to take a shower has not been exposed. When Blaise Lin just pushed open the door, Seraphina Shao beckoned with her small hand. Master, I haven't seen you for a while. Come over and let Master take a good look at you. Then Blaise Lin was dragged directly into the house. Is this damn alcoholic going crazy? Confronting the Master whose curves are like raging waves. Who can resist this? If it weren't for the fact that tomorrow I'll be smacked in the face by Ethan Yi, our mentorship would fall apart tonight. At this moment, Seraphina Shao suddenly discovered that Blaise Lin had actually broken through to the foundation stage. Not only that, even his aptitude and spiritual root have undergone a transformation. Blaise Lin was also at a loss for words for a moment. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from this #1 fairy in the cultivation world. He could only awkwardly explain that he had inadvertently gained some immortal fate. After all, he is my disciple, Seraphina Shao. He is favored by the will of heaven and the flow of fate. Indeed, Master's intelligence is a bit off when he is drunk. Blaise Lin didn't expect that he could easily fool his way through. Later, Seraphina Shao asked if Blaise Lin had already met the chosen one, Ethan Yi. Blaise Lin was puzzled. Why did the Master know in advance about this person Ethan Yi? Seraphina Shao was afraid that Blaise Lin might notice something, so she pretended to be drunk and put on a silly expression. The next second, Seraphina Shao suddenly stood up, wanting to do something fun with Blaise Lin. Then she grabbed Blaise Lin's hands and was about to push him down. Blaise Lin was also a little confused. Is today finally the day when I will become a man? But right after that, Blaise Lin's body inexplicably kept sinking. Wait for Blaise Lin to open his eyes again. I found myself appearing above a deserted cliff. Is this Master's alternate space? Next, a series of lightning bolts struck towards Blaise Lin. Disciple, quickly come and spar with me. Blaise Lin is speechless. He is the first in the nascent soul pinnacle near divine transformation Qinglan sect of Immortality Sword Wei. You're asking him to spar with you? Blaise Lin immediately refused, saying he is not worthy to spar with Master. A sword emitting an immense and terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the sky. Blaise Lin did not expect Master's intrinsic spiritual sword to be so terrifying. Driven solely by a vast and pure sword intent within oneself. Divine sword techniques. The simplest and most direct, yet also the most dominant and fierce. Does this crazy woman want to use sword intent to feed herself alive to her sword spirit? If the big bad Blaise Lin in the script cannot die at the hands of Ethan Yi in this life, then only he can take his own life. Just one word from Blaise Lin, the sword comes. Actually, at the innate stage, summoning his own intrinsic spiritual sword, Dream Cloud Marsh. This is also the first time Seraphina Xiao has seen Blaise Lin manipulating his sword so seriously. Although the scale of sword chi is still acceptable, the sword intent is somewhat weak. However, his future prospects are promising. In that case, I will guide you a little today. He is a bad guy with a halo, eldest brother. But tonight, however, he was pierced through the chest by the cold and glamorous master with a sword. Why would master do this? Just because of the aloof master, Seraphina shall awaken the celestial down memory. You think our bad guy eldest brother is done for. There is no such intention. In fact, it's all for the purpose of turning Blaise Lin's fate around. A bad guy with a halo indeed has to take a step back, even if he is the chosen one. Faced with the relentless pressure from Seraphina Xiao, Blaise Lin is speechless. This crazy woman really wants to destroy herself. Each character setting has been messed up. It's not easy for me to work hard on the plot here. In that case, I won't be the bad guy. Unfortunately, good looks only last for 3 seconds. Blaise Lin had just made a tough statement when he was struck by lightning. He thought he would die and disappear early, receiving a lunchbox in advance. But the next second, a time and space barrier condensed by lightning enveloped Blaise Lin, leaving him shocked. Could this be the sword chi domain? Seraphina Xiao appeared again at this moment. Disciple, watch out for this move. This move is called Sword Intense Divine Awakening, the Sword Immortal's Breath, just as Blaise Lin comprehends it with his heart. Seraphina Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Blaise Lin. She looked affectionately at our disciple Blaise Lin, holding back. It might hurt a little. Blaise Lin looked shy. Master, what's going on? He's just a kid. Blaise Lin thought he could enjoy himself next. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck. Seraphina Xiao unexpectedly pierced his chest with a sword. Blaise Lin is speechless. What the heck is going on? Is the bad guy going to kick the bucket early? Only to hear Seraphina Xiao coldly saying, "What supposed heir of destiny? Reincarnation and fate. Just roll aside. I, the disciple of Seraphina Xiao, will dominate this world. Walk alone in the starry sky. Not weaker than anyone." Blaise Lin also gradually closed his eyes. At the same time, down the mountain, Ethan Yi of cultivation was informed by Elder Shi that something big was not right. The opportunity that should have belonged to Ethan Yi has now inexplicably disappeared. Elder Shi speculated that the opportunity would not disappear out of thin air. It must have been intercepted by someone else halfway. Upon hearing this, Ethan Yi was furious. The dignified chosen one has always been the one to seize opportunities. Today, someone dares to sabotage his luck. He will never allow the Qinglong sect of Immortality to have such a rebellious existence. When he finds this person, he will personally eradicate them. Elder Shi warned Ethan Yi not to go to Qinglong Mountain again. Since he set foot here yesterday, the situation has slowly started to change. This place, originally a land of fairy fate, now seems more like a den of dragons and tigers. Ethan Yi still wears that show-off expression on his face. Elder Shi, you know me well. I don't provoke others, but if provoked, I will retaliate. The humiliation from yesterday must be avenged by this heir. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Qinglong sect of Immortality to wipe away the previous shame. What Ethan Yi doesn't know is that 3 Yandere junior sisters have already set their sights on him. They have come this time to personally eliminate Ethan Yi to prevent the tragedy of this life from happening again. Why would the chosen one become the mortal enemy of the master and the junior sisters? It's because in his past life, he not only deceived the feelings of the junior sisters, it also led the dark sect to attack the Qinglong sect of Immortality. He, who appears righteous, watched as the cultivation sect was ruthlessly slaughtered. It was also at this final moment. Only a few people truly realized. Why did eldest brother target Ethan Yi all the time before? in the memory of the previous life. Dark Sect is attacking Qinglan's Sect of Immortality to capture Ethan Yi. Qinglan's Sect of Immortality is engaging in a 3-day, 3-night battle with Dark Sect to protect Cultivation Sect. In the end, the sect leader and many elder disciples all sacrificed their lives. Now only Seraphina Xiao and her 3 disciples are left. Looking at the ruined Cultivation Sect Sakura Lu, she asked helplessly, "Why hasn't Ethan Yi come to rescue them yet?" Several junior sisters firmly believe that Ethan Yi will definitely come back to save everyone. Only Seraphina Xiao has long seen through all this. Ethan Yi went to Central Continent Southern Realm to travel. It is estimated that he is now in love with the saintess of the Nanzhao Kingdom. The second junior sister still refuses to believe it. Clearly, the calamity brought by the Dark Sect was caused by him. Yet, he abandoned everyone. Seraphina Xiao said assertively at this time, "Even if the Qinglan Sect of Immortality is left with only the 4 of us, we must fight to the end." The ox-headed beastman then stated that he would take on the 4 of us alone. Just as the situation was about to reach a critical point, a furious roar came from behind the ox-headed beastman, commanding him to stop. And the newcomer is none other than Ethan Yi and senior sister Zhu from Phoenix Song Peak. I saw the 2 people joining forces with their swords to activate the Mountain Protection Array, to completely wipe out all members of the Dark Sect. Ethan Yi slowly walked towards Sakura Lu. "Senior sister, I'm late. Fortunately, you are all fine." Looking at the bodies lying all over the field, Sakura Lu couldn't bear it anymore. She questioned Ethan Yi. "Is this all you have to say at this point?" Grace Kwa and Phalith Chu also cast a disdainful glance at him, staring at Ethan Yi intently. "You have mastered the Qinglan sword technique and combined it with Aurelia Zhu's cultivation from the Phoenix Song Peak through the double sword merge technique. At a critical moment, you activate the Mountain Protection Formation to repel the Dark Sect. Why is the timing so delicate? Who exactly are you, Ethan Yi? Why make friends who are bound to you? None of them have a happy ending. Even family members don't end well. Instead, you always receive great benefits and your name becomes famous worldwide." But Ethan Yi is still desperately trying to argue, while Seraphina Xiao has long seen through his hypocritical face. Draw the sword to eradicate this traitor who deceives the master and destroys the ancestors. The chosen one, who is protected by the celestial Tao, cannot be easily dealt with. Seraphina Xiao was unfortunately struck by the thunder brought down by the celestial Tao and heavily injured. And at this moment, Ethan Yi finally revealed his true colors. "Master, I am Ethan Yi, the chosen one protected by the celestial Tao. How dare you stand against me?" Now, my sister Alicia, he has led 800,000 Northern Gale elite cavalry to Qinglan Mountain, just waiting for my order to wipe out the Dark Sect in one fell swoop. Now come back to my side. Let's avenge Qinglan together. And at this moment, a voice sounded in Seraphina Xiao and junior sister's ears. Then in the minds of several people, various past events involving Blaise Lin and Ethan Yi emerged. Several people looked at the emerging scene. Did eldest brother stand against Ethan Yi? Is it because eldest brother had already seen through his true colors? We killed eldest brother. We misunderstood eldest brother all along. In the end, these memories merged together. Give me your memories. Can the past you, brought by me, change your destiny? It all depends on this one time. This series of memories travels through time and returns to the past. They flooded into the minds of the 4 individuals. This is also why the 4 always regarded Ethan Yi as a mortal enemy. They swore they would never allow the tragedy to happen in this lifetime, killing Ethan Yi to protect eldest brother. He is the chosen one in the feel-good novel. Tonight, however, he was ambushed and besieged by 3 girls. How could the chosen one, blessed by the protection of the celestial Tao, be easily wiped out like this? Why did the junior sisters collectively mobilize to attack Ethan Yi? Just because Ethan Yi appears to be elegant and charming on the outside. In fact, he is a hypocrite who appears noble and upright on the outside, but his heart is not aligned with his outward appearance. Not only did the cultivation sect collapse because of him, even the eldest brother, who always cared for his junior sisters, died tragically because of him. Ethan Yi is currently sound asleep in the room. Sakura Lu sees that the time is right. She instructs her spiritual pet Pussycat to take action. Pussycat, go now. Use your sharp claws. Tear that scum Ethan Yi apart into real scum. Just as it flew out not long ago, 2 attacks appeared behind the Pussycat. Luckily, Sakura Lu reminded them in time, which allowed the Pussycat to dodge the attack. The sound of the collision from the 2 attacks also alerted Ethan Yi. Thought it was thunder, but was informed by Elder Shi that it was an enemy attack. Ethan Yi woke up abruptly at the words. Picked up the long sword on the bed. Jumped onto the roof, but found no one. Ethan Yi asked if Elder Shi was confused and heard wrong. Elder Shi firmly believed that he could not have heard wrong. He clearly sensed 3 strong hostilities. The inn was locked down. This Qinglan mountain is really strange. Elder Shi, are you trying to scare people away from going to Qinglan Mountain by making up stories on purpose? Do I look like that kind of person to you? Subsequently, several startling claps of thunder struck down. This also confirmed Ethan Yi's belief that what he had just heard was indeed thunder. In order to be better prepared for tomorrow's apprenticeship ceremony at the Qinglan sect of Immortality, Ethan Yi returned to his room to sleep. He also made sure to remind Elder Shi to keep quiet and not to overreact to anything trivial. In fact, the 2 attacks just now were from the 2nd junior sister Grace Gua and the 3rd junior sister Failith Chu. Why did my full force sword strike unexpectedly disappear without a trace? Why didn't the sound of the zither attack reach Ethan Yi? It was clearly aimed at him. The 2 decided to try again. Ethan Yi, who had just returned to the room, was about to lie down. But he was reminded by Elder Shi to be careful of his back. But when Ethan Yi looked back, there was nothing there, but only a few flashes of thunder. Ethan Yi looked displeased. This old guy is playing the same tricks again. Elder Shi, have you heard of the story? The boy who cried wolf? Elder Shi explained that he had clearly just seen it. If this old man is lying, may thunder strike me down. As soon as he finished speaking, it was then that 5 thunderous claps responded. Elder Shi, you may eat without order, but words cannot be spoken carelessly. You are now nothing but a wisp of a ghost. If struck by heavenly thunder again, your soul may scatter. All right, go to sleep. The junior sisters are speechless. It turns out that Ethan Yi does have the celestial Tao protection as mentioned in my memory. What celestial Tao protection? You still didn't know about each other's existence. The 3 of them decided to wait for Ethan Yi to enter the sect tomorrow. They will make another move at the apprenticeship ceremony. They must ensure that Ethan Yi has no way out. Why was eldest brother, the most popular bad guy in the cultivation sect in the past, ever so highly regarded? But now he has fallen from grace, becoming a laughingstock. Even junior sister mercilessly handed him a dagger, forcing him to end it all here. Being humiliated by fellow disciples. Being despised by master and junior sisters. This time he finally got tired and chose to end it all. And all this. It all starts with the chosen one Ethan Yi apprenticing at the Qinglan sect of Immortality. After a conflict arose between Blaise Lin and Ethan Yi, who went up the mountain to apprentice himself. Ethan Yi competes against Blaise Lin and finds the master stockings he stole. This also causes Blaise Lin to suffer humiliation from the cultivation sect. Blaise Lin, who harbored deep hatred, waited until Master fell asleep. Stole Master's forbidden treasure, the eclipsing Black Lotus, secretly. Intend to use the eclipsing Black Lotus to backstab Ethan Yi at the 5 Peaks martial arts competition the next day. In the end, Blaise Lin was detained by Seraphina Xiao at the Cliff of Regret, and Failith Chu is confused. Why did the previously kind eldest brother want to steal the forbidden magic weapon from Master to harm junior brother Ethan Yi? Fortunately, junior brother Ethan Yi escaped with his exceptional skills. Otherwise, the punishment waiting for senior brother would not have been as simple as reflecting at the cliff of regret. Blaise Lin doesn't know how to tell her why he did this. Now, Seraphina Xiao is thoroughly disappointed in Blaise Lin, and she wants to impart sword intent into Ethan Yi to make up for Blaise Lin's offense against Ethan Yi. Blaise Lin immediately stopped Phalith Chu from letting you be with Ethan Yi upon hearing this. Just as he was about to explain, he was kicked away by Grace Gua. Teasing Master is not enough. Now you want to disrespect junior sister Chu. As the chief of Celestial One Peak, you have repeatedly committed such despicable acts. You have tarnished the reputation of Celestial One Peak. Then Grace Gua threw a dagger to Blaise Lin. If you still have any feelings for Celestial One Peak, then just cut off all ties here. Don't tarnish the reputation of Celestial One Peak anymore. Inside the cold, pitch-black cave, now there's only Blaise Lin and a dagger. How ridiculous everything is. A senior brother dedicated to the cultivation sect actually fell, and met such a fate. Blaise Lin is truly tired in this life, finally choosing to end it all by taking his own life. Suddenly, Blaise Lin jolted awake in shock. He felt like he had just had a really long dream. But this dream felt very real, as if it was his own memory. At this moment, Seraphina Xiao, with a drunken expression, looked at Blaise Lin. Even though Master has bestowed sword intent upon you, you fell asleep so easily. Quickly accompany me for a drink. Let's celebrate your attainment of the immaterial sword body bestowed upon you by me. Blaise Lin completely lost unexpectedly obtained the immaterial sword body on his own. According to the original setting, any disciple of the Qilin sect of Immortality, as long as they pass the swordway assessment, can go to the underground sword tomb and infuse their own sword intent into the furnace to forge their own intrinsic spiritual sword. Moreover, with each advancement in the swordway realm of the sword bearer, there is a chance for each spiritual sword to hatch a powerful sword spirit. For example, the sword spirits of the second junior sister, Grace Gua, are the frozen sword spirit. The third junior sister, Phalith Chu, has the heart of Guqin sword spirit, and Master Seraphina Xiao possesses the intrinsic spiritual sword Celestial One sword. In the original work, the male lead, Ethan Yi, awakened the immaterial sword body by obtaining Seraphina Xiao's sword intent, enabling him to return to the imperial capital and kill his enemies. Blaise Lin is speechless. Darn it, now he has obtained the immaterial sword body that should have belonged to Ethan Yi. He actually preempted such a great opportunity for himself. What a joke. In case he doesn't control his strength well at the apprenticeship ceremony tomorrow and accidentally stabs the protagonist to death with one sword, how will he still ascend to immortality? Seraphina Xiao sees that he is absent-minded. Why do you not drink the wine that I, your master, offer you? Seeing the shy Master Blaise Lin, I really don't know what to do. Faced with the advancing Master Blaise Lin, I quickly stood up from Seraphina Xiao's lap and apologized for my previous recklessness. Later, Seraphina Xiao unexpectedly walked up to Blaise Lin and softly asked in his ear, "Is your master's child good-looking?" A shy Blaise Lin had a puzzled look on his face. Could it be that Master has been possessed by someone? Why suddenly ask such a girly question? Blaise Lin quickly praised Seraphina Xiao when he saw her, but Seraphina Xiao seemed a bit skeptical. Actually, Blaise Lin was called here tonight for more than just helping him improve his sword skills. That is because he is the chief of the Celestial One Peak. If anyone dares to provoke, he must take action to kill this person. Don't ask why. Just do as you are told. If anything happens, Master will take care of it for you. Blaise Lin suddenly had a sense of foreboding. What has happened to Master? One is a bad guy with a halo, eldest brother. The other is the chosen one, a feel-good novel male lead. Today, the two finally faced each other at the apprenticeship ceremony. Thought he would wrap up and go home soon. Unexpectedly, the protagonist was pushed away by a big clap from junior sister. On the day of the apprenticeship ceremony, our protagonist, Ethan Yi, showed up with a shining face full of show-off. Elder Shur asked him if he had any preferred master. But in Ethan Yi's eyes, none of these matter. He came this time just for the opportunity. If someone really intercepted his opportunity, as Elder Shur said, he will definitely kill that person. But in reality, what Ethan Yi is thinking is to enter the Celestial One Peak and take all the girls inside to add to his harem beauties, even declaring that he wants to be the husband of all the girls in the world. Unlike that eldest brother who is just an empty shell, he is nothing compared to himself, nothing but a waste. At this moment, our eldest brother arrives with a sword in hand. Only in this way can he match us. This outstanding and elegant young immortal. Immortals should be like this. Blaise Lin stole the limelight, making Ethan Yi very unhappy. What a ridiculous so-called peerless son. He's just a superficial pretty boy. Before the words had even faded, Blaise Lin appeared in front of the protagonist Ethan Yi. Ethan Yi seemed to have been recognized. He intended to take the initiative, but was stopped by Elder Shur. After all, this person is the chief disciple of the Qinglan sect of Immortality. It's not wise to offend him at the moment. Moreover, in front of everyone, he won't do anything to you. After making eye contact with Blaise Lin, directly vent, "You damn disrespectful little brat. Didn't I warn you last night? How dare you come back? You're really impatient to live, huh? I don't need to say who I am, Blaise Lin, right? Do you have the ability to challenge me directly? Being the chosen one, I was actually insulted by a loser today. Who is the real protagonist after all?" Blaise Lin, seeing the success of the first wave of taunts, immediately started the second wave. Ethan Yi, who could no longer tolerate it, was about to draw his sword and start a fight. At this moment, some people around recognized Ethan Yi, who reached the Grandmaster stage at such a young age. No wonder he is so composed and confident. Blaise Lin is pleased to see the plot progressing smoothly, with a happy expression on his face. Next is waiting for the appearance of that woman. Help Ethan Yi complete the first wave of face slapping. Suddenly a wrathful shout interrupted the two men. The newcomer was Grace Gua, the second junior sister that Blaise Lin had been waiting for. Looking at Ethan Yi's lecherous expression, Blaise Lin's eyes lit up as it seems the plot has taken a turn. At this moment, Ethan Yi sheathed his long sword and hypocritically walked up to the second junior sister. Ethan Yi introduced himself as Ethan Yi, but instead of a response from the senior sister, he received a big slap from the junior sister. This reverse action completely startled everyone, only to see the second junior sister looking extremely disdainful. "You, as someone who has been turned into a pig head, dare to speak to eldest brother in this manner?" But when she looked at Blaise Lin, she immediately switched to a silly and cute expression, hugging eldest brother. "You must have been startled. How could such a vulgar and rude man dare to disrespect you? He deserves a beating." Blaise Lin is speechless. The plot has gone awry again. How awesome is our bad guy, eldest brother. Even the chosen one's old sweetheart actively embraces him. Even more so, she wielded her intrinsic spiritual sword to help this bad guy regain his foothold. Just as the protagonist Ethan Yi was knocked away by a slap from the third junior sister. He, angered by embarrassment, actually shifted all the blame onto Elder Shur. "This freaking place you mentioned is an opportunity. Today you better give me an explanation. Otherwise, I'll snatch this damn ring off you." Elder Shur's explanation is, in the Qinglan sect of Immortality, there has appeared a person who can influence the celestial energy. It's better to leave now, before being discovered. Don't back down, bro, don't listen to that old turtle rambling on. I am here to share my experience with you. If you don't perk up, this bad guy will be disappointed. Ethan Yi, who can no longer tolerate it, will no longer endure in silence. He tells Elder Shur, "If heaven does not look favorably upon me, then I will go against the heavens. I not only want to cut down the little thief who took away my opportunity, but also want to conquer all the women on Celestial One Peak." Blaise Lin looked delighted when he saw the situation. Good brother, I knew I didn't misunderstand you. Hurry up and come fight me. The second junior sister saw the situation was not good and planned to make a move. But Blaise Lin stopped her from behind. Junior sister, don't you trust eldest brother? Graysqua watched the back of eldest brother. According to Celestial Down memory, later Ethan Ye's spirit beast will expose eldest brother for stealing master stockings, leading everyone to mistake him for a pervert. To uphold the dignity of eldest brother, Graysqua quickly grabbed Blaise Lin to handle it herself. Let's teach this insolent kid a lesson. At this moment, another angry shout came from above the sky. The person who came is the sole widow of the Qinglan sect of Immortality. In the original work, Mia Su is indeed the most reliable ally among the harem beauties of the protagonist Ethan Ye in the early stage. At critical moments, having reliable external support is important. When Mia Su appears in front of everyone, even I, as a bad guy, can barely control myself. Her hot and stunning figure is just so amazing. Blaise Lin then took a deep breath. Even the air is so sweet. But the images of several junior sisters and master have been destroyed. We can only place our hope on this widow Su. It seems it's time to use my bad guy 3-step pickup line. The first set is to watch from afar. The second set is to make a heart shape. The third set is to flirt. Master Su, it's been a long time since I last saw you. You look more radiant than ever. This beautiful flower in my hand is the most suitable gift for you. After saying that, Blaise Lin had a smug look on his face, waiting to be proven wrong. Little did Blaise Lin know that Master Su was going off script. With a swift move, he lunged into Blaise Lin's arms, almost suffocating him. Mia Su's face blushed with shyness, leaving Blaise Lin completely lost. When she looked at our male lead, Blaise Lin thought he had a chance this time. Who knew that the next second, Mia Su would directly summon her own intrinsic spiritual sword to help the bad guy Blaise Lin regain his reputation. Blaise Lin was speechless, wondering why everyone likes to go off script. The hot widow Su also secretly admires the bad guy senior brother. She almost made the chosen one pee his pants on the spot. When she found out that Blaise Lin disliked the protagonist, she immediately brought out the intrinsic spiritual sword and intended to eliminate the chosen one. You're quite bold. How dare you challenge the chief disciple of my Qinglan sect of Immortality? Do you know what this means? Blaise Lin is speechless. Meow. How come even Master Su didn't follow the plot? Could it really be that they're going to kill off the male lead? Seeing Master Su's murderous gaze, our protagonist Ethan Ye almost wet himself on the spot. Realizing that he had no power to fight back against this woman, he intended to seek help from Elder Sher, who knew that this old man would choose to play dead at a critical moment. Blaise Lin is also panicking over here. What should he do if he approaches for mercy? Wouldn't his own bad guy image shatter? But if he does nothing, how can the male lead continue without him? A voice broke the deadlock. A fat man was riding a flying pig towards here. Blaise Lin saw the newcomer and was excited. Finally, Taoist Yuan Yi, I've been waiting for you. In the original work, this person appears to be a peaceful old man, but in reality, he has a deep scheming mind. He is a spy hidden for many years in the dark sect. He almost brought down the entire Qinglan sect of Immortality. The storyline has deviated off track now. Fortunately, the chubby Taoist appeared as scheduled. Upon seeing the situation, the chubby Taoist quickly defended Ethan Ye and acted as a mediator. Master Su also considered saving face for him and let Ethan Ye off the hook. After that, he showed concern in front of everyone about whether Blaise Lin was in trouble. He's just a small-time bad guy. It's not like he has as much drama with you. He took a step forward and went straight to Blaise Lin. Teasing him, this bad guy Lin the disciple Uncle Master praised your extraordinary talent, saying that you are extremely suitable for our Phoenix Song lineage. Why not consider leaving Celestial One Peak and joining Uncle Master's arms? He will definitely teach you well. Blaise Lin at this moment is full of questions. The original text doesn't seem to have this paragraph, right? Could it be that what I read was a pirated chapter? After getting close to Blaise Lin, she only then realized how handsome this guy was. Having such a handsome disciple, it's no wonder Seraphina Xiao has never had feelings for Ethan Yi. Since she knows about the future cause and effect, she can't take advantage of her anymore. And the chubby one also looks very promising to Ethan Yi. The early big boss unexpectedly got together with the male lead. None of them are following the script. They are all trying to mess with her mentality here. The apprenticeship ceremony will start soon. Blaise Lin suddenly realized that the 3 junior sisters, who were supposed to witness his downfall, were all not present. But after calming down, at least Ethan Yi stayed to participate in the apprenticeship ceremony, so the following plot should be stable. So he quickly called his little brother Caleb. Looking at this, he couldn't help but feel a little sorry for this junior brother who had been sticking with him, the bad guy, all along. After all, there is no good ending to following a bad guy. Did Caleb see that last figure in black among the crowd? He is senior brother's distant cousin. The aptitude test is coming up next. I am prepared to help him, doing my duty as a relative. This is the 9 refinements golden pill that I bought at a high price for my cousin. After taking it, it can temporarily enhance physical fitness. In fact, this is an essential medicine for killing enemies and seizing treasures. 7-fold elixir. Please bother the junior brother to deliver it to my cousin. Just say it's a gift from the elder. Everyone is entitled to it. Caleb looked puzzled. Why didn't the eldest brother deliver it in person? I'm worried that if my cousin knows, he'll be too touched, and it will affect his performance. Just a few casual words will make this silly kid extremely touched. Run happily to deliver the medicine. Caleb quickly arrived in front of Ethan Yi. According to senior brother's words, he handed Dan over to Ethan Yi. Ethan Yi looked at this piece of Dan, and did not know what he was thinking. But still happy. Choose to accept. According to the plot of the novel, as the male lead, who is a 6th-rank alchemist, easily sensed that something was wrong with Dan, and cleverly turned the tables. Directly taking poison Dan, I found the Purple Cloud sect leader, and then my second junior sister, who harbored deep resentment towards me, jumped out, accusing me of being responsible for everything. Watching the protagonist pick up the poison Dan and stand up to search, Blaise Lin looks very excited. But the next second, he was dumbfounded. This stupid male lead actually swallowed poison Dan in one gulp. The chosen one almost got killed by their own hands. Poison Dan, knowing full well it was poisoned, still stupidly swallowed it in one gulp. He realized something was off about Dan when Caleb handed him over. Such petty tricks and skills cannot deceive this heir. This damn smug expression practically screams, "I am the mastermind behind the scenes," across the face. With such calculating intentions, you still dare to harm this heir. Elder Shi proposed that all the key people from Qinglan Mountain are present. With this token, we can expose that kid's conspiracy. But Ethan Yi, this person is very arrogant and plans to fight fire with fire. Elder Shi, who is still in a state of confusion, is about to intervene. Who knew that this foolish male lead actually swallowed poison Dan in one gulp? That's right, this heir is going to use a desperate measure today. Make this fraud pay the price. Just wait, Blaise Lin, I'll show you who's boss. Who would have known? The next moment, a smell enveloped the surrounding people, making them extremely miserable. Who the heck farted in public? At this moment, the toxic effect is slowly taking effect. Ethan Yi noticed the poison taking effect and planned to use the Purple Veil Dan path to suppress the toxic effect before reporting to the Grandmaster. Who knows, the second junior sister's improved version of the poison Dan seems to be completely unable to suppress it. Immediately after that, with a "pu" sound, blood gushed from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Elder Shi quickly spoke when he saw the situation. I said earlier that there was an issue with this Dan. I asked you to wait first, but you just wouldn't listen. Ethan Yi, who was furious, shifted all the blame to Elder Shi. This stupid ring can just be thrown away. The second junior sister is gloating not far away, watching Ethan Yi in a miserable state. Eldest brother, we have succeeded. We no longer need to worry about being harmed by this guy in the future. Ethan Yi, who almost played himself to death, realized at this moment. If he doesn't detox himself soon, he might really not make it through today. So he used his last bit of strength to crawl towards the ring. He, who had put the ring back on, quickly knelt down and begged Elder Shi for help. It was his impulsiveness earlier. Elder Shi saw his regret and no longer dwelt on it. He was taught a set of frozen heart detoxification technique to neutralize the poison of the sevenfold elixir. It must be said that Ethan Yi is indeed the chosen one. Even so, Elder Shi continues to stand by him unwaveringly. Elder Shi saw the atmosphere heating up. So he advised Ethan Yi to leave the Qinglan sect of Immortality as soon as possible, this place of turmoil. Otherwise, the outcome would be even more tragic. But who knew that good intentions would be taken as abuse? Ethan Yi not only did not appreciate it, but also insisted on confronting Blaise Lin. He swore not to avenge this revenge, he pledged not to be human. And he glared at Blaise Lin with his small eyes, causing Blaise Lin to feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Although he didn't understand why he looked at others like that, he seemed very uncomfortable. Is he okay? Fortunately, he didn't kick the bucket. Otherwise, the following plot would be impossible to continue. Truly a man with a protagonist halo. Just lucky. Blaise Lin didn't expect this. It's one thing if the female lead's character setting has some issues. Now even special items, like the sevenfold elixir, can go wrong. Looks like we need some strong medicine. So Blaise Lin took out the stockings stolen from the master, planning to create a scene of social death for himself. He intended to just send away this bad guy directly. It was soon Ethan Yi's turn to go on stage to test his physical fitness. Just as Ethan Yi finished detoxifying, he looked radiant. His arrogant expression seemed like he wanted to beat up 8 people at once. The audience below all cast admiring gazes upwards. Even Elder thinks that Ethan Yi, this young man, possesses exceptional talent. He is a promising seedling. The best way to test one's physical fitness is through dueling. When he found out that his opponent was a chi refining stage loser, Ethan Yi looked disdainful. With just one move, he could easily defeat this opponent. At this moment, Daoist Fatty asked him how he would like to be tested. Ethan Yi, looking arrogant, pointed at Blaise Lin and said, "I want to challenge Celestial One Peak's chief disciple, Blaise Lin. The outcome, as well as life and death, will be decided within 10 moves. If I can't defeat him, I will kowtow and admit defeat. The gentle and kind third junior sister unexpectedly wants to help me, this bad guy's senior brother, regain face. But women yell a lot. They only slow down my progress in the storyline. The protagonist is at the apprenticeship ceremony. It is indicated that he will challenge Blaise Lin, the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak. He even threatened to make Blaise Lin cry for mercy within 10 moves. He would make Blaise Lin kneel on the spot. Upon hearing this, Blaise Lin immediately put on a bad guy expression, despising him as a loser. In fact, he was already thrilled. Finally, he could go out, get slapped in the face, and return to normal. But just as the referee announced the start of the match, a loud shout interrupted the match. "Wait, you are not worthy to face my eldest brother. I will be your opponent." At this moment, Blaise Lin felt like dying. The second junior sister just finished scolding. And now the third junior sister is causing trouble again. And the elders watching from the viewing platform could tell at a glance. The third junior sister is trying to help me regain my prestige. Daoist Fatty sensed that something was wrong when he saw this. Why did this Ethan Yi inexplicably have a grudge with 2 disciples from Celestial One Peak? Just as he was about to intervene, he was stopped by Widow Su beside him. On the arena, Blaise Lin had waited for who knows how long for this battle. He quickly persuaded the third junior sister to step back. This is a duel between men. But when he held the third junior sister's hand, he looked puzzled. Why was the junior sister's hand so hot? When he saw the dense wounds on the junior sister's palm, Blaise Lin finally realized. The junior sister had forcibly cultivated the heavenly sound Guqin Sword Technique Volume 7 Devouring Hard Demon Zither. You should know that Volume 7's Devouring Hard Demon Zither is quasi-dabbling in demonic practices. In the fusion of immortality and demonic practices, although it possesses world-destroying demonic powers, it also inflicts great harm on oneself. In the original story, Ethan Yi was surrounded by the Great Zhou Empress in the underground cave, and even the third junior sister did not use this move. Blaise Lin looked puzzled and asked why the third junior sister had to cultivate this dark technique. The third junior sister's response made me feel embarrassed. She said it was only to become powerful enough to protect eldest brother Yu. Can you please be more awake? She is just a bad guy, but protecting her is also protecting our male lead. Since the third junior sister awakened the celestial Tao memory, she secretly vowed in her heart that it was worth doing anything for eldest brother. She will definitely not let eldest brother be alone this time. Quietly bear all the blame. Only you tried to resist the disaster, Ethan Yi. In my heart, eldest brother, I know you are the true brave hero. Junior sister, the brave hero who defies the plot is you. Senior brother, please stop acting confused here. Just as Blaise Lin was trying to persuade junior sister again, a powerful sword intent swept through the entire scene. The newcomer is none other than Blaise Lin's master, Celestial One Peak's Grandmaster, Seraphina Xiao, the #1 beauty of the East Realm. Phalith, you'd better step down now. How could I, the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak, be afraid of this ordinary man? Master, rest assured. This person dares to provoke me with a life-and-death battle. I will kill him with the snap of a finger to repay your kindness. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the system suddenly popped up. Restoring the bad guy, character profile increases cultivation by 40%. Damn it, this annoying system. Are they afraid that Ethan Yi won't be killed by others? Even Master didn't forget to remind him. Remember what was said to him last night. Find a chance to kill Ethan Yi, if you can kill Ethan Yi. Master has prepared an unexpected reward for you tonight. The battle to the death between the Chosen One and the Chosen Bad Guy will begin shortly. The 4 elders each have their own unique insights on this battle. Only Master is full of confidence in Blaise Lin. I am Seraphina Xiao's disciple. I will be invincible and dominate the field with my skills. And on the arena, Ethan Yi is constantly provoking. He even insinuated that once Blaise Lin is eliminated, he will try his best to join Celestial One Peak in place of him to take good care of the master and junior sister. This shameless face. It makes Blaise Lin unsure who the real bad guy is. Mocking skills, who doesn't have them? You dare to challenge me, Celestial One Peak, today is the day you die. I will not let you off easily. After speaking, Blaise Lin immediately drew his sword and stabbed towards Ethan Yi. Seraphina Xiao had a dark expression on her face and said, "You little brat. I worked hard to transmit sword intent to you last night, but you slacked off." The elder watching the battle also felt that Blaise Lin's behavior was like courting death. Ethan Yi, on the other hand, was full of confidence when he saw this situation. All the flashy moves are just a joke. Look, this air will finish you with one sword. Let's see how you'll face it by then. Who do you think you are, calling yourself the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak? Actually, only Blaise Lin understands in his heart. This sword may look magnificent, but in reality, it only used less than 10% of sword intent. As the protagonist, Ethan Yi cannot possibly not be able to withstand this sword. But just then, the system suddenly popped up again, sending rewards to Blaise Lin once more. Triggering the Divine Sword Technique Thunderstorm Sword Technique. I really don't want this reward. Protagonist, don't come over here. The Chosen One unexpectedly kneels in public to apologize to the bad guy. It turns out Blaise Lin was just pretending. She stabs the male lead with a sword. Unexpectedly, she accidentally triggered a system task. It directly added the thunderstorm sword technique onto her sword. At this moment, Blaise Lin is in a panic, afraid that this one sword will directly take away the protagonist. Everyone is also shocked beyond words by Blaise Lin's earth-shattering sword. However, Widow Su, who knows the plot, feels that this matter is unusual. Clearly, the waste Blaise Lin's aptitude in sword way has become extraordinary overnight. Unless someone is trying to change this cause and effect, forcibly imparting him with powerful skills. When he looked at Seraphina Xiao, it seemed like she understood something. Master, on the other hand, had a submissive look. My dear disciple, is this the first sword technique you created with the immaterial sword body? After the smoke cleared, our chosen one still stood unwavering. Luckily Laozi held back his power at a critical moment. Otherwise the male lead would have been screwed on the spot. The male lead is indeed able to turn danger into safety at critical moments. Just as Blaise Lin was about to bear the wrath of Ethan Yi. The next second, with a loud bang, the chosen one knelt down in front of everyone. He apologized to our bad guy senior brother. He is willing to keep his promise and apologize to your sect. He begs the grandmasters on the stage to save himself. The originally lively competition field fell silent in an instant. It was no easy task for Grandpa to reduce the power of the sword technique to 30%. You, a coward, actually surrendered. At this moment, the elder on the stage made a move. With a casual wave of his hand, he eliminated the fear on the male lead's body. Since Ethan Yi has admitted defeat, let's call it quits. At this moment, Ethan Yi was terrified to the extreme. When he saw the power of Blaise Lin's sword, he knew deep down that he couldn't withstand a second strike. Blaise Lin looked speechless. Is this the so-called divine King Yi who dominates the 9 heavens and 10 realms? But soon, he noticed the 9 netherworld purple flame marten next to Blaise Lin. After Ethan Yi crushed Blaise Lin in the original text, this beast suddenly appeared. It snatched the stockings hidden in Blaise Lin's arms. His appearance indicates that there is still hope for the plot. I came clean. I am the pervert who stole Master's stockings. He was able to dodge it. Ethan Yi's little Martin almost got seriously injured by a single sword strike. Blaise Lin turned around and cursed, looking angrily. I really need to see who dares to ruin my good situation. But what he didn't expect was that the person who made the move was actually his own master. The outcome was already decided. He even tried to command the spirit beast to attack my disciple. How despicable and shameless. As soon as these words were spoken, Ethan Yi was almost drowned in the spittle of the disciples of the cultivation sect. Why did the master also not follow the script and publicly flirt with me? The dog system better hurry up and get the hell out of here. Several female leads have no professional ethics. Ignoring the script is one thing, but now even the male lead is acting like an idiot. How am I, a bad guy, supposed to handle this plot? I don't want to be this bad guy either. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a notification. Detected a drop in the host's mood. The mission may fail at any time. This also left Blaise Lin feeling lost. The masters and junior sisters also cast their suspicious gazes. Didn't eldest brother win? What happened? Now the cultivation is improving. The masters and junior sisters are also treating themselves well. Maybe there's no need to pretend anymore and get along well with them. It's nice to stay in this world. But thinking about my parents and sister surrounding the sickbed makes my heart ache. Blaise Lin, it hurts so much. I still have my parents and sister. I want to go home. As for why since Ethan Yi went up the mountain, the plot and the character setting of master and junior sister have gone off track. For now, we can only take one step at a time. Blaise Lin swears to complete the bad guy life and successfully finish the system tasks. When Elder announced that Blaise Lin was the winner, the second junior sister and the third junior sister ran over with happy faces to congratulate him. Seraphina Xiao also smiled when she saw this scene. She just didn't understand why her 2 female disciples' attitudes had changed. According to the prophecy in the dream, Weren't they supposed to fall in love with that boy, Ethan Yi, and gradually grow to dislike Blaise Lin? Is it possible that Blaise's fate has been completely reversed from this moment on? Has it changed? Watching the disciples getting along harmoniously, as their senior master, she should have felt happy. Why is she feeling so lost now? Blaise Lin also saw this scene. Since they have chosen to continue being the bad guy, they naturally have to uphold the spirit of the bad guy to the end. And the protagonist is releasing emotions frantically on this end. The chosen one, in all his glory, is being rubbed on the ground in humiliation by a bad guy. It's more painful than being killed. Elder Shur stepped forward to advise Ethan Yi, the son of the interloper who snatched your opportunity. He is on par with you. It's better to leave this place of conflict as soon as possible. But just thinking about Blaise Lin, this bad guy being embraced by both sides, makes him furious. Why does the sky always have a faint green tone? Young friend, don't speak. You have almost shocked yourself internally. I will teach you a set of internal techniques to repair your meridians. After that, the male lead sat down to ponder without stopping. Thanks to Elder Shur's help. Otherwise, this heir would have fallen victim to that villain's evil hands. Feeling refreshed and spirited, he once again shifted all the blame to Blaise Lin, swearing that the next time he sees Blaise Lin, he will make him pay. Little did he know that our eldest brother was right behind him. In the next second, eldest brother appeared in front of him, almost scaring the male lead to death on the spot. The male lead asked Blaise Lin in a terrified manner what he wanted to do. Who knew that Blaise Lin would suddenly push him against the wall under the tree? You guess what he wanted to do. Actually, Blaise Lin came this time just to take a look. The character of the male lead seemed to have changed. But he was mistakenly regarded by Ethan Yi as a perverted person who was into both men and women. It was fortunate that the fat, savvy old Dao appeared in time. Blaise Lin looked at this spy, the fat man, with a puzzled expression. What is this old fox up to again? He wasn't so focused on the male lead in the original work. In order not to arouse suspicion, Blaise Lin let go of the male lead under the guise of lending a hand on the pretext of borrowing a mule on a slope. Just as Blaise Lin rejoiced. Although the apprenticeship ceremony did not proceed according to the original plot, it was considered smooth at least to have ended. Who knew that small junior sister suddenly staggered out? And she even had a demonic beast orb around her neck. This demonic beast orb is said to be an accessory of the ancient great god Chi-Yu. It possesses the power to communicate with the heavens. It is an ancestral treasure of the Lu family. This object has the ability to control all spirit beasts below the core formation phase within a radius of thousands of miles. Is this girl really bringing a group of spirit beasts to cause trouble? And with her Yandere appearance, she also frightened eldest brother quite a bit. The cold and aloof master unexpectedly required the bad guy senior brother to massage her jade feet for a lifetime. Even the chosen one doesn't play by the rules. He chooses to be a disciple of Elder Dao's spy. It turns out that just now, small junior sister, with a Yandere expression on her face, led her army of spirit beasts to plan to annihilate the male lead, fleeing far away with eldest brother. That way, eldest brother will belong only to him. At this time, the second junior sister and the third junior sister suddenly appeared, thinking they were there to stop her. It made her feel murderous. Blaise Lin also noticed this, and quickly reached out to pat small junior sister's head to comfort her emotions. Blaise Lin then hurriedly gave instructions. He wanted to have a private chat with small junior sister. He asked the two of them to leave this place first. Since last month, small junior sister's personality has suddenly become cold and aloof, full of hostility towards everything, regardless of the reason for her change. The most important thing now is to stabilize her first. I had intended to use seduction to coax out what she has in mind. I didn't expect that the next moment, small junior sister would confess her love to him in public. Even more so, she threw herself into Blaise Lin's arms, saying she wanted to be with him forever and ever. Which man wouldn't like such a cute and sweet appearance? This sudden confession almost made this bad guy fall for it. Is this the feeling of love? But the next second, the system jumped out. Because he successfully restored the main storyline, rewarding with the Qinglong sword technique manual. Blaise Lin is speechless. This Qinglong sword technique is the key prop for the male lead Ethan Yi to show off. Why was it given to me? On the other side, Ethan Yi is expressing gratitude for the fat old Taoist's rescue. He deeply understands that he made a big fool of himself in the cultivation sect's grand competition this time. I'm afraid that the peaks of the Qinglong sect of Immortality, this chief, won't accept him as a disciple. Eldersher behind him once again advises him to leave this place of controversy. But unexpectedly, the fat old Taoist suddenly appeared halfway, wanting to accept the male lead as his direct disciple, and have him join the Cloud Drift Peak lineage. The male lead, upon hearing this, had a happy expression on his face. He immediately knelt down to pay respect to his new master. To be honest, when you appeared just now, I, as the master, felt that you had the aura of an emperor. Hearing the praises from Fatty Lao Dao, Ethan Yi couldn't be happier. Indeed, it seems that the heavens are still favoring Invincible Yi. Once I enter the Qinglong sect of Immortality, I will seize the opportunity to take revenge on Blaise Lin and eliminate the reckless person who tried to take advantage of me. I will strike with a single sword. Eldersher never expected this. He has been teaching him the ways of immortal cultivation as a disciple, but now he actually took a mortal as his master. Isn't this like publicly slapping his face? In Ethan Ye's heart, Eldersher is nothing but a parasite. Even if his background is different, he still relies on him for survival. The male protagonist's actions have indeed hurt Eldersher quite badly. He gave his all to help him, only to be treated as garbage in the end. Perhaps he made a mistake. In fact, the Son of Destiny is a mysterious being who snatched away Ethan Ye's opportunity. At the same time, the eldest brother, who has returned, is choosing a consort. These outstanding young women have excellent qualifications. They are all very suitable for Celestial Wand Peak. Since the eldest brother has returned, let me take charge of introducing these new disciples. Eldest brother is busy with many tasks. It's not necessary to trouble senior brother with this small matter. Let us take care of this task. At this moment, Caleb appeared to remind Blaise Lin not to forget the invitation from Master for tonight. Upon arriving at Master's small wooden house, Blaise Lin's mind started to grow suspicious. For some reason, he felt that the source of the plot falling apart might be related to Master. Could it be that Master has used some kind of outrageous method? I have already calculated that I will team up with Ethan Yi today. So that's why I specifically transmitted my skills. After all, the sword intent that night was by no means something he did impulsively after drinking. To figure it all out, Blaise Lin gathered his courage and walked into the Master's room. And at this moment, the Master had been waiting for a long time. You performed well today. You have not disappointed me, as your teacher expected. The Master decided to reward you. He slowly stretched out his own jade foot. Good disciple, come and help Master wash his feet. Blaise Lin was speechless. Being called over in the middle of the night just to wash feet. What kind of reward is this? Blaise Lin hesitated for so long. Does Blaise unwilling? Then let me ask you. Since you are unwilling, why did you take my stocking stealthily? Blaise Lin is silly. Master probably already knew. That's why he took Ethan Ye's spirit beast. No wonder he thought it was a reward for me. This is so embarrassing. It's like a social death on the spot. I have to figure out a way to smooth things over. Blaise Lin immediately fetched the foot-washing water and personally massaged his feet. Master desires you to be with me forever. Are you willing to wash my feet every day? Blaise Lin is speechless. What kind of brain circuit is this about washing feet forever? The atmosphere has become awkward at this moment. Serafina shall notice the situation and change the topic. Although you already have the immaterial sword body, today's battle with Ethan Yi. Master thinks that your mastery of sword intent is still lacking a bit. Next month, we disciples of the 5 Peaks, we will go to the underground sword tomb together. As the eldest brother of Celestial Yuan Peak, it's also time for you to have your own intrinsic spiritual sword. Watching Blaise Lin leave, she felt deeply emotional. Just then, a voice interrupted her sadness. The spiritual body named Luna Maiden teased her that she would also have a day troubled by love. Seraphina Shao told him not to be so nosy. You should know my temper. Don't say you're just a remnant soul from the heavenly realm now. Even if you regain your physical body and return to your former state, I can still control you. It turns out that in Seraphina Zhao's spiritual sword Blue Luan, there are a pair of twin phoenixes divine consciousness. Once the sword intent is bestowed upon a man, the divine phoenix will then take up residence in his spiritual sword essence body. If one becomes emotionally attached, it can only be towards that person alone. Otherwise, one will suffer the torment of burning flames scorching the heart. Just now, you asked if he would be willing to spend his entire life by your side. I suppose you have developed genuine feelings for him. Upon hearing this, Seraphina Shao drew her sword directly. The relationship between this deity and her disciple is pure and untainted. How can others tarnish it? But after calming down, he explained to Luna Maiden. You asked me how I knew about your remnant soul, why it was sealed in the forbidden land of Coiled Dragon Abyss, and how I could easily break the seal to rescue you. It's because I can see the future. Ethan Yi, that scoundrel, will later break into the Forbidden Land to ask you to be his master and receive your inheritance. If this child gains power, he will bring irreversible calamity to the Qinglan sect of Immortality. Therefore, I must act before him. After understanding the cause and effect of this, Luna Maiden promised to lend him a helping hand. After all, the Qinglan sect of Immortality was established by her husband himself. She will also work hard to protect this legacy. How awesome is this small junior sister? Starting off with a thunder strike. Discovered that the person is not here. Ended up smelling eldest brother's blanket. Eldest brother was dumbstruck by this bizarre scene. What the heck is going on? Could it be that the third junior sister has been possessed by someone? Why did the female leads have such a significant change in attitude towards the creepy, bad guy, eldest brother? Is it the distortion of human nature or the loss of morality? Today, I must get to the bottom of this. Catch her red-handed. The third junior sister kept sniffing and eventually discovered that there seemed to be something hidden in the quilt. Then she found the secretly taken photos by senior brother and flipped through them. Eldest brother immediately exploded. It's over, it's over. I forgot to put away the images taken yesterday. This is embarrassing. Eldest brother's image is ruined just like that. But the next second, he realized. Isn't he a bad guy? Why care about the image? So eldest brother pushed open the door. Third junior sister, how dare you be so presumptuous? Who allowed you to barge in? Only to see the third junior sister looking shyly at eldest brother, as if she were the gentle treasure girl. It must be unforgivable to see such a despicable and obscene senior brother. Hit me, scold me, it's all fine. It's best to add a reversal threat and lure, to push the bad guy meter to the maximum. The next second, the third junior sister crushed the leaving shadow stone in her hand. If eldest brother has such a hobby, why can't he just look at me alone? Only a fool would have to choose. A normal person would naturally want all of them. And don't misunderstand the third junior sister. Eldest brother is just there to supervise. It's about your cultivation progress. Don't overthink it. As for you, sneaking into senior brother's room in the middle of the night. What exactly are you up to? The third junior sister stammered as she explained. She was worried that the rascal Ethan Yi might harm senior brother during the day, so she came to visit senior brother Blaise Lin. Upon hearing this, senior brother Blaise Lin approached her with a mischievous smile. It's really touching to see her care so much for senior brother. After Blaise Lin was overwhelmed by Ethan Yi in the original work, the third junior sister also brought the fourth junior sister to visit the male lead and apologize. Now, the third junior sister is worried that this bad guy might come visit. Has the plot gone off track again? So he decided to kiss the third junior sister forcefully to confirm whether the plot had gone off track. Seeing the scene where the third junior sister pushed him away, he finally felt relieved. This time, the script was finally played out correctly. But the next second, the third junior sister unexpectedly kissed him back. This sudden reversal caught our eldest brother off guard. He finally felt relieved. This time, the script was finally performed correctly. But the next second, the third junior sister actually took the initiative to kiss. This sudden reversal caught our eldest brother off guard. What is going on? Someone's first kiss was just taken like that. Blaise Lin reacted and pushed the third junior sister away in shock. He even showed a fierce expression and stared at him intently. He is the bad guy, not the male lead. Can you please wake up a bit? But the innocent eldest brother still did not blame him too much. There's no other way. After all, why am I still too kind? Third junior sister saw the situation. With a happy face, she threw herself into eldest brother's arms. I knew eldest brother wouldn't blame me. This time, Blaise Lin did not push him away. Instead, she smiled relieved. Besides understanding them in the book, he witnessed their growth step by step over the past decade. The three crybabies from the past have now all grown up into graceful young ladies. People are not plants. How can they be ruthless without feeling? I may be portraying the persona of the bad guy, eldest brother, on the surface, but I have indeed done a lot of things for these junior sisters behind the scenes. Just now, I heard Phaelus say that I am very kind to her. Does that mean I have really been exposed? No, I must ask her clearly about it. Afterward, he looked serious and asked the third junior sister. Next, senior brother will ask you 3 questions. You must answer truthfully. First question. Have you ever seen the Northern River King's firstborn heir, Ethan Yi, before he worshipped the mountain during the day? The third junior sister was first stunned for a moment. But then she shyly replied with a no. Based on Blaise Lin's understanding of the third junior sister, she never lies. Since she said she has never seen Ethan Yi, then it must be true that they have never met. Eldest brother just asked if I had seen Ethan Yi, and I only knew about him through the script in my mind. So it doesn't count as deceiving senior brother. But the more eldest brother thinks about it, the more something seems wrong. When Ethan Yi challenged me during the day, the third junior sister looked at him with eyes full of hatred. You see, the gaze of someone wanting to harm another person cannot be hidden. Then he asked a second question. How did you feel about this person after seeing Ethan Yi today? When the third junior sister heard this question, her face instantly darkened. Although Phaelus does not know this person. But at first sight today, his demeanor and character were extremely contemptible. He couldn't stand it. Eldest brother was a bit puzzled by this response. He couldn't stand it. Talking further would only arouse eldest brother's suspicion. So she quickly changed the subject. Eldest brother, why don't you ask Phaelus the third question instead? She doesn't want to comment on irrelevant people. The speed of this change of attitude. The third junior sister might have already known Ethan Yi's true colors. It seems like the third junior sister is also hiding something from me. If she really hasn't met Ethan Yi, why would she show such strong hostility? No, I have to find out what the third junior sister thinks of Ethan Yi. So he asked the third junior sister, would you be willing to do me a favor, eldest brother? I want you to go to Cloud Drift Peak and set up a trap for Ethan Yi. Let your eldest brother vent his anger. If you are unwilling, that's fine too. Of course, the purpose of doing this is actually to test the third junior sister's attitude. But what he didn't expect was that the third junior sister not only gladly accepted the task, but also planned to personally kill the male lead. When eldest brother was going to take action, did he need to leave a complete corpse for him? When eldest brother saw this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. Listen to me, senior brother was just joking with you. Oh no, oh no. The charming and lovely third junior sister. he actually used the beauty trap to deal with the Son of Destiny. The male protagonist at this moment is in the rune cultivation level, and has successfully advanced to foundation stage. All credit for this achievement is due to the cultivation level technique taught by our Elder Shur. I have to say, Elder Shur is the most undignified bootlicker I have ever seen. A mighty being of the upper realm was repeatedly hurt by the male lead, yet still chose to forgive him and offer the top-tier cultivation level technique. At that moment, a disciple arrived. Junior Brother Yi was visited by Senior Sister Chu from the Celestial Wan Peak. When he heard that Fei Chu had come, the male protagonist was momentarily stunned. Ignoring Elder Shur's advice, he chose to go. Elder Shur was so angry that he had cursed him in his heart countless times. When the male protagonist arrived at Cloud Drift Peak, he saw the third junior sister who had been waiting for a long time. Senior Sister Chu, I don't know what important matters you have for requesting to meet me late at night. I only saw the third junior sister look shy and said, I came today to apologize to Junior Brother Yi on behalf of my eldest brother. My eldest brother didn't hold back when he acted today and hurt you. I feel sorry for Junior Brother Yi. The male protagonist looked at the third junior sister with a shy look. It was so creepy. In fact, what he didn't know was that the third junior sister would blush whenever she told a lie. After some adjustments, the third junior sister continued her performance. In fact, everything was caused by my eldest brother. He saw junior sister Sakura fall in love with you at first sight and felt jealous. Junior Brother Yi, you are innocent. Of course, all of this is a deception. The third junior sister is so angry, she wants to cut down the male lead right now. Ethan Yi shed tears of excitement at these words. Indeed, this woman understands me. I have a premonition. Starting from tonight, the aura of the beloved child destined to be adored by everyone will return. He moved forward to give the third junior sister a hug of love. However, the third junior sister dodged just in time. Then he made a self-satisfied expression and said, I know Senior Sister Chu didn't mean it. You're just too shy. The third junior sister saw that the timing was right. She suggested taking him out for a good time, as a small way to make amends for eldest brother's behavior. Before the male protagonist could even respond, the third junior sister set off with determination. Ethan Yi then summoned his flying sword upon seeing this. Woman, playing games of cat and mouse with me, I see. I like this game. The third junior sister did not expect that Ethan Yi, a mere martial artist who has just started practicing, could possess such immortal movement technique. She speculated that there must be a master guiding him from behind. How about it, woman? Feeling moved? I have used all my essence force in this move. At this moment, the third junior sister suddenly stopped. She said she wanted to go ahead to the ethereal spring in front to bathe. She asked him to wait here for a moment. Elder Shur reminded him to be careful of deception. The spiritual energy here is abundant. It's like an extremely rare innate stage spirit nexus. Usually, such places are provided to the core disciples within the cultivation sect, and even serve as cultivating treasures for the elders. We should leave quickly. But Ethan Yi, the chosen one, would not leave when faced with such temptation. Every crisis he has encountered has been turned into an opportunity. Half an hour later, Ethan Yi was shivering outside. Why hasn't he come back yet after such a long time? Didn't he say he was going to bathe in the ethereal spring ahead? Maybe I should go over and say hello to him. And at this moment, suddenly, several girls appeared in the sky with a high cultivation level. After some investigation, it turns out that this place is actually the territory of Phoenix Song Peak. He saw the three large characters. Celestial Maiden Pool. He speculated that Fei Chu must be intentionally delaying time, waiting for him to take the initiative to approach. Ethan Yi quickly began searching and finally found a woman bathing in the spiritual pool. He then ran toward the spiritual pool with a lecherous look on his face. Senior Sister Chu, I'm here. But the next second, he was greeted by a face full of bathwater. Which little thief dares to trespass into my Phoenix Song Peak forbidden grounds at Celestial Maiden Pool? Ethan Yi subconsciously swallowed back saliva. It's over. It's really over now. How narcissistic is this male lead? After being caught peeping at someone's younger sister bathing, he chose not to escape. He even took the initiative to approach and strike up a conversation. Is this the sense of superiority that comes from being the protagonist? It turns out that he was stunned on the spot after being caught peeking at the girl taking a shower and getting slapped in the face. Just because he saw a beauty, his old problem of being unable to walk properly came back again. Eldersher told him to get out of the way quickly. This woman has a natural azura battle body with a strong killing intent. Moreover, her strength far exceeds his. The male protagonist, however, believes that Eldersher is overly worrying. He claims that since he was born, he has a special charisma that makes it irresistible for beautiful women to resist him. Even this little wildcat cannot resist his charm. When the male lead approached with confidence to strike up a conversation, the girl directly swung a sword towards him. You dare to smile playfully as a voyeur. You really don't know how to live or die. At this moment, the male lead truly realizes that the girl in front of him is not easy to provoke. This overbearing and fierce sword intent is not something he can resist. This woman truly has murderous intent towards him. Eldersher also looked speechless. When he first met the male lead, he was not so lascivious. In the past, he was full of enthusiasm, but also maintained a calm demeanor. But since meeting the bad guy Blaise Lin, his personality has gradually twisted. This has also led Eldersher to suspect that he may not be the chosen one. Instead, it's Blaise Lin whose destiny is outstanding. He seems more like the person he is looking for. At this time, several junior sisters appeared and recognized Ethan Yi's identity. So Aurelia Zhu ordered the junior sister to take Ethan Yi away first. After reporting this matter to the master, a decision will be made. The third junior sister hiding behind the bushes saw the strategy succeeded and looked very happy. But thinking about how beautiful Aurelia Zhu is and how strong she is, eldest brother asked her to lure Ethan Yi to this place precisely because she understands Aurelia Zhu's temperament and character. Guessing that eldest brother may have a secret admiration for Aurelia Zhu, the third junior sister felt so jealous when she thought about this. Blaise Lin also successfully restored the bad guy image and received many rewards. He even automatically mastered the divine sword technique's dragon summoning sword technique. The next second, he felt that something was not right. How could Ethan Yi have been severely injured by Aurelia Zhu? This shouldn't have happened. According to the original plot, the third junior sister visited Ethan Yi, and they were having a good time chatting, thus accidentally trespassing into Phoenix Song Peak's territory. They got into a fight with Aurelia Zhu. Ethan Yi wasn't injured because the third junior sister intervened. But thinking about it, this might be for the best. With that scumbag male lead Ethan Yi around, don't even think about getting your hands on his treasure in the future. The third junior sister's character is definitely falling apart. Looks like we'll have to follow the storyline of the bad guy eldest brother. Our hopes will have to rest on the other two junior sisters. The next big storyline is the male lead showing off his skills and turning the tables in the Five Peaks martial gathering outside the Sword Tomb. After Blaise Lin checked the items given to him by the system, he was stunned. There are now a total of 87 sacred abilities in all. Is this guy really planning to use these to defeat Ethan Yi and become the male lead himself? Originally planned to delete the cultivation level experience pack. Unexpectedly, this dog system automatically activated the forced upgrade of the cultivation level. He has never seen such shameless system. Not only did it directly elevate his realm to the half-step Golden Dance stage, but it also unlocked new sacred abilities for him. Just then, the third junior sister suddenly pushed the door open and entered. The two locked eyes, and the situation became awkward for a moment. Shyly, the third junior sister shouted through her fingers, "Eldest brother, you pervert!" To truly portray the bad guy character, how could Blaise Lin miss such a great opportunity? just saw him making that icky face towards the junior sister living upstairs. One word. Gross. The bad guy senior brother competes to bring the male protagonist's harem beauties into his embrace. First, the innocent third junior sister actively throws herself into his arms. Now comes the aloof second junior sister, chasing her husband from 1,000 miles away. The feeling of being embraced on both sides is simply too enjoyable. On a quiet night, Blaise Lin brought the third junior sister to Celestial One Peak to enjoy the moon. Watching the beautiful moonlight in the sky, the third junior sister had a happy expression. It turns out the starry sky before our eyes is the gift eldest brother wanted to give me. Blaise Lin told her that this place is Celestial One Peak, the best place for stargazing and moon watching. Every time he couldn't sleep at night, he would come here to enjoy the moon. At this moment, the third junior sister suddenly asked, "Why did eldest brother suddenly think of bringing Ethan Yi to senior sister Zhu to borrow a knife to kill someone?" And she further concluded that Ethan Yi would definitely fall for it, and that senior sister Zhu would definitely make a move to hurt him. Blaise Lin looked embarrassed, saying that he acted purely on intuition. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to claim to know Aurelia Zhu's character so well. In the original work, Aurelia Zhu is endowed with extraordinary talent and carries the ancient Azura battle body. Initially, she completely ignored Ethan Yi, who was frivolous and arrogant. However, in the following plot of the Five Peaks martial gathering, after being unexpectedly defeated by Ethan Yi, who was proud and arrogant, she began to look at him differently. In the Sword Tomb dungeon, the two of them were trapped in the mystic realm. In order to escape, they even cultivated the Qinglan dual sword technique together. But soon Blaise Lin noticed that something was not quite right. Now they met ahead of schedule, and Aurelia Zhu even directly injured the male lead, causing a grudge between them. Will they still be able to cultivate together later on? At this time, the third junior sister suddenly interrupted them. Now that the eldest brother has resolved the knot in his heart, then it's junior sister's turn next. Another sudden scene. Who can resist such a cute the third junior sister? In this tranquil mountain peak, the third junior sister unexpectedly confessed her love to Blaise Lin in public, expressing a desire to be the cultivation level couple of the eldest brother. It is unknown whether the eldest brother is willing or not. Is this the feeling of being moved by the heart? What man would refuse such a lovely junior sister? But at this moment, he must remain calm. He cannot let the benefits cloud his judgment. The most important thing right now is to figure out why the character setting of the third junior sister has changed. Blaise Lin asked shyly, "Isn't your eldest brother sleazy and annoying enough? Remember, within Celestial One Peak, very few people truly like him." The usually gentle and lovely third junior sister looked solemn. She will never forget the first day she entered the mountain, feeling desperate and helpless. It was eldest brother who gave her warmth, and when she accidentally broke the guitar strings at the age of 6, it was eldest brother who stayed up all night to help her fix it. Blaise Lin is speechless. How does the third junior sister know everything? On the surface, she maintains a bad guy image, but secretly she does things that warm your heart. Blaise Lin suspects that maybe it's because they discovered what she had been doing behind their backs. That's why her image changed. Does it mean that at this moment, the third junior sister doesn't actually like the bad guy Blaise Lin in the book, but rather her current self? Before Blaise Lin could react, the third junior sister actually took the initiative to throw herself into eldest brother Lu Jin's arms. "Eldest brother, are you willing to accept Phaelitha's feelings?" Blaise Lin was about to respond, but was kissed again by the third junior sister. And this embarrassing scene happened to be witnessed by the arriving second junior sister. The three of them were instantly stunned in place. Blaise Lin saw the situation and decided to go all out today. Before the second junior sister could refuse, she was pulled into his arms. Indeed, being the bad guy is the most enjoyable thing. Actually, Blaise Lin's heart was filled with panic. To fully portray the bad guy character, Blaise Lin plans to first get everyone drunk. Just look at the junior sister's expressions. Why do I have an ominous feeling? The male lead's harem beauties are planning to force themselves on the bad guy senior brother. It turns out that eldest brother's secret had long been discovered by the second junior sister. The second junior sister has been destitute since childhood. Later, she was brought back to Celestial One Peak by Master and accepted as a disciple. The second junior sister diligently cultivates daily in order to become stronger and seek revenge to avenge past grievances as soon as possible. Blaise Lin only used to bully the second junior sister when they were young. Every time the junior sister practiced swordsmanship, Blaise Lin would snatch away her sword. Even when caught, they still had a defiant look on their face. Just saying it's to play with her sword. Her sword is clunky and heavy. She doesn't want it at all. The second junior sister's hands are also covered in scars from practicing swordplay excessively every day. Actually, eldest brother does this just because he can't bear to see her getting hurt. After slipping away, when eldest brother passed by the third junior sister's room, he found the third junior sister crying in the room. It turns out she was sad because the string of the musical instrument broke. Eldest brother stepped forward and admitted that he secretly cut the string of the musical instrument. The reason is that the third junior sister played the musical instrument too little, which disturbed him and made it difficult for him to sleep at night. When the third junior sister found out that the strings were intentionally damaged by the eldest brother, she burst into tears. Seeing this, the eldest brother took out the music score she had always wanted as an apology gesture. Who knew that the content of the music score turned out to be blank? Our eldest brother has been mischievous since he was young. Even in his dreams, the third junior sister keeps thinking about her strings, continuously cursing "you bad egg" eldest brother in his mouth. Eldest brother also expressed helplessness about this. In order to maintain his bad guy image, he has no choice but to apologize to his junior sisters, in order to prevent third junior sister from getting too hurt. Blaise Lin repaired the strings overnight. When getting up in the morning and seeing the repaired strings by the bed, the third junior sister finally revealed a long-lost smile. But when he sobered up, he found himself tied up, only to see the second junior sister looking at him with a Yandere expression on her face. Blaise Lin didn't expect that he would black out. 1 second he was watching stars and moon with two junior sisters. The next second he was tied up by the junior sisters. What the heck happened? Eldest brother, look at our faileth junior sister, so easily getting drunk after just a few drinks. It seems only little Grace can accompany senior brother until he gets drunk. My kind and gentle eldest brother, you must have worked so hard acting all these years. Is it possible that your acting skills have long been seen through by the second junior sister? How awesome is the token of affection from the second junior sister. He will use his personal belongings as tokens of affection. Eldest brother, who was pushed down, looked shy. The second junior sister then said, "Now senior brother doesn't have to hide anymore. Your secret, we knew it long ago." Eldest brother looked at the second junior sister with a Yandere expression, scared to death. I don't like this kind of twisted love. But when he thought of himself as a bad guy, he brewed something up and started his own performance. Second junior sister, you are bold. Aren't you afraid that senior brother will lose his temper tonight? Do you know that when senior brother goes crazy, even he himself is afraid? In fact, the second junior sister has seen through everything. Clearly, you are kind and gentle at heart, yet you are working hard to play the role of a lewd and obscene person. Eldest brother, you are really too cute. Who knew that the next second, the second junior sister actually went for a strong kiss? Blaise Lin is speechless. This is really unexpectedly surprising. With a slight drunken feeling, the second junior sister actually took off her stockings and covered Blaise Lin's eyes with them. Since eldest brother stole master stockings, he must really like girls' clothes. This is something specially given to eldest brother as a token of love. Blaise Lin is speechless. How did she know that someone took master's things? Blaise Lin guessed it from the very beginning in this dimension. The timeline has been completely shattered from the start of the story. Everything is the choice of fate's door. At this moment, the second junior sister, who had been brewing a sneeze for a long time, finally sneezed it out. At this point, she seemed to sober up a bit as she watched this embarrassing scene. Hastily explaining that she was feeling a bit dizzy from the drink just now, which is why she unintentionally offended eldest brother. Blaise Lin looked speechless. The atmosphere was already so tense. You let me down. At this time, the second junior sister solemnly explained the purpose of this visit. That is, at next month's 5 Peaks Martial Gathering, each peak will finalize the participants for the competition. She requested that Blaise Lin not participate in the competition like in the previous session. Instead, she proposed that the 3 sisters represent the celestial 1 peak. If that Ethan Yi dares to provoke eldest brother again, she will personally step in to teach him a lesson. Upon hearing this, eldest brother firmly rejected the suggestion, stating that as the first disciple, he couldn't hide behind a few junior sisters. He threatened that if Ethan Yi dared to be arrogant again, he would personally come forward and beat him until he no longer recognized himself. Even as he left, he couldn't help but show off a little, indicating that he now has no rivals. Blaise Lin had already secretly vowed that this time at the 5 Peaks Martial Gathering, he would seize the opportunity to successfully slap Ethan Yi in the face. After all, this was such a good opportunity. How could he allow the plot to collapse again? Watching the back of eldest brother as he leaves. Indeed, eldest brother refused. In other words, senior brother will really end up, like what the celestial Tao memory prophesied, competing with Ethan Yi and heading down the path of no return. But thinking about the apprenticeship ceremony during the day, where eldest brother overwhelmed Ethan Yi with one sword strike, reversing the wheel of fate. She has confidence in eldest brother. The upcoming 5 Peaks Martial Gathering will definitely rewrite destiny once again. Looking at the third junior sister, who had long been drunk and unconscious, she sighed. Junior sister, oh junior sister, as long as you don't compete with senior sister for eldest brother in the future, senior sister will still cherish you. I hope we won't end up becoming enemies one day. The chosen one almost died at the hands of his harem beauties. The male lead who was deceived finds himself locked in a dark dungeon. At this moment, Ethan Yi is like a lost dog, blaming everything on Blaise Lin. If he hadn't sent Fela Chu to use seduction tactics, how could he end up like this? At this moment, Elder Sher told him to stop barking like a dog. A powerful near-divine transformation expert has arrived. It looks like they are going to execute you, Enforcement Hall Supreme Elder. The next second, with a bang, the prison door was kicked open directly. The person who came was Widow Su's firstborn heir Yi. Finally, you have fallen into my hands. Tell me, how do you want to die? Seeing the menacing presence of Mia Su, the male protagonist trembled in fear, and quickly sought help from Elder Sher to save his life. This woman really intends to harm herself. Elder Sher remained silent upon being approached. So Ethan Yi began to threaten. You now reside as a remnant soul within me. If I die, you will be left with nothing. If you save me today, I will follow your lead in everything from now on. Mia Su looked at the male lead's disgusting face and felt extremely repulsed. With the great destiny bestowed upon him in her memory, stirring up the fate of Qinglan's sect of immortality and even the entire central continent, could it be that he is nothing more than a cowardly and greedy individual? You crazy woman. You are using tricks that do not belong to the immortal sect spells, but rather those of a demon cultivator. At this point, Mia Su is already approaching a state of madness. Forget about celestial Tao memory and tragic endings. Today, she is going to turn the tables on the male lead. Just as the male lead is about to bite the dust, Elder Sher suddenly made a move and rescued the male lead from Mia Su's hands. Mia Su also guessed the identity of the person who rescued Ethan Yi. It should be the mysterious master mentioned in Memories. Unfortunately, the script only outlined a rough future landscape. The background of the master behind Ethan Yi has never been revealed. Thinking about the upcoming 5 Peaks Martial Gathering, the consequences would be unimaginable if Ethan Yi is not stopped. Reflecting on Blaise Lin's actions in the screenplay, he was supposed to be a tragic minor character, but he changed his own destiny at the apprenticeship ceremony. Speculation: Blaise Lin is the key piece that changes the entire situation. Miyasu showed a Yandere-like expression. She vowed to firmly grasp Blaise Lin in her own hands this time. At this moment, the male lead is frantically fleeing. Elder Shi is on the side continuing to advise him. Seizing this opportunity to leave the Qinglan sect of immortality, as the Son of Destiny, there will be no shortage of opportunities in the future. After achieving great accomplishments and proving the Tao as a divine king, wouldn't it be wonderful to return here and destroy the Qinglan sect of immortality? The male lead stopped in his tracks, and declared himself as the Son of Destiny. Anyone who opposes him will die. Otherwise, it would not be fitting for the Son of Destiny. You and I are just taking what we need. There's no need to speak so grandly of oneself. Elder Shi, feeling helpless, could only bow his head again. He then asked the male protagonist what his plan was next. And the male protagonist naturally planned to tell Taoist Yuan Yi about Blaise Lin and Feila Chu's plot to frame him, in order to make Blaise Lin pay the price for it. Elder Shi then reminded Ethan Yi about Taoist Yuan Yi. With a hint of ancient breath of the Dark Fiend, this person might be one of the spies planted by the 8 demonic cultivation sects within the righteous path. Upon hearing this, Ethan Yi burst into laughter. He happened to form an alliance with this guy to destroy the Qinglan sect of immortality. As long as he sends a letter, his non-blood-related beautiful younger sister Alicia Yi will lead the 800,000 Northern Gale elite cavalry to cooperate with the Dark Sect forces to completely destroy the Qinglan sect of immortality in one fell swoop. At this moment, Elder Shi is utterly disappointed in the male protagonist. Unable to distinguish between good and evil, this child is beyond help now. Later, he thought of that person, the one hiding in the Qinglan sect of immortality to intercept Ethan Yi's destiny. Perhaps it would be a good idea to cling onto this person's thigh. The Son of Destiny unexpectedly pulled out the Sword of Darkness by a fluke. The protagonist, who escaped unexpectedly, arrived at the Sword Tomb Mystic Realm. Elder Shi recognized this place at a glance. The Sword Tomb Mystic Realm is specifically used by the Qinglan sect of immortality to forge the intrinsic spiritual sword for their disciples, and it only opens once every 10 years. Upon hearing this, the male protagonist understood that there are very powerful weapons inside. Elder Shi was excited and told Ethan Yi that if he could successfully obtain a sword, it would be a qualitative improvement to the cultivator's own strength. That's why so many people want to join the Qinglan sect of immortality every year. Elder Shi sensed a mysterious and pure power within the sword tomb and speculated that it might be a great opportunity for Ethan Yi inside. Ethan Yi's face lit up with excitement at the words. 1 second he was being chased by someone, and the next second he encountered such an opportunity. This is truly befitting of his identity as the Chosen One. But at this moment, Elder Shi suddenly stopped him. It was only because he was afraid of the many dangers inside the sword tomb. With his current ability, entering would be a dead end. Ethan Yi believed that the sword tomb, which had been closed for years, opened because of his arrival. This was obviously a specially set opportunity for him. With this opportunity, he would definitely be able to crush Blaise Lin under his feet. In the end, Ethan Yi ignored Elder Shi's advice and entered the sword tomb anyway. Through their continuous exploration, Elder Shi finally found the source of that mysterious power. At the moment of opening the stone door, Ethan Yi rushed in quickly. What caught his eye was a strange sword of darkness inserted on top of the coffin. Elder Shi couldn't understand why there would be a demon race weapon in the celestial sect. But Ethan Yi didn't care about those. Only such demonic weapons are worthy of my identity. At this time, Elder Shi once again stopped Ethan Yi from acting recklessly. He reminded him that the Sword of Darkness has an extremely evil suppression seal. The situation must have a significant hidden truth behind it. It's not something he can handle. When Ethan Yi heard this, he glared fiercely at Elder Shi behind him. He can't handle it. Then do you think the person who stole his destiny from the Qinglan sect of immortality can handle it? Elder Shi reluctantly told him that compared to the current situation of destiny, that person may indeed have a chance. The male lead was immediately furious upon hearing this. Why can he do it, but not me? Today, I will show you who is the true chosen one. When Ethan Yi pulled out the sword of darkness, a swarm of demonic aura rushed out from the coffin. Elder Shi also felt the presence of the celestial realm at that moment. At this moment, Ethan Yi has already reached a state close to madness. He proclaimed that this was the great opportunity specially created for him to turn the tables. It was just around the corner. The next second, Seraphina Xiao appears in front of the male lead. At this moment, Ethan Yi is completely lost. How could Blaise Lin's master be here? Seraphina Xiao then slowly spoke. You can indeed lift the seal. It's not in vain that I led you here. And Blaise Lin looked at the cracked teacup. A bad premonition surged in an instant. The protagonist of the feel-good novel, the Son of Destiny, is so noble. All the women in the world should adore him. But now all of this has become eldest brother, the bad guys. In fact, in the previous life, Ethan Yi pulled out the sword of darkness. Grandmaster Matriarch Luna Maiden of the Qinglan sect of immortality then appeared and imparted the ancestral power of the Qinglan sect of immortality to the male lead as a reward for helping her lift the seal. After that, Ethan Yi revealed his true identity. The current Qinglan sect of immortality has fallen to this point. It's all thanks to him. At this point, the male lead no longer conceals his intentions. He declared that as long as Master brings along the senior sisters and obediently submits to him, he will help protect the Qinglan sect of immortality. Otherwise, he will annihilate the Qinglan sect. The time has come before Ethan Yi enters the sword tomb. Seraphina Xiao follows the celestial Tao memory to the location of the sword of darkness. She does not understand who she is sealing the Luna Maiden here. But no matter what the purpose is, since she already knows in advance, naturally, it cannot be as Ethan Yi wishes. This sword of darkness is Ethan Yi's opportunity, so she must take it away in advance. In this way, Ethan Yi's life will come to a halt. But Seraphina Xiao tried everything she could. The sword of darkness remained unaffected. Indeed, only the chosen one can pull out the sword of darkness. So she came up with a plan. That is, to lead Ethan Yi into the sword tomb to pull out the sword of darkness, and then intercept him halfway. This way, all of Ethan Yi's efforts will be in vain. When the time came for Ethan Yi to pull out the sword of darkness, Seraphina Xiao also made a grand appearance at this moment. Elder Shi quickly reminded the male protagonist of the dangerous situation and asked him to quickly escape from this place of controversy. Who knew that the male protagonist's eyes lit up? He took the opportunist Seraphina Xiao, who appeared out of nowhere, as his opportunity. Elder Shi is speechless. You really are incorrigible. Faced with such charm and beauty, even as the chosen one, Master is also tempted. At this moment, Ethan Yi is secretly thinking, as long as he can conquer Seraphina Xiao, Blaise Lin, that fraud, will have to submit. Just as he was daydreaming, Seraphina Xiao threw him out in one swift motion. And mock Ethan Yi to have some self-awareness. The only way to earn a glance from Seraphina Xiao is to be her disciple Blaise Lin. As for you, what are you even in this equation? At this moment, Ethan Yi's heart has been so devastated that he is no longer recognizable. Clearly, he is the chosen one and all women in the world should be admiring him. But why did everything turn into Blaise Lin's hands? Elder Shi asked Ethan Yi to escape quickly. He already sensed that Seraphina Xiao had murderous intent. But Ethan Yi doesn't seem to have figured out the situation yet. Believing himself to be the chosen one, he would never easily retreat. Who knew that the next moment, he was sent flying several meters away by Seraphina Xiao. And at this moment, Seraphina Xiao only had one thought. That is to destroy Ethan Yi and rewrite the fate of the Qinglan sect of immortality. Who knows, Just as the long sword was about to strike Ethan Yi, protected by celestial Tao, once again turned danger into safety. And struck by heavenly thunder, Seraphina Xiao was seriously injured. The Son of Destiny was actually turned into a pig's head by Master. Even Eldersher in the ring was dragged out and given a beating. Just as Seraphina Xiao was about to resolve the male lead with one sword, surprisingly received the blessing of celestial Tao. The thunderstrike inflicted severe injuries. At this moment, the male protagonist feels energetic again. I must be the chosen one to be targeted. It seems like I'm in trouble now. Thinking about the humiliation from Seraphina Xiao earlier, he will surely avenge himself today. Otherwise, can he still be considered a man? Seraphina Xiao is also here at this moment, struggling to stand up with her heavily injured body. Even though she is covered in injuries, she still wants to take down Ethan Yi. However, every time she tries to harm Ethan Yi, she will be protected and punished by the celestial Tao. At this moment, Ethan Yi looks sly. Give up, Immortal Lord Xiao will make sure you die miserably. Then he reached out his devil's claw to Seraphina Xiao. Seraphina Xiao felt extremely self-blame and unwillingness in her heart. In the end, she was still unable to protect her precious disciple, who knew that just as Ethan Yi was about to succeed, the jade pendant she carried with her suddenly lit up. The protection of the celestial Tao unexpectedly dissipated. At this moment, Eldersher hurriedly reminded Ethan Yi to be careful. The heavenly thunder has been resolved. But Ethan Yi remained calm. And he warned Seraphina Xiao that if she dared to assassinate him, there would be second and third heavenly punishments coming her way. He declared that no one in this world could stop him now. And Seraphina Xiao this time did not intend to kill Ethan Yi. Even though she couldn't kill him, does it mean she couldn't hit him either? Then she fiercely kicked Ethan Yi, venting her dissatisfaction. At this moment, Ethan Yi has been beaten up and turned into a pig's head. It's really unbearable to look at. Before leaving, erase the memory of today from Ethan Yi's mind. But just as Seraphina Xiao is about to leave, suddenly she turned back and came back. She almost forgot about you, old man. Eldersher is really pitiful. Following the Son of Destiny comes with consequences. He gets beaten up 9 times out of 10. I would call him the most pitiful angel investor. The Luna Maiden also appeared at this time on her own initiative. They originally intended to lure Ethan Yi here in advance to kill him without a trace. However, unexpectedly, the celestial Tao of the Chosen One actually protected Ethan Yi to this extent. Fortunately, the jade pendant on Seraphina Xiao's body blocked the heavenly tribulation for her. And this jade pendant was given to Seraphina Xiao by Blaise Lin when she was young. It seems that destiny has changed. Luna Maiden speculates that the only one who can stop Ethan Yi is Blaise Lin. For now, the only plan is to pave the way for Blaise Lin before the story unfolds. They must quickly prepare the path for Blaise Lin to follow. The innocent and naive 4th junior sister unexpectedly stormed into the room of the bad guy senior brother. Eldest brother looked him over. At this moment, inside the dormitory of the advanced disciples of Celestial Yuan Peak, eldest brother is taking a bath in the room. He didn't expect that the 2nd junior sister has quite a hidden depth. She looks pure and noble with a mature charm. But he didn't expect she has 2 different sides. He was planning to take a nap after bathing. The 4th junior sister suddenly barged in. Eldest brother's master asked her to inform you to go to Dragon Head Peak, where Ethan Yi is accusing you in front of the true master of the sect, crying and accusing you of colluding with the 3rd senior sister. Blaise Lin then realized that he seemed to be not wearing clothes. He was so embarrassed on the spot. But when faced with indecision, bad guy literature. Anyway, being a bad guy, what is there to fear? So, he started to tease the 4th junior sister. But the innocent and naive 4th junior sister doesn't understand Blaise Lin's sweet talk at all. Blaise Lin is also speechless. If the 2nd junior sister and the 3rd junior sister were here, they would probably have blushed by now. She really doesn't understand anything. Indeed, she is the most innocent and pure angel in the original work. In order to portray the bad guy character, he actually said such shameless words to the innocent small junior sister. It's truly heart-wrenching. Then he quickly asked small junior sister to leave the room. He would change his clothes first. Small junior sister, who closed the door, had a Yandere-like expression on her face. Eldest brother has a great figure. She swore to eliminate Ethan Yi at the Five Peaks martial gathering at all costs, and get eldest brother no matter what. On the other side, Aurelia Zhu, who was sleeping, also awakened to the celestial Tao memory at this moment. In her memory, countless disciples of the Qinglan sect of immortality were killed or injured. However, Ethan Yi told her to hurry and save Seraphina Xiao and the other junior sisters. Aurelia Zhu is extremely disgusted by the hypocritical male lead. If it weren't for Ethan Yi deliberately delaying the time along the way, how could the Qinglan sect of immortality end up in such a situation? Now only Master Uncle Xiao and the three junior sisters are fighting fiercely. To save Master Uncle Xiao and the junior sisters of Celestial Wan Peak. Even though she is unwilling to associate with Ethan Yi, she still opened the sect protecting formation with him. Your junior sister has survived. But her master and junior sisters all died tragically. Just when Ethan Yi thought his plan was flawless. Little did he know about Seraphina Xiao and the junior sisters. He has already seen through his hypocritical face. A knock on the door also startled Aurelia Zhu awake from her sleep. It turns out that Ethan Yi is now accusing her of conspiring with the third senior sister of Celestial Wan Peak. Therefore, the sect leader has asked her to go to Dragon Head Peak for a confrontation. Aurelia Zhu, who has now awakened the celestial Tao memory, also silently swears in her heart. She will definitely not let this damned Ethan Yi off the hook. The only thing she is puzzled about now is who Blaise is as mentioned by Master Uncle Xiao. The aloof and unrivaled junior sister Zhu unexpectedly harbors feelings for the bad guy's senior brother. She even took the initiative to stand up for Blaise Lin. Outside the Dragon Head Peak Palace at this moment, small junior sister asked Blaise Lin to go in quickly, so as to prevent Ethan Yi from adding fuel to the fire inside. Just then, a voice called out and stopped Blaise Lin. The newcomer, chief disciple Aurelia Zhu from under Widow Su of Phoenix Song Peak, was also called over to confront. In the original work, Aurelia Zhu is actually the male protagonist, a harem beauty he worked hard to charm. Just saw eldest brother looking lecherous, gazing at Aurelia Zhu in black stockings in front of him. This made the small junior sister beside him furious to the point of wanting to die. Aurelia Zhu's feelings towards Ethan Yi in the original work. It seems that she wants to discuss countermeasures. How to successfully rescue Ethan Yi. Who knows that Aurelia Zhu is also playing by her own rules. She accuses Ethan Yi of being overly bold, illegally entering the Celestial Maiden Pool. As the chief disciple, we must join forces to punish this person severely. It's best to make sure he can never turn over a new leaf. Upon hearing this, Blaise Lin directly froze in place. But then he expressed that he conducts himself with honesty and integrity. Although Ethan Yi is guilty, he will be judged by the strict rules of the cultivation sect. He also requested Aurelia Zhu not to kick him when he's down. The small junior sister behind looked unhappy. When did eldest brother become so righteous and glorious? Eldest brother didn't dare to linger, and quickly took off with small junior sister. Afraid of getting into another argument with Aurelia Zhu, and making the plot even more absurd. Aurelia Zhu felt shy as she watched eldest brother leave. She didn't expect eldest brother to be so upright and uncompromising, quite different from what she had imagined. At the same time, in the main hall of the Celestial Sky Palace, the Grandmasters of each peak have already gathered. When Blaise Lin arrived, Ethan Yi immediately began to act. Seeing this scene, Blaise Lin was speechless. The once decisive Divine King Yi in the original story was actually defeated by this lackey bad guy. He knelt down and cried bitterly in front of the spy from the dark sect. Now, All Blaise Lin can do is try his best to keep this guy alive until the Five Peaks Martial Gathering. Later, Ethan Yi was given an international hand signal. And he also sensed that destiny's aura of the Chosen One during the eye contact with the male lead just now. There was no strong oppressive force. Could it be that his own destiny is beginning to wane? At this time, the sect leader asked Blaise Lin why Phaela Chu was not present. Blaise Lin replied that the third junior sister practiced the piano excessively last night. She hurt her heart channels, so she is resting in the dormitory. Shortly after that, he began to interrogate Blaise Lin about whether he instructed Phaela Chu to trick Ethan Yi into going to the Celestial Maiden Pool. Blaise Lin is speechless. How should he explain to clear his name without causing harm to Ethan Yi? Master Pang reassured Ethan Yi to rest assured. With the relationships he has built up over the years within the sect, if no one stands up for Blaise Lin today, he will undoubtedly die. Who knew that the next second, Widow Su actually stepped forward. She said that if Seraphina Xiao didn't show up today, she would stand in for her and personally support Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin was deeply moved at this moment. Ethan Yi's face was full of unwillingness. He hated it. Why does this fraud Blaise Lin have such good luck? And at this moment, he also had a bold guess. Blaise Lin couldn't be the one that Elder Shi mentioned, could he? The heir of the multiverse, who stole his destiny? Subsequently, Widow Su joined Blaise Lin in the main hall and echoed his statements. Widow Su originally intended to help mitigate Blaise Lin's situation. However, she unexpectedly admitted that she had sent the third junior sister to apologize to Ethan Yi on his behalf last night. Because Blaise Lin was well aware that the third junior sister would most likely encounter other disciples from Cloud Drift Peak when she went to find Ethan Yi on that night, he thought it was better to openly admit it rather than be evasive. But Blaise Lin then explained his true intentions. He just wanted the third junior sister to help him ease the resentment between himself and Ethan Yi. Unexpectedly, the third junior sister hurriedly found him with an anxious expression. She said she had accidentally lost sight of Ethan Yi, and despite searching everywhere, they couldn't find Ethan Yi's figure. This impressive reverse manipulation not only made everyone believe it was a misunderstanding but also attracted the admiring eyes of the disciples. Treating subordinates, who had lost with warmth, like a spring breeze. Chief Disciple Lin is truly a noble gentleman. This has really annoyed the male lead on the side. Clearly, it was a deliberate scheme to set him up. Now, it has turned into coming to apologize. Widow Su exploded on the spot upon hearing this. This really frightened Ethan Yi, making him shiver uncontrollably. Fortunately, Fat Lao intervened to defuse the situation. Widow Su then asked Blaise Lin, who could testify for him and his junior sister. Blaise Lin was also unable to answer for a moment. But at this moment, in the past life, the male lead of Harem Beauties, Aurelia Zhu, suddenly stood up to testify for Blaise Lin. The Son of Destiny actually apologized to the bad guy senior brother, who knew that the next second he would be knocked out on the spot by Master. Just now, junior sister Zhu suddenly stood up to prove for Blaise Lin. When detaining Ethan Yi, indeed saw him at Celestial Wan Peak. Junior sister Chu asked other disciples if they had seen Ethan Yi. This statement directly proves this whole thing is a misunderstanding. Aurelia Zhu has never met Blaise Lin, but in Celestial Dao memory, she learned that he has unique insight. He was the first to see through the hypocritical nature of Ethan Yi. Therefore, she plans to take advantage of the situation before it unfolds, fighting side by side with eldest brother to send Ethan Yi to hell. Ethan Yi was furious upon hearing this, accusing them of being in cahoots. He then showcased his acting skills, earnestly pleading with the Grandmaster and elders present to intercede on his behalf. Blaise Lin looked delighted at the scene. This young man, with a mischievous spirit, unexpectedly knows how to step up and help in critical moments. Unfortunately, you are still too young. I only see Blaise Lin transforming from his usual self into a righteous light. Junior Brother Yi, I know you are emotional and speaking without restraint. However, You cannot frame the innocent just because you have suffered grievances. How can you forge a pure and righteous heart in this way? This exaggerated performance has successfully captivated the onlookers in the audience. Ethan Yi, who was about to defend himself again, was silenced by old Dao's intervention. He could only wear a dark expression on his face. Let Ethan Yi admit that this incident was an accident. The enmity today shall be repaid in blood in the future. So the chubby old Taoist also helped smooth things over by coming up with an excuse. He explained that the whole thing was just a misunderstanding. And he made Ethan Yi swallow his pride, take the initiative to shake hands, and apologize. Ethan Yi looked unwilling. Clearly, he was the only victim in this incident. He was even mocked like a pig. In the end, he still had to apologize to this fraud. But a real man can bend and stretch. Although feeling reluctant and helpless, he still apologized publicly to Blaise Lin in the end. Blaise Lin saw that things had finally come to an end. So, he decided to shake hands and make peace. Who knew that the next second, Ethan Yi was knocked out by Master on the spot. Seraphina Xiao quickly came to Blaise Lin's side. She declared that as long as she was present today, no one from the Qinglan sect of Immortality dared to harm Blaise Lin in the slightest. Ethan Yi is speechless. Why is it always himself getting injured? Blaise Lin quickly explained to Master that it was all a misunderstanding. Just now, Ethan Yi was coming over for a handshake to make amends. Seraphina Xiao, looking embarrassed, hurriedly took Blaise Lin back to Celestial Luan Peak. Small junior sister was left alone here. Small junior sister looked displeased. Master's arrival made senior brother lose his focus. It was clear that senior brother arrived first. Several grandmasters noticed that Seraphina Xiao was becoming increasingly unruly. So they decided to send someone to discipline her. Widow Su directly volunteered herself. Coincidentally, she highly appreciated Blaise Lin's nephew disciple's talent. She also knew her junior sister's temperament very well. She decided to take care of this matter herself. Widow Su knows well that if she doesn't step in now, Blaise Lin might be taken away by Seraphina Xiao. She will never allow the prey that's in her hands to fly away again. The bad guy senior brother actually confessed his feelings to Master in public. Master was overjoyed by this sudden confession as well. After proving his innocence, Blaise Lin was immediately taken back to Celestial Luan Peak by Master. Blaise, we are finally back home. No need to be afraid of others bullying you. At this moment, Blaise Lin was speechless to the extreme. I'm freaking out about you crazy altering the storyline. KO the son of destiny without hesitation. Master seems to be unhappy. Blaise Lin quickly explains. He is so happy to be alive after that disaster. Seraphina Xiao knows his discontent well. She feels that today she went too far as a teacher. Her mood also became exceptionally low. Blaise Lin also erupted at this moment. I feel that Seraphina Xiao was a bit extreme today. Although Ethan Yi is not a good person, he really did not intend to harm others. Master indiscriminately beat him severely. After Blaise Lin spoke these sincere words, she felt anxious. She was prepared long ago to be slapped away by Master. Master unexpectedly had no reaction. Instead, he stood in place and started crying bitterly. Seraphina Xiao never expected this in her lifetime. She never cared about anyone's opinions, but Blaise Lin regarded her in such a way. Today, she just wanted to protect her beloved disciple Che. Is there anything wrong with that? Thinking of what Luna Maiden said before, could it be true that Blaise Lin really has no feelings for her at all? But today, let our fate stop at the master-disciple relationship. Without illusions, there will be no hurt. Who knew that when she was heartbroken, Blaise Lin suddenly hugged her from behind? What bad guy senior brother ascending to immortality plot collapse? Let's put that aside for now. Master's kindness is vast. If one cannot be grateful, then what's the difference compared to a salted fish? Later, Blaise Lin spoke out about the question that Master asked him that day. Eldest brother could only be seen expressing deep affection, saying that he is willing to spend his whole life accompanying Master until eternity. Master was also taken aback by this sudden confession. It was unexpectedly charming. He didn't expect Blaise Lin, this kid, to be so good at flirting. Blaise Lin is like a little girl when she sees Master happy. He swears that he will not let Master shed tears again before ascending to immortality. Inside the Lotus Cave Mansion, Seraphina Shao solemnly instructed Blaise Lin to dominate the Five Peaks martial gathering and make a name for himself in the entire East Realm cultivation level world. Eldest brother was speechless to the extreme. Master has started changing the script again. Blaise Lin couldn't help but mock himself. The disciple's aptitude is ordinary. It seems that he cannot become a generation's pride in this lifetime. Seraphina Shao looked at him nonchalantly. She was quite angry. Learning about what Blaise Lin was thinking in her heart also deeply touched her. So she took the initiative to offer to help Blaise Lin change completely. This way, he can last longer and accompany her and the three junior sisters. This method may require Seraphina Shao to pay a small price. In the original text, it was mentioned that Master is the reincarnation of the Celestial Realm Eclipse Sword Emperor. Does Master really need to bestow upon himself a set of big cosmic creation, since he is already on the verge of becoming an immortal? So, he really does not need it. So he quickly took out fine wine to change the subject. Master, this is one of the top 10 rare fairy brews. Mirror flower, pure brew. Today we won't leave until we're drunk. Fortunately, having such a prop saved him from disaster. Indeed, fine wine is Master's true love. The bad guy, Senior Brother, unexpectedly did such a sweet thing for Master. He even sneaked a kiss on Master while leaving. In the previous life, Eldest Brother was at the Five Peaks martial gathering. Because of dissatisfaction with being humiliated by the male Li before, Eldest Brother secretly took the Master's eclipsing Black Lotus with the intention of regaining his reputation. Who knew that he was discovered by Master? Master reprimanded Blaise Lin for daring to embezzle the eclipsing Black Lotus and attack fellow disciples. It's really disappointing for the teacher. Blaise Lin quickly explained that Ethan Ye's words should not be trusted. Master is already extremely disappointed with Blaise Lin and has taken him to the cliff of regret to reflect. Although Blaise Lin is filled with all kinds of resentment, what hurts him the most is Master's attitude towards him. What Blaise Lin doesn't know is that Seraphina Shao pardoned his mistake on the condition of imparting sword intent. Who knew that when she arrived at the cliff of regret, she found her beloved disciple had already perished here. Whenever she thinks about everything that happened in the past life in her dreams, she can't help but shed tears. Blaise will definitely not let the previous tragedy happen again, this time as a master. Blaise Lin didn't expect the system reward of fine wine. It's so effective. Even Master, the wine lover, is drunk. Watching Master being intoxicated, Blaise Lin had a mischievous smile on his face. It would be too unfair if he didn't do something naughty. After all, he is a bad guy. Then he got his hands on the next prop for his stunt, the eclipsing Black Lotus. According to the original plot, before the Five Peaks martial gathering, Blaise Lin tried to crush Ethan Ye. He was entranced and sneaked into Master's cave, stealing the forbidden mystical artifact eclipsing Black Lotus from Celestial One Peak. It was this incident that caused Master to be greatly disappointed in him. This time, he not only wanted to take away the eclipsing Black Lotus, but also something he had always wanted to do. That is to pinch Master's face while she's asleep. The feeling is really amazing. Blaise Lin, after all this, kissed Master's cheek affectionately before leaving. Little did they know, Seraphina Shao had been pretending to be asleep the whole time. She didn't expect Blaise Lin to kiss her secretly, and he did it so skillfully. Luna Maiden suddenly appeared at this moment. It turns out that Seraphina Shao's prediction was accurate. Blaise Lin really knows how to steal the mystical artifact. Luckily, Seraphina Shao was well prepared. Luna Maiden purified the ominous demonic aura of the eclipsing Black Lotus, which has now transformed into the true celestial-grade mystical artifact, 9 Nether Blue Lotus. Luna Maiden couldn't see through Seraphina Xiao either. Could it be that in her memory, there are traces of the lost omens of the celestial Tao, which allowed her to glimpse into the future only to a limited extent? Seraphina Xiao realized that just glimpsing might not be enough. Previously, Luna Maiden mentioned that Ethan Yi is a person with a great destiny in the celestial realm. To completely erase him, one must first exhaust his destiny. Luna Maiden told her that it seems like there has been a turning point. It turns out that when Blaise Lin entered, Luna Maiden sensed a trace of golden destiny from the celestial realm on Blaise Lin. Seraphina Xiao was shocked to hear this. Could it be that Blaise is also the chosen one from the celestial realm? In fact, Blaise Lin is just an ordinary person. Luna Maiden speculated that he might have started to change his own destiny under the silent dedication of Seraphina Xiao. He is not only turning his own fate around, but also seems to be preparing to counterattack against the Son of Destiny. Junior sister with Yandere tendencies unexpectedly confessed her love for bad guy Senior Brother in public, even forcefully kissing Senior Brother at the slightest disagreement. As a bad guy, Blaise Lin, the eldest brother, naturally refuses to show weakness. Small junior sister was rigorously trained by elder every day since she was 8 years old. All day long, she faced fierce spiritual beasts to make them submit. Whenever small junior sister is threatened, Blaise Lin will lend a helping hand. But she still can't escape from Blaise Lin's belittling taunts. Small junior sister is really useless. At a critical moment, she still has to rely on others. Even the elder, who taught her how to command beasts, is extremely disappointed in her. She is truly timid as a mouse, not suitable to be a beast master. However, even so, small junior sister is unwilling to give up, just because she wants to personally eliminate the spirit beast that killed her parents. At night, small junior sister was awakened by a noise. When she walked outside, she discovered that the spirit beast that killed her parents had been killed by someone. And the person who killed the spirit beast was none other than her eldest brother, who teased her every day. The once weak fourth junior sister is now able to command such high-level spirit beasts. All of this is thanks to her beloved eldest brother. When Blaise Lin sneakily pinched small junior sister from behind, small junior sister guessed that the person must be her eldest brother, just from eldest brother's breath and scent. Small junior sister deeply engraved it in her mind. Blaise Lin was full of joy. This is the pure and lovely fourth junior sister who declared to dominate and conquer the Qinglan sect of immortality just that day. The blackened Yandere must be an illusion. At this time, small junior sister looked excited. She expressed that she had a gift to give to eldest brother. That's how small junior sister unknowingly led Blaise Lin far away. When Blaise Lin removed the white gauze, the sky was filled with a rainbow fire phoenix that small junior sister had prepared for him. Blaise Lin, who witnessed this scene, was extremely shocked. This is a very rare ancient innate stage spiritual beast that is rarely seen in the entire cultivation world. No wonder the original work hinted that the real world-ending power comes from this inconspicuous little girl. Blaise Lin was puzzled why his junior sister wanted to give him these things. The shy small junior sister expressed that Sakura had asked eldest brother what his favorite spiritual beast was. Eldest brother said he liked the rarest and most precious thing in the world, so she thought of this rainbow fire phoenix. At this moment, Blaise Lin was deeply moved. In fact, what Blaise Lin originally wanted was to reunite with his family. He didn't expect that a casual remark he made had caused small junior sister to worry for so long. Small junior sister saw Blaise Lin bowing his head in silence, and thought that the gift she gave was not satisfactory. So, she quickly apologized to eldest brother. Eldest brother has never been interested in mythical beasts. How could he like this group of phoenixes? Who knew in the next second, Blaise Lin suddenly pulled small junior sister into his arms, and expressed that he really liked the gift. Small junior sister happily flew into his arms upon hearing that. She likes eldest brother the most. The fearless bad guy senior brother even blushed shyly at this moment. In the end, small junior sister bid farewell to singlehood with a deep kiss. Blaise Lin is speechless. Is this still his innocent small junior sister? Even a bad guy like him feels inferior. In order to maintain his sleazy bad guy image, Blaise Lin directly took control of the situation. The next step is his domain. Who knew that small junior sister had a Yandere expression on her face? She indicated that eldest brother had been using the same tough talk for years and showed no signs of getting tired. Suddenly, a deafening sound came from the sky, interrupting the conversation between the two. 7 colorful light balls were seen in the sky, falling at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the 7 light balls collided on Mount Taitsong not far away. At this moment, Blaise Lin finally realized. That place seems to be Mount Taitsong, where the Qingluan 6 saints reside. It's over, it's really over now. The Son of Destiny was actually ruthlessly abandoned by Elder Shi. Do not underestimate the poor youth, it's not a good idea. At this moment, at the peak of the Qingluan sect of immortality on Mount Taitsong, the Sword Saint and the Great Martial True Lord have a look of desolation on their faces. It turns out that the Celestial Tao did not respond to their prayers. The 7 stars fate prayer formation has completely failed. The Great Martial True Lord stated that the 5 Peaks Martial Gathering is about to begin. The winner of this session is the chosen one. Therefore, he instructed to bring the winner to Mount Taitsong when the time comes, where he will personally impart the sect's precious technique to resist the threat of the dark sect. This is also the last thing he can do before his passing. The Great Martial True Lord learned that Seraphina Shao has been guiding disciples in cultivation recently, looking pleased. He then ordered that after his passing and ascension, if the dark demon in the coiled dragon abyss breaks through the seal, all shall follow Seraphina Shao's command. Just because he knew that Seraphina Shao is the Qingluan sect of immortality's greatest trump card. At the same time, eldest brother thought that the vision should be related to the 7 stars fate prayer formation. According to the original plot, it is on the eve of the 5 Peaks Martial Gathering. Gather all the power of the elders, and use the forbidden ancient technique, the 7 stars fate prayer formation, to prolong the lifespan of the Sword Saint, the Great Martial True Lord, who is about to fall. In the Qingluan sect of immortality, only he can barely match the Master, the Eclipse Sword Emperor, who has reincarnated. Why would this powerful individual at the Tao fusion stage fall prematurely? Just because he has been constantly depleting his origin power. Suppressing the boss in the forbidden area of the cultivation sect, who is the master of Fat Old Taoist, the Heavenly Blood Demon. Blaise Lin did not expect the plot to take such a turn. According to the original story, after the male lead wins the championship, he goes to the coiled dragon abyss to find the Qingluan spell sword. And there he obtains his second opportunity from the celestial realm beauty Luna Maiden. But now that the Qingluan spell sword has been forcibly given to Blaise Lin by the system, what will the male lead use to defend against the dark sect? Upon thinking of this, Blaise Lin couldn't help but have a black line on his face. Small junior sister quickly stepped forward to comfort Blaise Lin. Eldest brother, don't worry. I will protect senior brother. At this moment, Blaise Lin struggled deeply inside. Only he, who is familiar with the script, can easily defeat the dark demon to protect Master and the junior sister's safety. The male lead, who was turned into a pig head by Seraphina Shao, is venting his frustration on the other side. He even threatened to make Blaise Lin suffer when he rises to power by tearing his tendons and skinning him alive. Elder Shi, seeing him like this, is still unwilling to give up. He also looks speechless. He had long told him that bypassing the Qingluan sect of immortality, he is still the destined child with great destiny. And remind the male protagonist that after arriving at the Qingluan sect of immortality, all the women he meets constantly rack their brains to send him back to the West. Instead, it's the one he hates the most, Blaise Lin, who has been protecting him. Ethan Yi looked displeased at the words, feeling that Elder Shi was simply trying to mock him. Elder Shi, seeing the situation, decided not to say much more. He planned to help Ethan Yi one last time and assist him in winning the championship at the martial gathering. After Elder Shi said this, he returned to the ring and remained silent. Ethan Yi quickly apologized upon seeing this, and began to paint a rosy picture for Elder Shi. He promised to help rebuild his physical body once he achieved enlightenment. Unfortunately, Elder Shi was truly disheartened this time. No matter how pitifully he begged, Elder Shi still ignored him. Just at this moment, Fatty Dao suddenly paid a visit. Meeting is just an exaggeration of acting skills. Ethan Yi is not dumb and simply allows him to speak his mind. That Lao Dao plans to cooperate closely with Ethan Yi. If we can get 800,000 from Alicia Yi and the help of Northern Gale Elite Cavalry, there is no need to worry about things not working out. Ethan Yi looked surprised. How did he know he still had a younger sister? Ethan Yi agreed to cooperate. But he hopes that he can promise him one thing. That is to represent Cloud Drift Peak in the Five Peaks Martial Gathering 1 month later. He wants to reassure him that he will be healed and his strength will not only recover fully, but his cultivation level will also advance by leaps and bounds. Although Fatty Lao Dao is unwilling, after giving it some thought, he is, after all, a son of destiny. Who knows, he may really have some hidden strengths. Fatty Lao Dao told Ethan Yi that the chief disciple of Peak Master Feng Chen has already requested to participate in the battle on behalf of his senior brother. The other 2 spots have already been decided. This matter seems a bit difficult to handle. Ethan Yi said that there is no need to worry, Master. In half a month, he will have a friendly match with Feng Chen to compete and strive for the qualification of the martial gathering of Peak Master Feng's Peak. Those who have been a bad guy all know that living a simple life is truly a distant dream. The daily routine is just sleeping, idling, and lying flat every day. Returning to the room, Blaise Lin was really unhappy. Previously, the second junior sister advised him not to participate in the Five Peaks martial gathering. Now even small junior sister came to advise him. What exactly is going on? The eldest brother used to be a shrinking violet in previous sessions. Why are they so sure he will participate this time? But what Blaise Lin cares most about at the moment is his wisdom tooth. Since just now, he has felt a slight burning sensation. Blaise Lin looks very shy. It seems like the situation is not good. The next moment, a golden lotus appeared, as Blaise Lin was blessed by 10 chi convergence elixirs. The system automatically activated the speed without internal consumption cultivation level mode for Blaise Lin, and he broke through to the early golden dance stage. Blaise Lin was speechless. The protagonist, Ethan Yi, is upgrading step by step under the guidance of the old master. As a bad guy, he was directly promoted to the senior cultivator of Golden Dan stage. When Blaise Lin encounters Ethan Yi at the Five Peaks martial gathering later, he will find it difficult to win, even if he wants to. So Blaise Lin decided to come to the illusionary spirit cave and choose to lie down flat. Do only 3 things every day. Sleep, look at the photos, and pretend to be bad. Who knows, even so. In the high-speed mode without internal consumption, Blaise Lin only took 10 days. Automatically cultivated to the middle Golden Dan stage, even breathing can become stronger. It's really making trouble. At this time, Caleb suddenly visited. It turned out that the master summoned all the disciples of the sect to attend the mobilization meeting of the Five Peaks martial gathering at Tai Square on Maiden's Peak. According to the original timeline, Blaise Lin is present at this mobilization meeting. He receives the challenge from Ethan Yi. Now that Ethan Yi has joined the bad guy camp, it's uncertain what changes will occur in the plot. Blaise Lin asked Caleb who the combatants from the other veins are. Caleb also shared with eldest brother the information he had gathered about each combatant. When Blaise Lin learned that Dragon Head Peak will still be represented by Zheng Qingsu this year, he was very surprised. According to the original work, Dragon Head Peak will send out their secret weapon for this Five Peaks martial gathering. That would be the previous chief disciple of Dragon Head Peak, Yuan Jiang, as he possesses the innate enlightened sword heart constitution. He has exceptional talent. He is also greatly favored by Master Purple Cloud True Master. Many years ago, Yuan Jiang was imprisoned in Dragon Head Peak's Cliff of Enlightenment for 60 years for colluding with the dark sect demon woman. This year marks the lifting of his confinement. He then crushed his opponents all the way and successfully met Ethan Yi in a decisive battle. But in the end, he was no match for the Son of Destiny and was ruthlessly defeated. Blaise Lin speculated that it wouldn't be that Yuan Jiang surrendered. It was learned from Caleb. Ethan Yi not only advanced rapidly in his cultivation level to break through the early Golden Dan stage, but also defeated senior brother Feng Shen. Blaise Lin's face lit up with joy at the words. Elder sure is really awesome. Then Blaise Lin took out a bag of spiritual stones and a low-level chi refining stage flying sword from the storage ring and gave them to Caleb. Caleb's eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at these two items. Elder brother instructed Caleb not to get involved in anything at the Five Peaks martial gathering. After the martial gathering ends, come down the mountain and find a place to relax and enjoy life peacefully. Blaise Lin chose to end his own life amidst betrayal and isolation after being defeated by the male protagonist at the Five Peaks martial gathering. Following Blaise Lin's death, Caleb sought to avenge eldest brother, but ultimately failed in his surprise attack and perished. Watching the goofy Caleb, Blaise Lin looks melancholic. He hopes to make a change before he leaves. The fate of this honest child. After hearing what eldest brother said, Caleb burst into tears. In his heart, only eldest brother was willing to talk to him, trying to help him develop his talents. He always remembered this kindness and never dared to forget it. After Caleb promised eldest brother to participate in the Five Peaks martial gathering, he left the Qinglan sect of Immortality to live as an ordinary person. After comforting Caleb, Blaise Lin had no more worries. Watching eldest brother's departing figure, Caleb made a silent vow in his heart. My eldest brother at home is the most generous and kind senior brother in the world. Even if I have to risk my life for him in this lifetime, it doesn't matter. He will definitely protect our eldest brother. Admire every day of the bad guy senior brother. Eldest brother just made an appearance. The two junior sisters took the initiative to come forward and embrace him. But such a wonderful moment was disrupted by the challenge issued by the Son of Destiny. When Blaise Lin arrived at Tai Square in Maiden's Peak, all the disciples bowed respectfully to greet the eldest brother. As the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak, Blaise Lin exudes a noble temperament that is unmatched. Everyone also feels that Blaise Lin seems different from before. Of course it's different. Even when lying flat at home, my cultivation level has soared rapidly. Just at this moment, the two junior sisters suddenly hugged Blaise Lin tightly. Blaise Lin quickly asked the two to let go. They couldn't breathe. The junior sisters were surprised to find that eldest brother had actually broken through from the innate stage to the Golden Dan stage. It's worth noting that Blaise Lin had been stuck in the early innate stage for over a decade. To see him break through to the Golden Dan stage after only a few days was truly astonishing. Blaise Lin looked displeased. Your eldest brother used to keep a low profile and didn't want to break through. But now he's done pretending and revealed his true abilities. He's showing off saying, I am a genius, deal with it. Such an arrogant appearance makes both Yandere junior sisters even more infatuated. As expected, as the script said, eldest brother, in order to protect everyone, cultivates day and night, fighting to the end with his life against Ethan Yi, the chosen one. It's easy to imagine how much pressure and hardships eldest brother must have endured in reaching the Golden Dan stage in just 10 days. Blaise Lin is speechless. What's going on here? Before Blaise Lin could react, the junior sisters once again threw themselves into Blaise Lin's arms in public. He was just on a losing streak for 10 days. Is this really necessary? At this moment, Master made a domineering entrance. Looking at Blaise Lin, and the others not far away, Seraphina Xiao felt extremely conflicted in her heart. Later, Seraphina Xiao stated that the 3 spots for the leading disciples this time would be filled by the 3 junior sisters from Celestial One Peak. The junior sisters were thrilled to know they would be participating. They vowed to teach Ethan Yi Blaise Lin a lesson for eldest brother. It's actually when you do nothing that is the biggest help to me. Master's face was full of jealousy upon seeing this. What kind of system is it to flirt openly in broad daylight? But when he thought that they were all his good disciples, with such intelligence and talent, and they had a good relationship with their eldest brother, as the master, she should be happy. So he decided to drown his sorrows alone, and try to forget everything in front of him. Who knew that suddenly a chill came over him at this moment? Celestial One Peak Master Uncle Xiao is here. Disciple Ethan Yi, the newly appointed chief disciple of Cloud Drift Peak, sends his orders. He has come to issue a challenge and arrange a battle against Celestial One Peak's chief disciple Blaise Lin. Seraphina Xiao showed a look of killing intent upon seeing this. She did not expect that the former chief disciple of Cloud Drift Peak, Feng Chen, would still be as described in the script, recklessly coming to challenge her. Blaise Lin, on the other hand, was extremely pleased. The plot point he had been obsessing over had finally arrived. Ethan Yi is indeed a promising young man. You did not disappoint the bad guy, father. Such a perfect start. How wonderful. The bad guy senior brother actually publicly accepted the challenge from the chosen one. Such boldness also made the master junior sisters present admire him even more. Watching such an unprecedented wonderful start, eldest brother was extremely excited. Blaise Lin also succeeded in restoring the bad guy character and successfully advanced to the Golden Den stage summit. Blaise Lin was speechless. Now they are directly forcing experience points. The disciples strongly disapprove of Ethan Yi's provocation before the match. This kid Ethan Yi must have been defeated and begged for mercy by eldest brother before, so he wants to take revenge. I wonder how eldest brother will respond. Blaise Lin mocked Feng Chen relentlessly. Isn't he senior brother Chen? Haven't seen him in a while. How did he become so awkward? Is the position of chief disciple just given up like this? Now, daring to provoke Celestial One Peak. It's like throwing away all dignity. Blaise Lin is truly ruthless. He successfully portrayed the bad guy character again and obtained the passive sacred ability, Divine Wine Spell. Feng Chen dared not say much either. He then came to Seraphina Xiao and expressed that he was here to challenge the chief disciple Blaise Lin on behalf of Ethan Yi. Blaise Lin quickly asked if the challenge was intended for the chief disciple of their sect. He questioned the meaning behind disrupting their master and stated that he would accept the challenge. Just then, 2 junior sisters hurried over to stop Blaise Lin from accepting the challenge. Master suddenly became agitated and asked the 2 of them to step aside. She personally accepted the challenge issued by Cloud Drift Peak. Her disciple Seraphina Xiao is unparalleled in the world. Why fear someone as insignificant as Ethan Yi? And she instructed Feng Chen to go back and relay a message to Ethan Yi at the time of the 5 Peaks martial gathering. Her Celestial One Peak's chief disciple Blaise Lin will once again defeat him and make him kneel down begging for mercy, losing all face. Feng Chen was so scared that he was shivering. He quickly made his excuses and left. Blaise Lin was extremely happy to hear this. Master understands him after all. But the 2 junior sisters still didn't want Blaise Lin to participate in the challenge. Are you trying to rebel against the teacher? 2 people explain the antics of Ethan Yi. There is no need for eldest brother to take action. They all eagerly volunteer to take up the challenge on behalf of Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin stated that Ethan Yi openly issued a challenge and provocation. As the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak, he must go all out for the battle. How can he hide behind his junior sisters seeking protection? If he acts like a shrinking turtle, how can the 1,000-year-old reputation of Celestial One Peak remain intact? Where is his dignity? Where is Master's prestige? Where is the valor of us cultivators to fight together? Such aura also makes the junior sisters present in awe even more so. Eldest brother has indeed made a choice similar to Celestial Dao memory, striving to the end against Ethan Yi. My good disciple, I did not misjudge you. In fact, Seraphina Xiao had long planned to personally sever the old karmic ties and forge a new destiny with Blaise Lin. That is why she has taken on this battle today. The disciples below are passionately cheering and supporting Blaise Lin. The two junior sisters also expressed their support for Blaise Lin. As a professionally competent bad guy, of course, one must also have great love. Do you agree? The reward is coming again. It is the secret mystical artifact, Demon's Desire three-headed spear, created by the ancestor of the Harmonious Joy sect. Judging from its name alone, it doesn't seem like a serious item. But since it's a system product, it should be of high quality. Love it, love it. Eldest brother, this time I really love it. Watching the master swinging on the swing under the moon. Happy, like a gentle and lovely little girl. Who wouldn't love it? Blaise Lin looked speechless at the moment he obtained the Demon's Desire three-headed spear. The additional effect of this mystical artifact is targeted at enemies of the opposite sex. As a homebody, where would he encounter enemies of the opposite sex? Is he supposed to use it on his three junior sisters? At this moment, Master arrived by Blaise Lin's side, interrupting his happy time. Blaise is about to face a big battle. Don't indulge in love affairs at this time. It's time for me to teach you something real. Blaise Lin is speechless. Is he going to brainwash someone again? Seraphina Xiao quickly took Blaise Lin's hand, intending to take him back to Lotus Cave. This surprised the two junior sisters. Just then, Seraphina Xiao summoned the sword spirit to take eldest brother back together. Sure enough, being handsome pays off. Even the beautiful master takes the initiative to throw herself into his arms. The junior sisters are watching as their master, who is a cultivator from the lower realm, even hatches the sword spirit of the celestial sword. Could it be that the master sword way has reached the celestial stage? The two of them swear to become stronger in order to win the eldest brother's exclusive favor. Return to the master of the Lotus Cave. Outside the cave, they started swinging on a swing under the moon. And this swing was precisely crafted by Blaise Lin with his own hands for Master several years ago. And on the swing, there is a letter full of warmth left by Blaise Lin. Since having this swing, she hasn't gone out to drink anymore. Looking at Master Blaise Lin swinging under the moon, I really fell in love. It's good that Master likes it. It is the duty of a disciple to serve Master filially. Just at this moment, Seraphina Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin hadn't even had a chance to react. The next second, he was transported to a deserted desert. And here is exactly the Swordway mystic realm that Master built for him. Seraphina Xiao had already foreseen that Ethan Yi would receive guidance from a master. Not only did he break through to the Golden Dance stage, his Swordway skills also improved by leaps and bounds. Therefore, he brought Blaise Lin here intending to hone his skills through actual combat. And next is the battle between eldest brother and master. Blaise Lin is speechless. Are you trying to murder your own disciple? It was just a casual strike from master. Eldest brother obviously couldn't handle it. Is this the terrifying sword pressure of the #1 swordsman in the Central Continent cultivation level world, Swordway of the ancient times? In this mystic realm, Seraphina Xiao has suppressed all divine sword techniques and cultivation level to the same level as eldest brother. She can easily suppress Blaise Lin even using branches as swords. Blaise Lin has also undergone rigorous training under the master's guidance. Understood the sword intent used by the master. Seraphina Xiao is very satisfied. The master indeed did not choose the wrong person. My family's Blaise is destined to be a peerless talent in sword cultivation for all eternity. Later, I plan to take this opportunity to teach Blaise Lin another ultimate skill. In this way, he will be able to easily defeat Ethan Yi, the son of destiny, and have Blaise Lin use his strongest sword technique to strike back. Otherwise, there will be no chance. As soon as the words fell, Seraphina Xiao was bound and restrained by Blaise Lin's green-silver entanglement. This is my strongest sword technique, my disciple. Who would have thought that the bad guy senior brother effortlessly subdued Master? In fact, Master had already fallen for Blaise Lin the first time they met. And tonight is the first time the two of them are drinking and singing under the moon. Just now, Blaise Lin used his most powerful sword technique, the all things under the sun death strangle, and successfully subdued the Master. How is the Master? Is this move of the disciple very powerful? Seraphina shall quickly beg for mercy and asked Blaise Lin to stop. Blaise Lin didn't expect that his sacred abilities could even persist through the senses. That's really impressive. Seraphina Shao was furious. How dare you, Blaise Lin, show such disrespect to Master? Seeing her anger, Blaise Lin quickly ran away. The disciple just realized that I'm at odds with Ethan Yi. Today, Master will teach me a sacred technique to crush his 5-element sword technique and defeat him thoroughly. At this moment, Seraphina Shao weakly collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, this embarrassing appearance was not seen by Blaise. It's really embarrassing. Very soon, eldest brother learned this set of sword technique under Master's guidance. Seraphina Shao looked at Blaise Lin with relief. In fact, it was from 14 years ago, when she first saw Blaise Lin in a small tavern in Peach Oasis village. She determined that he was a rare genius of the sword way that had been hard to find through the ages. Blaise Lin felt extremely embarrassed. In the original work, he was just an ordinary henchman of the bad guy. Where did he get the talent for the extraordinary sword way? Seraphina Shao, on the other hand, spent 10 years studying on Maiden's Peak in order to figure out how to master the 5-element sword technique. Blaise Lin was puzzled by what he heard. 10 years? But wasn't Ethan Yi the one who just started climbing the mountain now? Why did the Master study this sword technique 10 years ago? Later, eldest brother asked what the name of this sword technique was. When the time comes, he will make sure that this sword technique becomes famous in Qinglong. Seraphina Shao mentioned that this sword technique was inspired when she saw Blaise Lin arranging flowers in the garden. It was an accidental realization. She hasn't thought of a name yet. Blaise Lin suggested calling it Floral and Jade Art Sword Technique. However, the Master feels that this name sounds a bit strange. It also sounds rustic and doesn't match the majesty of her sword technique at all. The next moment, a light bulb moment. How about calling it the Grand Mighty Beautiful Divine Sword Technique? Blaise Lin sprayed out a mouthful of wine upon hearing this. Master, are you serious? Even though I laughed at myself 10,000 times in my heart. But still very certain about naming Master in this way. The name Master is just too fitting. It has to be you, Master. And this is also the happiest day for the two of them in recent years. How many life milestones can we reach over a drink and a song? Luna Maiden looks so happy, yet Seraphina Shao appears somewhat sad. Simply because the first person one falls in love with is destined to bring heartache. The eldest brother is angry. The eldest brother is truly angry this time. Just because he is the chosen one, he dared to make a move on eldest brother's small junior sister. No matter what, he will definitely beat up the male lead today. At this moment, eldest brother couldn't help but think about his role as a lackey of the Qinglong sect of Immortality. He will be very happy when the filming ends. Who knew that at this moment, Caleb suddenly ran over and told him that small junior sister had gone alone to Cloud Drift Peak to duel with Ethan Yi. Upon hearing this, eldest brother quickly rushed over to the scene to intervene. Cloud Drift Peak sword dancing place at this moment. Watching the severely injured pussycat small junior sister Ethan Yi unable to make a sound and crying miserably. Ethan Yi then assumed the posture of a victor. He walked up to small junior sister. Miss Sakura, let's stop here. The game of life and death duel is not to be taken lightly. And hypocritically claimed that when he first met small junior sister in Peach Oasis village, he felt an instant connection with her. If not for Blaise Lin repeatedly provoking him, we should be enjoying a sweet moon viewing moment together right now. Small junior sister urged Ethan Yi to quickly put away his hypocritical face. Ethan Yi saw her so stubborn and unyielding. So he walked up to small junior sister. If it were the me from before, perhaps I may not be a match for you and your spiritual pet, but now I have changed. I'll give you one last chance. Bow to me and apologize. Small junior sister had long seen through the true face of this despicable person. She then launched a severe humiliation at Ethan Yi. And she made it clear that without the support of that powerful figure behind him, this despicable person would never have such strength. He thought he was invincible, noble, and unparalleled in destiny. In reality, he was just a clown jumping around. Ethan Yi did not expect her to know that there was someone supporting him from behind. At this moment, Ethan Yi clearly harbors murderous intentions. He plans to kill to silence. After all, Elder Sure is the secret behind his rise. He is definitely not going to let anyone know. Even though the disciples of Cloud Drift Peak advised him to stay calm, Ethan Yi still insisted on taking action. Just at this critical moment, a voice came from the sky above. Ethan Yi, you are just a younger brother among younger brothers. Bullying women doesn't take any skill. And the person who has come to save the day is our eldest brother. At this moment, Blaise Lin's anger has reached its peak. Today, I will smash your dog head. Seek revenge for my small junior sister. Looking at the heavily injured small junior sister, eldest brother can't bear it anymore. This time, he is truly angry. I don't care what you do to me. But dare to hurt small junior sister, it's hitting a sore spot for me. Ethan Yi was frightened by the aura that Blaise Lin just emitted, and quickly stepped back. This guy's sword intent has become stronger than before. And his cultivation level has also reached the Golden Dan stage summit. If Blaise Lin is allowed to be cultivated by Seraphina Xiao, he won't be able to dominate the Five Peaks martial gathering. So, I plan to take this opportunity to get rid of Blaise Lin. Ethan Yi's attacks pose no threat to eldest brother at all. His sword technique is far inferior to Master's. And eldest brother also uses the green-silver binding to tie up and restrain Ethan Yi. The disciple next to him looked incredulous. Celestial One Peak's eldest brother actually used vines to lock up Ethan Yi. Even if Ethan Yi swung his sword, he couldn't break free. Ethan Yi, seeing the situation, had to seek help from Elder Sure to break the spell. Elder Sure advised him to run quickly. In this barrier, you are just a little brother. Pressure to the limit, Ethan Yi decided not to hide anymore. I am the chosen one, he declared. The next second, a pillar of fire shot straight into the sky. This was the most powerful sword technique, the 5-element sword technique, that Ethan Yi had learned from Elder Sure. The eldest brother was finally going to make a move against the chosen one. Who would have thought that the male protagonist, Ethan Yi, would actually show cowardice and run away? Just now, Ethan Yi used his most powerful sword technique, 5-element sword technique. Thought eldest brother would be defeated. Who would have thought Ethan Yi's arrogant 5-element sword technique turned out to be harmless to eldest brother? This stunned small junior sister, who was worried about eldest brother. After Ethan Yi's strength greatly increased, he is no longer what he used to be. Yet, he is still at a disadvantage now. How could eldest brother become so strong? It's not like this in Celestial Down memory. Just saw eldest brother looking angry, saying he'll spare Ethan Yi's life for now. On the day of the Five Peaks martial gathering, he will definitely settle all scores, new and old. If it weren't for the mission, eldest brother would have already killed this chosen one, Ethan Yi. Whoever dares to touch him is simply tired of living. Turns out Ethan Yi is still barking, mocking Blaise Lin for using evil sacred abilities to sneak attack him. Originally planning to save the ultimate move for the Five Peaks martial gathering to completely destroy Blaise Lin. Now he has decided to use it early today. That move is the same one Ethan Yi used to defeat Feng Chen before, known as the 5-element destroyer sword. Even if eldest brother knows that if he fights to the death with Ethan Yi tonight, regardless of the outcome, the following plot will completely collapse. His wish to ascend to heaven and return home will also be completely shattered. But for some reason, Blaise Lin seems to have a kind of indescribable relief. Blaise Lin, this time, no longer holds back. The powerful sword intent emanating from his body is chilling. He will use the magnificent sword technique taught by Master to defeat Ethan Yi with one sword. Even Eldersher is afraid this time. This is sword intent. So he quickly persuaded Ethan Yi to retreat. Ethan Yi stated that he only needs one move to defeat the Heaven's chosen son of the former chief disciple of Cloud Drift Peak. Would he still be afraid of the current fraud of Celestial One Peak? Unexpectedly, Eldersher became stern this time. He pointed at Ethan Yi and scolded harshly, calling him a stupid and clueless idiot. Do you really think you are a great fighter? And it reminded Ethan Yi that every time he fought against Blaise Lin, he would suffer heavy injuries, and a portion of his golden supreme destiny would be taken away by Blaise Lin. Eldersher determined that Blaise Lin is the one who has been intercepting the destiny of heir of the multiverse from Ethan Yi in Qinlan's sect of Immortality. Eldersher has never felt murderous intent from eldest brother before. But this time, eldest brother is really going to take serious action. At this moment, Ethan Yi is really scared. After all, even Eldersher is unwilling to lend a hand. It seems that today will be the day he meets his end. The once unrivaled heir of destiny actually chose to flee in fear. Blaise Lin is speechless about what's going on. When Ethan Yi, this kind of brainless, overpowered protagonist, was at the peak of his power after mastering the 5-element sword technique, he unexpectedly chose to retreat without a fight. When eldest brother finally came to his senses, he realized that the deeply wounded small junior sister behind him was full of injuries and feeling extremely guilty. Eldest brother Sakura was utterly useless, not only failing to help eldest brother, but also causing eldest brother to rush over to rescue others. Small junior sister once again confessed her feelings to eldest brother in public. Eldest brother, you look gentle now, just like when we were younger. Please don't pretend to be fierce anymore in the future, okay? Seeing small junior sister sad and in tears, eldest brother truly felt heartbroken this time. Then he picked up small junior sister. Let's go! Eldest brother will take you back to Celestial One Peak to heal your grievances. Eldest brother will avenge them for you one day. One is the peerlessly beautiful master. The other is the adorable small junior sister, who is silly and sweet. Facing the jealousy between master and junior sister. How will eldest brother choose? Eldest brother felt extreme pain seeing the small junior sister covered in scars. But master made fun of it. Fortunately, Blaise brought forth Miss here in time. Otherwise, her wounds would have naturally healed. Later, Seraphina Xiao asked eldest brother why Sakura hated Ethan Yi Blaise Lin so much, and he looked embarrassed. She couldn't tell master. Small junior sister did this for my sake, right? So she said that small junior sister must have realized something about Ethan Yi, that he is a great troublemaker, that's why she hates him so much. After sipping the perfect wine, master's cheeks were slightly flushed. It seems that my family's Blaise truly has a discerning eye. Just as the atmosphere was heating up, the small junior sister, who was just sleepy a moment ago, actually woke up. The just awake small junior sister then asked eldest brother for a hug. The nearby master looked at the two of them with jealousy. But thinking of the recent mishap that small junior sister encountered, her heart must not have settled yet. So she decided to turn a blind eye. Seemingly innocent and sweet, small junior sister is actually quite sophisticated deep down. Even master is no match for her. At this moment, master has reached the limit of his patience. Sakura, how dare you defy master right in front of him? Immediately, make sure Blaise Lin is aware of the impact. That's about enough. Who would have thought that small junior sister would stage a bitter drama? Master's heart is feeling really uncomfortable. There are some things I want to talk to eldest brother about in private. Could you please step aside for now? Upon hearing this, master's face was full of anger. Fourth miss, you are going too far. Your master is just drinking here. Is it bothering you? Unexpectedly, small junior sister started crying loudly. Is she still the same silly and sweet girl from before? She was clearly a tea art master. Even more so, she leaned on eldest brother seeking comfort. Unfortunately, Seraphina Xiao was defeated by small junior sister. I didn't expect that she would also have a day of losing to her disciple. Small junior sister is in the cave. There are only her and eldest brother left. She unexpectedly grabbed eldest brother's cheek and kissed him. Today's first kiss was successfully achieved. Blaise Lin is speechless, but as a bad guy, how can he back down? Who knew that the next second, small junior sister would actually push Blaise Lin away? Questioning whether eldest brother's first kiss was her, right? Is it that domineering second senior sister, or the feigned weak Villainous senior sister? A woman's intuition is truly terrifying. At this time, the system informs Blaise Lin that the restoration of the bad guy character has been successful. Reward: 10 portions of the love-infused demon's elixir. Additionally, there are 5 pairs of different types of stockings. Eldest brother is puzzled. 5 pairs of stockings. Other than master and 3 junior sisters, who is the remaining one? Eldest brother personally helped small junior sister put on the white stockings. It was to further enhance the image of the bad guy. He even went as far as kissing small junior sister's jade-like feet. Just now, eldest brother, in order to placate the angered small junior sister, took out the stockings obtained from the system. When small junior sister saw the white stockings in eldest brother's hands, her mood improved a little. Blaise Lin said that these socks were sewn by him personally for Sakura. Sakura has such beautiful legs. They must look especially good when worn. Little junior sister looked at the gift that eldest brother gave her with a happy face. Eldest brother really spoils me the most. Then she shyly expressed that she wanted Blaise Lin to help her put it on personally. Blaise Lin quickly refused. This may not be appropriate. Small junior sister noticed this and started acting coy towards Blaise Lin. Eldest brother also had no choice but to compromise in the situation. After all, if he refused, would he still be that responsible bad guy? And as the bad guy eldest brother, Blaise Lin is most familiar with silk stockings. Previously stealing master stockings, now he is helping small junior sister put on stockings. Just as Blaise Lin was checking the loose threads on small junior sister stockings, small junior sister suddenly asked why eldest brother wanted to steal master stockings when she had some of her own. Blaise Lin is speechless. How did she find out? In order to change the topic, restore the bad guy persona. Eldest brother suddenly kissed small junior sister's foot. This is an awesome move. The system directly presents the Northern Void Sky Swallowing Immortal technique as a reward. Blaise Lin is speechless. This time, he was directly given a Celestial Realm Inheritance Immortal Rank Cultivation level technique. How can he still lose? To avoid triggering any rewards again later, eldest brother looked embarrassed and chose to run away quickly. At this moment, Blaise Lin is extremely angry. He was just one step away from becoming an immortal. And now they are adding more difficulties, huh? This thing not only accelerates the absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, but also can seize others' cultivation level technique to devour the power of origin and rules. But before Blaise Lin could finish complaining, the system once again sent the reward of a frozen jade bed. This time, Blaise Lin was completely speechless by the system. System, buddy. Stop pretending. What exactly do you want from me? Do you really think I'm a fool? Can this cultivation ever be successful? And the system's response blinded Blaise Lin's eyes. This cultivation can be successful, but you have to stand to do it. Over the past decade or so, Blaise Lin has put in so much effort to play the role of the bad guy well. Now, he's just one step away from success. After 3 more minor subplots, the major event of the 5 Peaks Martial Gathering will take place. These include the trials of the Sword 2 Mystic Realm, as well as the storylines involving the second junior sister and the third junior sister. Blaise Lin did not participate in the Sword 2 Mystic Realm due to fear of death, so that part can be skipped directly. His next subplot task is the morning alchemy practice 3 days later, with the third junior sister presiding over it for the week. In the original work, after Blaise Lin stole the master's eclipsing Black Lotus, he still felt it wasn't secure enough. Therefore, he set his sights on the elder's first-rank essence condensing pills, attempting to use this divine pill to quickly enhance his strength. However, that evening, after Blaise Lin stole the Dan, it was caught on camera by the photo stone that the protagonist, Ethan Yi, had installed in the alchemy workshop. According to the timeline, the second side quest will take place exactly 3 days later. When Blaise Lin thought of this, he had a sly smile on his face. This is all because among the 3 junior sisters, the third junior sister is the easiest to manipulate. Let's see how our eldest brother will successfully win over the third junior sister next. Who would have thought that the former Dragon Head Peak Chief disciple Yuan Jiang would? He turned out to be a time traveler just like the bad guy, eldest brother. He couldn't accept that the Qinglan sect of Immortality was destroyed by the protagonist, Ethan Yi. He has been fighting against the protagonist all his life. But no matter how hard he tries, he is no match for the protagonist. But he never expected the plot of the novel. A deviation actually occurred. This time, can he successfully make a comeback? Today is the day when Yuan Jiang will return to the martial arts world after 60 years of seclusion. Master asks if Yuan Jiang does not plan to attend this year's Five Peaks martial gathering. During Yuan Jiang's exile in recent years, Qinglan sect of Immortality has produced many talented individuals. For example, the chief disciple of Phoenix Song Peak, Aurelia Zhu. Celestial Yuan Peak, the second disciple Grace Gua. Before the words had even faded, Yuan Jiang mentioned Ethan Ye's name. And he said that it would be better not to go to this martial gathering this time. After all, he would not be able to get first place even if he went. Why bother being a stepping stone for others? Yuan Jiang plans to cultivate diligently at the Cliff of Enlightenment until he becomes immortal. He won't come down the mountain until he succeeds. This has deeply troubled his master. He doesn't understand his own beloved disciple. Why is he so concerned about that? Just a month into training, Ethan Yi is not at all a match for his favorite disciple, even if Ethan Yi has received some opportunities. But Yuan Jiang told Master that Master might think he is already strong enough. In fact, all the geniuses of the Qinglan sect of Immortality are just stepping stones for Ethan Yi. The outcome is already determined. Whether to go or not is no longer important. And now he has more important things to attend to. That will happen after the Five Peaks martial gathering. Heavenly Blood Demon will then break the seal. Who knows that Master suddenly told Yuan Jiang that the person he cares most about, Ethan Yi, has just been defeated by the Celestial Yuan Peak Chief disciple Blaise Lin. Yuan Jiang looked incredulous upon hearing this. You should know that the protagonist, Ethan Yi, is the destined son of destiny unparalleled. He actually lost to a seemingly insignificant small fry. At this moment, Yuan Jiang suddenly knelt down, begging the master to agree to one thing. And this has been the case for so many years. Yuan Jiang once again called out to Purple Cloud True Master, which deeply moved the master to tears. Yuan Jiang expressed that he has not been in contact with outsiders for many years and intentionally severed ties with the cultivation sect out of helplessness. He promised to reveal the ins and outs of the whole matter truthfully after he accomplishes his task. Master has always believed in Yuan Jiang's character and expressed that he could do something for him. What Yuan Jiang sought was the sword tomb of the coiled dragon abyss that will be opened soon. Wants to postpone the opening of the sword tomb until after the Five Peaks martial gathering. He plans to go to the sword tomb to temper himself at that time, watching Yuan Jiang's extremely sincere attitude. Thinking about the grievances that Yuan Jiang has endured over the past 60 years. Master agreed. Master's love for Yuan Jiang moved him to tears of gratitude. He vowed to keep moving forward no matter how difficult the road ahead may be, and never retreat. Even if it means burning through his life, he will protect the sect. Now, the only thing he has to do is to become stronger. After Yuan Jiang practiced swordsmanship 100,000 times, the system once again sent him a reward. Unfortunately, it's another sword technique that Yuan Jiang knows is completely inadequate for his current middle manifestation stage cultivation level. It would have been great if the reward could have been to enhance his cultivation level. You guessed it right. In fact, Yuan Jiang is also a time traveler. 80 years ago, he crossed over to this world in the guise of a young man, becoming the chief disciple Yuan Jiang, who fought valiantly to protect his sect and ultimately perished. He felt immense joy in the Qinglan sect of immortality, so he couldn't accept the outcome of the Qinglan sect of immortality being destroyed by the dark sect. And the mastermind behind all of this is the protagonist Ethan Yi. Unfortunately, no matter how his cultivation level improves, he is ultimately no match for the protagonist Ethan Yi. I thought that even if I exhaust my entire life, I cannot change the fate of the cultivation sect. Who would have known that the gears of fate are slowly starting to deviate? This also restores his confidence. Yuan Jiang swears that this time he will definitely make a comeback as the king. Change everything. Queen Alicia Yi, she is finally coming. Just didn't expect the queen who dominates the scene. I actually had a secret crush on eldest brother when I was young. I even made a vow to Blaise Lin that if he becomes the emperor in the future, he can rule the 9 heavens together with me. Just woke up, eldest brother feels extremely relaxed. Just then Caleb came to remind. Today's morning class is in the Dan refining room on Dragon Head Peak. Eldest brother asked Caleb if he made a mistake. Isn't today the Sword Tomb trial? So Caleb then informed eldest brother about the delay in opening the Sword Tomb. Eldest brother looked confused. It will be opened after the 5 Peaks martial gathering. Is there another deviation in the plot? Helpless Blaise Lin can only resort to brute force and deception. After all, advancing early wouldn't stop him from following the plot. At this moment, inside Dragon Head Peak's Dan Tower, the heavyweight Dan is about to make an appearance. Elder then entrusted the task of showcasing the Bodhi Essence condensation pill to eldest brother, and instructed Blaise Lin to return it to its original position after the display. And this Dan is precisely for the use of the 6 saints and the Supreme Elders. This is the plot where Blaise Lin is supposed to steal the Dan as written in the original story. Unfortunately, Blaise Lin searched for a long time, but couldn't find the protagonist, Ethan Yi, not paying attention. What Dan is he still going to steal? And the system only requires Blaise Lin to restore his own character setting in the plot. As for the rest, there is no need to worry. Little did she know that every move of eldest brother is seen by the 3rd junior sister. This time, no matter what, she must prevent eldest brother from ruining his reputation. At night, eldest brother is anxiously waiting for Caleb to inquire about any news regarding Ethan Yi. It turns out that after being beaten and fleeing by eldest brother yesterday, Ethan Yi went to Fatty Lao Dao's cave. He has been closed off for cultivation, and has not come out since. Blaise Lin didn't expect that this fat guy, the bad guy, would actually let Ethan Yi go to his place for cultivation. Could it be that he really regards Ethan Yi as one of his own? Although the plotline has deviated a bit, it's good that there's still the storyline of him stealing from Dan. Then he changed into his night clothes and planned to make a night raid on the 3rd junior sister guarding the alchemy workshop. And the jade pendant that Blaise Lin carried with him at all times accidentally fell to the ground. Looking at this half piece of jade pendant, Blaise Lin thought of the sweet memories of his childhood. Brother Xiao, thank you for saving me. If I become the female emperor one day, I will allow you to rule the 9 heavens with me. Blaise Lin also wonders if her childhood dream of dominating the western wilderness and conquering the 9 continents has come true. And Ethan Yi is currently in Fatty Lao Dao's cave, diligently cultivating. Elder Shi reminded Ethan Yi that this cave is filled with evil energy and suppresses countless resentful spirits. That old Taoist must be hiding some unspeakable secrets. Ethan Yi is not in the mood to care about these things. He only wants to do one thing now, which is to become stronger. He doesn't have much time left. This time, he must defeat Blaise Lin at the Five Peaks martial gathering, avenging his previous disgrace. And Ethan Yi is also well prepared this time. That's his sister, Alicia Yi. Alicia Yi has now led 800,000 Northern Gale elite cavalry to sweep through 33 countries, and is revered as the Empress of the Northern Realm. Ethan Yi plans to stay after the Five Peaks martial gathering, and then write a letter to have him lead the army to come. Then he revealed a lecherous expression on his face. Brother is looking forward to meeting Alicia. At the same time, Alicia Yi is sitting aggressively on the throne. At this time, a subordinate came to report. It turned out that the 3-year agreement has come to an end. Ethan Yi hopes that 7 days later, Alicia Yi will lead a force of 300,000 troops to visit the Qinglan sect of Immortality to witness his power. Alicia Yi believes that 7 days is too long. Now, all the northern territories have pledged allegiance to her. This time is just right to seize the opportunity to return to the central continent. Alicia Yi is so eager to head to the Qinglan sect of Immortality because she wants to fulfill the promise she made to Blaise Lin when they were young. During these 12 years, she has been missing our eldest brother every moment. Bad guy senior brother was seen for the first time. A totally non-resistant bad guy. And this person is none other than our second junior sister, Grace Gua. The eldest brother, who had just changed into his night clothes, was planning to sneak out in the dark of night to steal medicine. Who knew that Caleb suddenly appeared? It turned out that the fourth junior sister said her wound had worsened and the pain was unbearable. She asked Blaise Lin to come over quickly. Eldest brother saw through small junior sister's tricks in no time. With the effects of his Millennium blood coagulation bomb, almost any external injury could be healed the same night. So he asked Caleb to go back and tell small junior sister that he had gone to Maiden's Peak to pay respects and had not returned. Tell her to rest well. But Caleb didn't understand why eldest brother had to disguise himself like this to see master. Is it possible that eldest brother wants to go out on patrol as well? To catch disciples from the cultivation sect who come out at night to do bad things. Those who know me also know Caleb. I have to say, Caleb my little brother is really a natural fool. Who knows, Blaise Lin arrived at the alchemy workshop. Blaise Lin unexpectedly discovered disciples other than himself coming out to do the task. So he quickly caught up with them. He then questioned which unit the other party belonged to. Do you know you were speeding? I am Blaise Lin, the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak. Please move aside quickly. The man in the mask completely ignored Blaise Lin and continued to accelerate. I am Celestial One Peak, chief disciple Blaise Lin. Please make way quickly. The masked man completely ignored Blaise Lin and continued to accelerate. Eldest brother saw this and decided to take action, planning to teach this arrogant person a lesson. Even though the flying sword was dodged repeatedly by the mysterious person, the next second eldest brother's blue-silver entanglement instantly turned the tide. He easily subdued this person. Unexpectedly, this mysterious person didn't resist at all. Where did this Yandere come from? The helpless eldest brother had no choice but to subdue him. He planned to personally uncover his true identity. Who knew that beneath the mask was actually the third junior sister Grace Gua? Eldest brother looked incredulous. First, small junior sister deceived him with an excuse. Now, the second junior sister has come to thwart him. How did they know that he was going to do something bad today? Who knew that at this moment eldest brother suddenly had a severe headache? Looking at the third junior sister in his arms, he somehow felt a sense of familiarity. Immediately, a vast amount of memories from his past life crazily surfaced in his mind. At this moment, eldest brother's mood obviously changed. The system actually forced to repair Blaise Lin's mental state when it saw the situation. The recovered eldest brother couldn't figure out what had happened to him just now. But as the bad guy eldest brother, completing the mission is the most important thing. So he decided to send the second junior sister back first before going to steal the Dan pill. Master Lung Yen unexpectedly used tricks on his own disciple. Master accidentally dropped the Dan pill that eldest brother had stolen with difficulty. This Dan pill just needs to be carried close to the body for one night to absorb its essence, to enhance his divine consciousness power to a higher level. Old Ginger is indeed spicier. At this moment, at the top floor of the Dragon Head Peak Alchemy Workshop, the third junior sister is enjoying the moonlight alone. At that moment, she suddenly noticed behind her, as if there was a dark figure. Before Blaise Lin could launch a surprise attack, he was unexpectedly embraced and kissed by the third junior sister. Eldest brother was speechless and immediately questioned the third junior sister, saying, "Do you even know who he is? You kissed him right away." The third junior sister expressed that she already knew eldest brother's scent and had engraved it in her heart. She would never forget it until death. "Why did you come to the alchemy workshop dressed like this, eldest brother?" Blaise Lin looked embarrassed. He was on the verge of a mental breakdown earlier. Fortunately, the system intervened to help him stabilize his mental state, which didn't affect the subsequent plot missions. So eldest brother started his performance. First, he transformed into a pure and warm-hearted man, showing concern for the third junior sister. He claimed that his outfit was all for the purpose of seeing the third junior sister. The third junior sister was instantly captivated by eldest brother's smooth moves and gestures. Small junior sister, who had fallen in love, had just realized it. She found that eldest brother had disappeared without a trace. So she quickly searched around for Blaise Lin. Tonight, she must keep an eye on eldest brother and must not let him steal the Dan pill. Unexpectedly, eldest brother actually used a puppet substitution talisman rewarded by the system before to successfully deceive the third junior sister. Eldest brother looked delighted as he held the Dan pill in his hand. The first side quest of the Five Peaks Martial Gathering has finally been completed. Little did they know that everything that just happened was observed by Master, who was hiding not far away. The Dan pill that Blaise Lin stole just now was personally crafted by the senior Luna Maiden. It is the supreme rank mystic Dan pill, Bodhi soul molding Dan pill. The previous essence condensing Dan pill was sent to Mount Taitsong long ago. This Dan pill only needs to be carried close to the body overnight by one person. It can be refined and the essence absorbed. My Blaise will definitely take the lead in the Five Peaks Martial Gathering. The next morning, Elder in charge of the alchemy workshop came to Celestial Yuan Peak to express gratitude. Thanks to Chief Disciple Lin and Nephew Disciple Chu, the Dan Pill Tower is flawless. On the other hand, Master and the junior sisters looked listless. They must not have rested well due to yesterday's events. Blaise Lin hurriedly asked if Elder had forgotten something. This puzzled Elder Gu. Eldest brother was speechless. What on earth is going on? You didn't even notice that such an important Dan pill was stolen. You are really confused. So he quickly searched for the Dan pill in his arms, intending to take the initiative to confess and push the plot back on track. But after searching for a long time, he found nothing. At this moment, eldest brother's head felt like it had exploded. He clearly carried the Dan pill with him at all times. How could it be gone now? Master suddenly spoke at this moment. He inquired whether Blaise Lin hasn't been resting well recently, and if his mind isn't quite clear. When he saw Master's expression, eldest brother guessed that this matter was definitely not simple. There must be something fishy going on. Last time, Master inexplicably imparted sword intent to him, taught him the immaterial sword body, and asked him to definitely kill Ethan Yi. Could it be that Master used some sort of extraordinary method to predict the future? After all, only Master could have made his Bodhi essence condensation pill disappear out of thin air. Later, Blaise Lin went to Master's cave to confront him face to face. He asked Master why he had bestowed sword intent on him the night before the apprenticeship ceremony, why Ethan Yi challenged him, and about today's Dan pill incident. Are all of these things Master predicted in advance? Blaise Lin expressed that he did not want to be casually arranged like a fool by his beloved one. He asked Master to tell the truth. Is this eldest brother's first time being so confrontational in conversation with Master? Is eldest brother going to stand up this time? Eldest brother unexpectedly kissed Master on the forehead in front of everyone. And this moment could be said to be the happiest time for Master. Eldest brother, in order to make up for the serious offense just now, deliberately presented the black socks he had received earlier as a token of apology. Just now, eldest brother suddenly stood up straight. He said that he really didn't want to be casually arranged like a fool by his beloved. So today he must ask for clarification. Master told Blaise Lin that often, the more you know, the heavier the burden you carry. No matter what happens in the future, Master will shield you from the wind and rain and pave the way for you. All you have to do is to be carefree like you were in childhood. Eldest brother was deeply moved by these words. At this moment, Master raised the fine wine in his hand, with a hint of sadness on his face. She felt that the current master did not fit at all with the dignified and imposing image of Blaise Lin in her heart. He looked at Master's eldest brother in front of him, who seemed like a fragile woman, and felt extreme heartache. He was originally just a bad guy eldest brother in the original work. How could he possibly deserve such love and care from Master? And at this moment, that strange feeling seemed to return. It felt like some emotion was becoming overwhelming and couldn't be suppressed. Just as Master was lost in thought, eldest brother couldn't help but kiss Master's forehead. It's over, it's over. This is really over now. How could I suddenly kiss Master? Serafina Xiao, who realized what was happening, quickly stepped back. Blaise, you're getting bolder. Now you're becoming more and more unrestrained. Blaise Lin hurriedly explained upon seeing the situation. He mentioned that the forehead kiss was a traditional custom in his hometown, a way for juniors to express the utmost respect to their elders. He then promptly changed the subject. He took out the black socks he had received earlier as a token of apology. Blaise Lin even mentioned that these black socks are designed to enhance the shape of the legs and add a touch of elegance. If the master were to pair them with this item, they would undoubtedly become even more enchanting and peerless. Serafina Xiao couldn't put down the gift Blaise Lin gave her. Blaise Lin also showed a face full of anticipation. Who knew that Serafina Xiao would say that these socks were strange, and that as a grandmaster's descendant, she could never wear them, let alone in front of Blaise Lin. This greatly disappointed Blaise Lin. He then asked Blaise Lin to leave first. After he crushes Ethan Yi at the Five Peaks Martial Gathering, perhaps he will reveal everything to Blaise Lin. After Blaise Lin left, Serafina Xiao looked at the black socks in her hand and fell into contemplation. Usually not focusing on serious matters, she collected all kinds of strange and curious items. But when she thought of the expected look in Blaise Lin's eyes today, if Blaise can crush Ethan Yi and change her fate at the Five Peaks Martial Gathering, she might as well give it a try. During these 3 days, Blaise Lin spent the entire time slacking off and lying around. At this moment, Caleb arrived carrying a roasted duck. Eldest brother also learned from Caleb. For the past 3 days, both Master and the junior sisters have been tracing his whereabouts. Fortunately, Blaise Lin instructed Caleb to keep quiet. Although Blaise Lin's mission to steal the Dan pill was foiled by the system, the judgment determined that the character was successfully restored. However, 3 days later, there were no longer any issues regarding the task of the second junior sister. Therefore, Blaise Lin has been hiding in the palace, waiting for the opportune moment for the mission to begin. At this time, Caleb asked in confusion why eldest brother had been observing these signs for the past few days. It turns out that these are all the lifeblood jade tokens of the cultivation disciples. Since the cultivation disciples need to frequently go out to eliminate darkness and protect the Tao, they need to use these jade tokens to communicate with disciples performing tasks in various places. This helps them keep track of their movements effectively. When a person dies, the token shatters. And the one that just shattered belongs to Orion Lee, the direct disciple of the true master of the disciples. Orion Lee's talent and strength are also outstanding. This also indicates that something significant is happening in Oceanrise City. That's what's next. The third junior sister and other disciples will lead a team to Oceanrise City for a side mission to resist and drive away demons. Soon, the disciple leader initiated a 5 peaks Grandmaster meeting. Grandmasters from each peak, accompanied by their chief disciple and 3 direct descendants, went to Celestial Sky Palace. Eldest brother reminded Caleb again before he left. After the 5 peaks martial gathering, he will definitely go down the mountain to live as an ordinary person. Escaping is his only chance. At this moment, Caleb is greatly moved. He finally understands why eldest brother has been advising him to leave the Qinglan disciple of immortality. It turns out that eldest brother had already planned everything out. Watching eldest brother's radiant figure, Caleb suddenly hesitated to leave. The aloof master changed to new skin to bid farewell to the bad guy senior brother. The Black Sox version of Master is really cute. Simultaneously, the time traveler Yuan Jiang, who has been slacking off for 60 years. He finally straightened up this time. He sharpened his sword for 60 years. His tiny Mystic Purity sword is also about time to be unsheathed. At this moment, in the main hall of Dragonhead Peak Celestial Sky Palace, Purple Cloud True Master is currently inquiring whether the chief disciple of each peak can gather. Dragonhead Peak Chief Disciple Zhenqing Su, Phoenix Song Peak Chief Disciple Aurelia Zhu, Crimson Cloud Peak Chief Disciple Wu Wang, the Chosen One Cloud Drift Peak Chief Disciple Ethan Yi. When Ethan Yi made his debut, he immediately became the center of attention. Just because he had only been a beginner for a month, he defeated the former chief disciple, Feng Chen, becoming the new chief disciple. And the last one to arrive late was the big bad guy eldest brother Celestial One Peak chief disciple Blaise Lin. With Blaise Lin's arrival, Ethan Yi's limelight was instantly stolen. Ethan Yi saw this, and accused Blaise Lin of actually being late on such an important occasion, not even putting the elders in his eyes. The eldest brother then mocked Ethan Yi, saying that the elders would criticize the chief disciple for being late. "You are nobody, dare to control me." At this point, the master quickly stepped in to smooth things over, pleading for Blaise Lin's forgiveness. Ethan Yi was speechless to the extreme. Who is the real, the chosen one? After all, he could not understand why this fraud Blaise Lin could have such a strong and protective master. The elders naturally did not pay any attention to such trivial incidents. The important event is approaching. Let's hurry up and draw the lot. Why? In the original text, Ethan Yi joined Phoenix Song Peak under the leadership of Aurelia Zhu, who drew the sign of Tao to lead the team. Ethan Yi accompanied the team as a member. And now, with the plot rewritten, it is other 3 Peaks members who have drawn the sign of Tao. Blaise Lin is speechless, changing the plot time and again. How can he wrap this up smoothly? Just then, Aurelia Zhu suddenly volunteered. She mentioned that following the changes in Oceanrise City, Orion Lee's junior brother and dozens of disciples at Dragonhead Peak had died. Therefore, she intends to go to Oceanrise City in place of Zhenqing Su. After discussions among several grandmasters, Aurelia Zhu's request was finally accepted. Furthermore, the master assigned Blaise Lin 2 junior sisters as assistants. The second junior sister and the third junior sister were respectively assigned to accompany him. Eldest brother looked very happy. I didn't expect to return to the right track of the plot in this way. This is a smooth move. Why did Aurelia Zhu insist on going to Oceanrise City? Just because she knew that eldest brother had fought against Ethan Yi alone twice to save the cultivation disciple. So this time she is determined to fight alongside eldest brother to stop Ethan Yi's conspiracy. Blaise Lin looked at everyone's high spirits and full of confidence. Blaise Lin was also extremely happy. Finally, the plot is coming to an end. This little bad guy of his is finally going offline. Just as eldest brother and the others were about to set off, Master changed into a new skin specifically to see Blaise Lin off. He reminded Blaise Lin to be careful in all things, as preserving his life was the most important. small junior sister, hiding not far away, felt extremely sad in her heart. She looked at the ring she spent a long time weaving in her hand. She had intended to give it to eldest brother before parting ways, but unfortunately, she was a step too late. They had promised that only Sakura would have it. At the same time, Yuan Jiang was feeling sad at junior brother's grave. At this moment, he feels extremely guilty. He knows the direction of the story, but dares not stop it. And he chose to hide behind the cliff of enlightenment, wasting 60 years. Now, with the rise of Blaise Lin, the plot has taken a new turn. Yuan Jiang has decided to take action ahead of schedule. At the same time, he will try to seize the opportunity to win over the male lead, Ethan Yi, again. Even if he is like a moth to a flame, he will do his utmost to save the world and protect the disciple. He will also do everything possible to protect all the junior brothers and sisters of Qinglan, disciple of Immortality. At this moment, Yuan Jiang, who has been sharpening his sword for 60 years, has changed from his previous decadence. It's all for this moment. The battlefield between junior sisters has finally emerged. They are the second junior sister, a hot and mature beauty, and the third junior sister, gentle and lovely. Which one should he choose with two different styles? After a day of rushing around, Blaise Lin and his team have arrived not far from Moonfall Town in Oceanrise City. At this time, the third junior sister noticed that eldest brother's complexion didn't look too good. So the two junior sisters suggested, since it was getting late, they should stay at the inn ahead. Moreover, Aurelia Zhu from Phoenix Song Peak has already led the disciples to settle in Moonfall Town. Tomorrow they can all go together to Oceanrise City. Blaise Lin looked puzzled when he heard this. According to the original plot development, shouldn't he, as the lazy eldest brother, be the one clamoring to stay at the inn? How come he has become passive now? Who is the bad guy, me or you guys? Fortunately, the ultimate goal is the same. After that, Blaise Lin and his party rented the entire inn. They planned to take a good rest. According to the following plot, after Blaise Lin and his group settled in this inn, they would set off the next morning. They didn't go far before encountering two paths. One path is filled with thick, scary thorns, with marks left by the person of the demonic Tao. The other path, however, is smooth and sunny with no obstacles. Being a bad guy who bullies the weak and fears the strong, Blaise Lin naturally clings to the second junior sister and forces her to take the second path. Meanwhile, the third junior sister, in order to uphold the mission of the disciples and not be humiliated, leads a few junior sisters to choose the other path. In fact, there is nothing on that eerie and terrifying path. It's just an illusion created by the dark disciples to deceive everyone. On the contrary, the sunny path is full of dangers. They will encounter the true culprit who killed Orion Lee, one of the 8 dark disciples, the Shadow Spirit's disciple, who is a corpse demon Taoist. And the shameless Blaise Lin actually pushed the second junior sister out and ran away at a critical moment. Fortunately, the second junior sister is powerful and unfathomable, fighting evenly with the corpse demon Taoist. In the end, Ethan Yi arrived in time and killed the corpse demon Taoist with a sword. As a result, they obtained the supreme treasure essence condensing orb dropped by the corpse demon Taoist. Just then, Caleb came in with a pot of freshly brewed bone soup. I have to say, Caleb is really thoughtful. If only Caleb were a girl, that would be great. Caleb looks shy, saying that these pork rib ingredients were all brought by the third senior sister. He's just borrowing the flowers to present the Buddha. The third junior sister quickly invited Caleb to come over and sit next to eldest brother to have a meal together. This bone broth is so precious. How can a mere outer disciple like me dine with senior brothers and senior sisters? At this moment, the second junior sister suddenly teased the third junior sister, asking Caleb to pour a cup of tea for the third junior sister. She really likes to drink green tea. And our eldest brother, on the other hand, watched the show quietly from the side. Who knew that at this moment, a disciple suddenly fell to the ground. He claimed that the soup had been poisoned. Everyone immediately began to suspect Caleb, who cooked the soup. Eldest brother quickly questioned Caleb why he added medicine to the soup. Caleb looked very wronged, insisting that he didn't do it. Later, he actually drank up the bone soup in front of eldest brother, and then collapsed on the ground himself. Eldest brother looked puzzled at this moment. Could it be that a spy from the dark disciple really sneaked in? When eldest brother also fell, the mastermind behind the scenes finally showed up. It turned out that all of this was the mischief of the third junior sister. Just because she finally had a chance to be alone with the eldest brother, she naturally wouldn't easily let go of this opportunity. Who would have known that just as the third junior sister was about to make her move, the second junior sister unexpectedly appeared and interrupted her. The third junior sister, let go of your salty pig hand. How awesome is our second junior sister really? She actually took away junior sister's affection for eldest brother. She even doesn't let sleeping eldest brother off the hook. Just as she was about to make a move against eldest brother, third junior sister was unexpectedly interrupted by senior sister. At this moment, third junior sister looked puzzled. Why wasn't senior sister affected by the poison? In fact, second junior sister had already seen through her intentions. Simply because even if third junior sister tells a small lie, her demeanor will still appear unnatural. When she saw Caleb bringing the bone broth, and claimed that the ingredients were purchased by third junior sister, she noticed his evasive look, clearly knowing that something was amiss. So she drank the bone broth, but did not swallow it. It turns out, just as expected. Upon the exposure of the situation, the third junior sister plans to challenge the senior sister to compete for the eldest brother. Unexpectedly, the second junior sister had a sly smile on her face, indicating that there was no need for her to take action. It turned out that the second junior sister, to be on the safe side, had actually poisoned the tea just now as a preemptive measure. Junior sister, rest assured, we have been sisters for over a decade. Senior sister would never have the heart to harm you. The substance you were affected by is just a common hypnotic powder. Do you know since when senior sister fell in love with eldest brother? I need to consider more for senior brother, since you are constantly scheming to take everything from eldest brother. Then senior sister will take yours first. She is cunning. So awesome. After finishing everything, the second junior sister looked at the unconscious eldest brother, and decided to bring Blaise Lin back to the room first. Seeing the adorable eldest brother, the second junior sister couldn't help but kiss Blaise Lin on the cheek. Eldest brother will come back for you after disposing of corpse demon Taoist, and then take you away to escape far and never return. At this moment, the second junior sister suddenly realized that by kissing the junior sister just now, and then kissing eldest brother, it is equivalent to indirectly kissing between the junior sister and eldest brother, isn't it? Soon, the second junior sister set off to solo the boss. At this moment, Oceanrise City was brightly lit with bustling markets. Just as corpse demon Taoist was leaving with two younger sisters, the second junior sister suddenly appeared and intercepted him. You are indeed the shadow spirit's disciple, left guardian corpse demon Taoist. Corpse demon Taoist saw through the guise, and pushed the younger sister beside him away in preparation to deal with Grace Gua, who knew that the next second, the second junior sister would take the initiative to act. She directly killed it with a single knife hand. How could we let that scum Ethan Yee pick up the pieces of such an easy kill? That's how the opportunity of the Chosen One is intercepted once again. And this is the essence condensing orb that the male lead Ethan Yee is about to obtain, looking at the essence condensing orb in his hand. The second junior sister plans to give it to Blaise Lin as a token of their love. I wonder if eldest brother will like it or not. Just at that moment, a creepy pervert suddenly appeared behind the second junior sister. At this moment, the second junior sister felt something was not right. She sensed that this person was very strong. When she was about to escape, she found that she couldn't move at all. The sleazy man then walked step by step towards the second junior sister. Before devouring you, I want you to know my true name and fear, he said. The effeminate man in front of them is Avellini Jean, the young master of the Soul Palace, a heavenly soul disciple. I wonder if eldest brother will come to the rescue. He's here, he's here. Our bad guy eldest brother is coming on a colorful cloud. He swung his sword only once and blasted the pervert who bullied his junior sister into pieces. Then, he faced the manifestation stage's heavenly boy. This time, eldest brother stood in front of junior sister without any hesitation. I will protect junior sister's safety. Watching Avellini Jean II, junior sister walking towards her step by step, she was truly scared this time. Graysqua, you pride yourself on being extraordinary and arrogant. In front of these ruthless demon Dao villains, you are just a delicate flower in a greenhouse. How can the weak survive in this world? Blaise Lin from childhood not only always guarded her, but also avenged the enemies of the second junior sister alone. From that day on, the orphan of the Gua family, who used to have nightmares all day, disappeared. In her place, she became the invincible warrior who surpassed the same generation geniuses, personally appointed as the second disciple of the celestial One Peak. At this moment of life and death, how she wishes that eldest brother could come and save her. Just at this moment, "Stop!" echoed throughout Ocean Rise City. And the person who arrived was the second junior sister's beloved eldest brother. When Avellini Jean saw Blaise Lin, he panicked. Just because he sensed an unprecedented murderous intent from Blaise Lin. He had not even had time to react. He was then struck down into bits by Blaise Lin's sword technique, which descended from the sky. He never expected it. He couldn't have imagined that the declining Qinglan disciple of immortality still had such a formidable figure. Actually, shortly after the second junior sister left, the eldest brother woke up. Just because Blaise Lin possesses the immaterial sword body, and is protected by the Northern Abyss vital energy, how could he faint so easily? After she learned that the second junior sister was going to sneak into Ocean Rise City alone, Blaise Lin knew the danger of the situation, because those few big bosses are all in there. Blaise Lin is more concerned about the safety of the second junior sister than the mission. Fortunately, he arrived in time and successfully rescued the second junior sister. Just as the two were about to leave this place, suddenly, a strange and eerie face appeared in the void. The next second, a paper figure charged towards them aggressively. Fortunately, he had the timely reminder from the second junior sister. Blaise Lin managed to dodge the attack in time. And that paper figure possesses the cultivation level of late manifestation stage. The enemy uses the paper figure as a medium to perform Demon Dao's sacred abilities. It seems that the enemy must be the left guardian heavenly boy of this shadow spirit's disciple. In the original timeline, the 8 dark disciples have already formed an alliance. The conspiracy to overthrow the Qinglan disciple of immortality has been orchestrated by the shadow spirit's disciple through corrupt and contaminated means. They have allowed the poison to spread throughout Qinglan Mountain, causing the cultivation disciples to be tainted by the dark aura, resulting in a significant decline in their cultivation stage. In order to protect Qinglan and safeguard junior sister, eldest brother has decided to bring out his true power. Junior sister, please step back. Next, eldest brother is going to start demonstrating his true skills. Bad guy senior brother unexpectedly cursed heavenly boy in the street. His words, "ugly freak," directly angered the enemy to the point of self-destructing. Is this the true skill of the eldest brother? This YouTuber has to admire. Too amazing. In the original work, heavenly boy was not supposed to appear so soon. But due to the second junior sister changing the plot, she broke into Ocean Rise City a night early, which alarmed him. Even the male lead, Ethan Yi, would not be able to defeat heavenly boy at the manifestation stage summit with just one big stage higher cultivation level. But Blaise Lin knows that heavenly boy has a fatal weakness. Eldest brother is slowly walking towards heavenly boy. Is eldest brother going to show his true skills? What powerful sacred abilities does senior brother still have hidden that I don't know about? Blaise Lin takes a deep breath. Then he looked extremely arrogant, swearing at Heavenly Een Boy. What kind of nonsense, Heavenly Een Boy, Dark Disciple, Great Guardian, you're just a songstress. How dare you act arrogant in front of me? His arrogant actions really shocked the two people. This also successfully angered Heavenly Een Boy, who dominated the demon Tao for 100 years. No one has dared to speak to him like this before. And it is still an insignificant golden Dan pill stage brat. Enraged, he released paper figures and attacked Blaise Lin. The second junior sister had intended to step forward to help, but was stopped by eldest brother. After all, even if the two of them teamed up, they would not be able to beat this guy. Heavenly Een Boy did not expect that Blaise Lin, with just a mere cultivation level at the Golden Dan Pill stage, not only master the wood element divine law power, but also unleash such powerful innate sacred abilities. This further fueled his desire to defeat Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin was speechless to the extreme, watching such a disgusting old man. Are all the Dark Disciples' followers so perverse? Blaise Lin then began a 2.5-minute verbal firepower DPS. Surprisingly, Heavenly Een Boy was shocked to find out that Blaise Lin knew about his past. It turned out that when Heavenly Een Boy was young, he was abandoned by his mother because he looked so ugly and like a dwarf. After his death, he was even turned into a ghost puppet by the Heavenly Een ancestor. Heavenly Een Boy threatened Blaise Lin to shut up, but it only made Blaise Lin more aggressive. The more he was scolded, the more excited he became. It's just because this Heavenly Een Boy's furious attack on his heart. He can no longer control the Heavenly Een demonic orb planted in him by the Heavenly Blood Demon. It will soon be devoured by his out-of-control demonic aura. In the original work, he was scolded to death by Small Junior Sister during the Second Demon Suppression War. Blaise Lin's last sentence, "Ugly monster," enraged Heavenly Een Boy to the point of breaking his defense and dying in self-detonation. The second junior sister and eldest brother, who were watching on the side, were also shocked by this. At this moment, the second junior sister hurried forward and presented what was originally Ethan Ye's opportunity with both hands. It is said that this thing can instantly enlighten and enhance spiritual awareness. With just a snap of the fingers, one can cast spells and use sacred abilities, similar to the supreme treasure that Ethan Ye always used in the later stages of the original work's innate stage. Blaise Lin was in a dilemma as she looked at the essence condensing orb in her hands. If she wanted to restore the plot, wouldn't she have to hand over this thing to Ethan Ye? Just thinking about it made her feel a bit reluctant. Who knew a voice came from not far away. "Junior brother, could you hand over this thing to me?" The newcomer is none other than Yuan Jiang, the former chief disciple who, like Blaise Lin, has traveled through time. The two senior brothers, both time travelers, finally met today. When Yuan Jiang realized the person in front of him was none other than Blaise Lin, who had beaten up the Chosen One, he not only had a big attitude change. He was even facing the pursuit of the Supreme Witch Lord, one of the three major bosses. He stood in front of Blaise Lin without hesitation. Just now, Yuan Jiang suddenly appeared. He asked Blaise Lin to hand over the essence condensing orb in his hand. Blaise Lin looked at the person in front of him. He felt a sense of familiarity. So he asked if he had met Yuan Jiang before. And Yuan Jiang had the same feeling. At that moment, just like this very moment, years ago, Yuan Jiang planned to abduct Alicia Yi when she was young. Blaise Lin intervened and saved the young Alicia Yi. Yuan Jiang never expected fate to be so miraculous. 14 years have passed, and Blaise Lin has grown into a handsome young sword cultivator. Blaise Lin's face darkened. Could it be that this person came specifically today to settle the scores with him? So he took out the fleeing talisman whenever he sensed any unusual movement from this person. He would immediately flee with the second junior sister. Yuan Jiang reassured Blaise Lin not to be nervous. He closed up for 60 years, diligently practicing swordsmanship every day without slacking off. Although his cultivation level is one stage higher than Blaise Lin's, his attainment in the sword way stage is slightly inferior. Let's forget about our past matters. After all, that person's destiny is fated to be extraordinary, and should not come to an end. Later, he asked Blaise Lin a question: under which grandmaster did he study? Who is currently surpassing his peers and standing out? The second junior sister looked speechless. She always felt that there was something strange about this person. Yuan Jiang also learned from the second junior sister that this person is none other than Celestial One Peak Chief Disciple Blaise Lin. The chief disciple favored by Master Uncle Shao has overwhelmed Ethan Yi twice in a row. As a result, he seems indeed unworthy to ask Blaise Lin for the essence condensing orb, judging from Yuan Jiang's dejected look. Blaise Lin also feels that this person seems not very clever. So he plans to take advantage of this opportunity to quickly leave with the second junior sister. Yuan Jiang also reminded Blaise Lin when Blaise Lin was about to leave. One reason is that Blaise Lin may be far more powerful than he imagined. The root of the problem lies in the fact that Blaise Lin has rewritten his own originally tragic fate. Secondly, he must be sure to protect the people around him. If you want to love, love boldly. Don't let certain scumbags take advantage. The last point. As the chief disciple destiny of Qinglan, the immortality disciple of the most powerful sword cultivator in ancient times, you should be no less than others. Therefore, with greater abilities come greater responsibilities. And he advised Blaise Lin that one day, the dark disciple will bring disaster to the world. You must do your utmost to protect the cultivation disciple and your loved ones. Who knew that at this moment, pursuers attacked? The incoming person is one of the three bosses of Oceanrise City, the Supreme Witch Lord of the Ghost Witch Disciple in Nanzhao Kingdom, leading his 3,000 bronze armor legion of corpses and ghosts. It is worth noting that this Supreme Witch Lord's cultivation level has reached the nascent soul stage, with a body full of demon Dao spells that can communicate with the netherworld, not something that the heavenly Yin boy just now can match. Just at this moment, Yuan Jiang stepped forward to stand in front of Blaise Lin. He Cliff of Enlightenment has been sharpening his sword for 60 years. Today happens to be the perfect opportunity to use these dark disciple demon lord to sacrifice the sword. Qinglan disciple of Immortality Dragonhead Peak ex-chief disciple Yuan Jiang is determined to fight you demon Dao cultivators to the death today. When Blaise Lin heard the name Yuan Jiang, he was shocked. He never expected that he was the unparalleled genius who had been sharpening his sword for 60 years. No wonder he is so confident. And at the moment when Blaise Lin was escaping, he accidentally left his identity token behind. Wholeheartedly devoted as a cultivation disciple, he is willing to endure any hardship and stand guard for fellow disciple senior brother Yuan Jiang. He was unexpectedly attacked and brutally murdered by the Chosen One. What a shameless scum. Just now, Ethan Yi learned from Elder Shur that as long as he kills corpse demon Taoist, he can obtain his supreme treasure essence condensing orb. This time, he is determined to firmly seize this opportunity in his hands. When he arrived, he found out to his surprise that all the dark disciples had been killed. Ethan Yi was extremely shocked when he saw the Ghost Witch Disciple token. He never expected that the two elders of the Ghost Witch Disciples, rumored to be nascent soul powerhouses, were killed on the street. Moreover, the aura of the essence condensing orb has completely vanished. Elder Shur speculated that it must have been a cultivator from the righteous path who intruded into Oceanrise City, killed these demon cultivators, and seized the essence condensing orb. When Ethan Yi saw the personal command token left by Blaise Lin, it further confirmed his speculation. This guy has already seized it for the second time. This opportunity should have belonged to him. As the Chosen One, does he have to keep living in the shadow of Blaise Lin? At this moment Yuan Jiang, who had fought the demon cultivator with his serious injuries, appeared. He reminded Ethan Yi to leave Oceanrise City quickly, as the 8 dark disciples had already formed an alliance. Backing support would arrive immediately. Ethan Yi also had a feeling that he had met this person before. Looking at your sword, it seems that you have slain disciples of the demon Dao cultivators, like the Qinglan disciple of Immortality. Yuan Jiang told him not to talk nonsense. Quickly follow Celestial Yuan Peak's eldest brother Blaise Lin and leave here. Ethan Yi, upon hearing this, had a black line on his face. The next second, he cruelly killed Yuan Jiang's senior brother, who was dedicated to protecting the cultivation disciples. Elder Shi, who was stunned on the side, did not understand why Ethan Yi wanted to plot against fellow sect members. In Ethan Yi's eyes, anyone related to Blaise Lin was his enemy. Elder Shi, the chosen one, should be decisive in killing. Isn't that right? At the same time, Blaise Lin, who returned to the inn, found Aurelia Zhu also arrived at the place. It turns out that Aurelia Zhu had just passed by the inn with the junior sisters and found that all the disciples of Celestial Yuan Peak were drugged and lying on the ground unable to get up. She was worried that something had happened, so she decided to stay here. Guardian Blaise Lin was deeply moved by junior sister Zhu's actions. Senior brother Lin has some secret words to tell you privately. Are you available to talk? What the second junior sister didn't expect is that even someone like Aurelia Zhu, who is a proud woman among heavens, has a secret crush on eldest brother. Eldest brother is truly outstanding. Blaise Lin also arrived at the rooftop with junior sister Zhu. At this moment, junior sister Zhu suddenly spoke up, asking Blaise Lin if he dislikes her very much. Blaise Lin looked bewildered at the words. In the original work, she was as cold as snow and difficult to move, like an iceberg beauty. Why would she say such nonsensical words to him, a small bad guy? Blaise Lin told her that it didn't matter whether she liked or disliked him. They were just ordinary fellow disciples. Knowing that Blaise Lin didn't dislike her, she finally felt relieved. She then begged Blaise Lin not to participate in the Five Peaks martial gathering and let her defeat Ethan Yi herself. Blaise Lin definitely could not agree to her request. After all, they were just one step away from completing the task and ascending on the spot. Aurelia Zhu saw that he had made up his mind, and did not say anything more. Since junior sister Zhu has nothing urgent, let's return together tomorrow. Blaise Lin also told her about the incident where the murderer from the demon Dao was executed by the second junior sister. Now that we understand the conspiracy of the Dark Disciples within Oceanrise City, let's quickly return to report to the cultivation disciples. Before leaving, Blaise Lin took advantage of the beautiful scenery to say some cheesy words to Aurelia Zhu. Junior sister Zhu just forgot to mention something very important. That is, junior sister Zhu, you are truly beautiful. Just as beautiful as the moonlight tonight. The usually gentle and virtuous third junior sister turned out to be such a person. She not only captured the future of senior brother, she firmly grasped the handle in her own hands. Just now, Blaise Lin took advantage of the good timing and beautiful scenery to publicly confess to junior sister Zhu. And he successfully won over this stunning beauty. Even Blaise Lin did not expect that one of the harem beauties was originally the protagonist. She unexpectedly gave her heart to him. The system even offered a manual on dual cultivation as a reward. Blaise Lin, after returning to his room, tossed and turned, finding it difficult to sleep. Various situations have arisen since Ethan Yi paid his respects to the mountain. It has already had an impact on his immortal Dao heart. He could dismiss his junior sister, but now even the supporting character Yuan Jiang is shaking him up internally. If it weren't for the second junior sister being injured at the time, he would have stayed to fight side by side with senior brother Yuan Jiang. Blaise Lin couldn't help but sigh. If he had the destiny of the protagonist and the guidance of Master, he wouldn't mind staying in this world to save Qinglan, disciple of Immortality, and protect Master and the junior sisters. Alas, he is just a small-time bad guy. Now he only needs to hold on for a little longer. Acting well in the final curtain call will allow him to ascend. If any major changes occur again, he will just accept his fate. Who would have known that at this moment, the system unexpectedly played a different card? It raised his cultivation level to the early manifestation stage. First, he secretly took the Dan pill that night. His divine consciousness inexplicably soared to the maximum level. And then, coupled with this, who is the real protagonist of the top internal drive engine, Northern Abyss Vital Energy. Blaise Lin, who broke through the manifestation stage, immediately checked his own manifestation. What surprised him was that his manifestation turned out to be an ordinary long sword. It was far inferior to the manifestations of his 3 junior sisters. But he thought to himself that he was just an insignificant small bad guy after all, so he accepted it. He intended to go to sleep at this point. The 3rd junior sister unexpectedly knocked on Blaise Lin's door in the middle of the night. Blaise Lin is speechless as this girl had just woken up. What is she up to this time? After the drugging incident, the 3rd junior sister's gentle and virtuous image has already collapsed in his heart. So he refused to let the 3rd junior sister in, using the excuse that there should be a distinction between men and women because he was not wearing clothes. Unexpectedly, the 3rd junior sister directly pushed open the door. Blaise Lin was startled by her actions and quickly stepped back. The 3rd junior sister explained that she just had some things on her mind and wanted to talk to Blaise Lin about it. But it seems that there was some awkwardness in their interaction. Why is Blaise Lin so composed? It's because the 2 side missions up to now have all been completed. Next is the final 5 peaks martial gathering. He really doesn't want to make any mistakes that could jeopardize the plot. At this moment, the 3rd junior sister suddenly moved closer to Blaise Lin and explained that she drugged everyone in the soup to make them pass out. In fact, she just wanted to be alone with the eldest brother. What caught Blaise Lin off guard the most was that the 3rd junior sister didn't follow the normal routine again. Becoming the 1st junior sister to eat crab completely caught his future. The battle arena of the 2nd and 3rd junior sisters strikes again tonight. This time, their competition is even more intense. He finally chose the hot and mature 2nd junior sister. He chose the gentle and lovely 3rd junior sister. As the senior brother of the bad guy, does Blaise Lin still need to choose? Just now, Blaise Lin didn't expect it. The usually gentle and adorable 3rd junior sister turned out to be so bold. The 3rd junior sister quickly explained that she has been exposed to a wide range of works since childhood and has dabbled in various fields. She has read extensively, so she has some understanding. This is also the moment she has longed for the most since childhood. Blaise Lin quickly pushed the 3rd junior sister away when he saw the situation. Junior sister, you are now unknowingly tainted by inner demons. Continuing like this, all your hard work will be ruined in no time. Moreover, there are junior sisters everywhere outside. If we are seen together, neither of us will have a place to stand as Qinglan disciples of immortality. Watching the pitiful and wrong appearance of the 3rd junior sister, Blaise Lin also doesn't know what to do. At this moment, the 3rd junior sister suddenly spoke up. The current her only wants to know one answer. That is, who does she prefer in the hearts of the 2nd senior sister and eldest brother? Before anyone could say anything, the 2nd senior sister actually pushed the door open and rushed in. And she asked the shameless 3rd junior sister to let go of eldest brother. The 3rd junior sister didn't expect that the 3rd senior sister was secretly following her. Since we have been openly and secretly competing for so many years, let's not pretend anymore today. I will compete with the 2nd senior sister for senior brother's favor. This has stunned eldest brother watching the show on the side. He never expected this to happen to himself. The 2nd junior sister advised the 3rd junior sister to dismiss this idea as soon as possible. You should go find that Ethan Yi quickly. He is the one suitable for you. The 3rd junior sister got angry. You and that Ethan Yi are truly meant for each other. At this moment, the 2nd junior sister suddenly threw herself into the arms of the eldest brother. She asked Blaise Lin to inform the 3rd junior sister that she would be alone tonight and needing rescue. And without the eldest brother's favoritism, how could he have gone to the great Zhou dynasty in his childhood to help a friend remove their inner demons and eliminate enemies for the junior sister? Moreover, just based on the imposing figure, the 2nd senior sister has already won. On the other hand, the third junior sister made eldest brother back down. That damn tenderness must be cut off decisively. Let's not talk about how many times eldest brother secretly repaired the strings for me when I was a child. Just now, she was the first one to eat crab, and that is enough to win. So eldest brother, who will you choose? And at this moment, eldest brother did not answer. Instead, he walked alone to the window and gazed at the night sky. Then, he began his inner monologue. At this moment, senior brother is like that bright full moon, taking care of all of you shining like stars. Only when we are all together can we form a complete night scene. So senior brother doesn't belong to any one of you, but belongs to the entire cultivation disciple. The second and third junior sisters, who were jealous and competitive just a second ago, have become a loving family in the next second. There's no other way because he is a natural warm-hearted man. It should be the most basic duty to melt the hearts of the Yandere junior sisters. This night, the three of them slept side by side on the bed like they did when they were children. The atmosphere was incredibly peaceful and lovely. Although Blaise Lin, a beauty, was in his arms, his heart was very calm. Just because at this moment, he felt the long-lost atmosphere of home. If you were not the female lead, and he was not a bad guy, maybe they could really establish a harmonious and happy big family here. Blaise Lin also vaguely felt that if he continued to sink into it, what awaited him would be irreversible. It was as if he had experienced it countless times before. But even so, what does it matter? The cute and naive small junior sister deliberately put on white leggings. She did it just to welcome eldest brother's triumphant return. Sure enough, small junior sister understands eldest brother's thoughts the best. Blaise Lin felt like his shoulder was almost scrapped off as soon as he got up in the morning. It's better to stay single by oneself. Aurelia Zhu suddenly came to report. Senior brother Lin, a fierce battle between good and evil broke out in the city last night. Thousands of dark disciples died, and after the supreme witch lord of the ghost witch disciples died, the remaining remnants of the dark disciples all retreated from the city. Blaise Lin also learned from Aurelia Zhu that no bodies of righteous individuals were found. However, it was heard that a man dressed in the attire of the Qinglan disciple of Immortality, covered in blood, walked out of the city gate carrying a sword. Blaise Lin's anxious heart finally relaxed. He did not expect Yuan Jiang, senior brother, to be so powerful that he even eliminated the Supreme Witch Lord at the nascent soul stage. Based on the original clues, the 8 dark disciples planned to contaminate the surrounding branch spiritual meridian of the Qinglan disciple of Immortality in order to spread the toxicity to the main mountain spiritual meridian. Foiling this plan ahead of time should help reduce casualties among the Qinglan disciple of Immortality. Over the next 2 days, Blaise Lin led his junior sisters to locate the contaminated branch spiritual meridian and split it in 2, thus cutting off the connection to the main mountain spiritual meridian of the Qinglan disciple of Immortality. To Blaise Lin's surprise, his 2 junior sisters proved to be remarkably insightful, as they accurately found the source of contamination. Aurelia Zhu, in particular, displayed great dominance by single-handedly destroying the source of the toxic substance. Seeing this situation, Blaise Lin combined with some previous events, he has already come up with a bold conjecture in his mind. After resolving all these matters, Blaise Lin and his companions finally triumphantly returned to Disciple to report. Aurelia Zhu also bid farewell, and left at this point. Just as Blaise Lin was about to return to Celestial One Peak, small junior sister suddenly appeared at the disciple's door to welcome eldest brother's return. Blaise Lin is also ecstatic. I didn't even have the chance to say goodbye to her before leaving. I am really an irresponsible eldest brother. When Blaise Lin hugged small junior sister, he unexpectedly found out that small junior sister was wearing the white tights again. Junior sister, you're really something. The second and third junior sisters almost exploded on the spot when they saw this scene. So they formed an alliance. We can't let small junior sister get ahead no matter what. The 2 who formed a united front acted immediately and stopped small junior sister's actions. Small junior sister, you go back first. Eldest brother will come find you after he finishes his important matters. After all, if he doesn't leave the scene quickly, he might be killed by the junior sisters with knives. Who knew small junior sister would start another pitiful act again? Just because I'm a little fool, I don't deserve eldest brother's love. If I hadn't been injured by that scum Ethan Yi before, I could have joined eldest brother in battle. And her pitiful appearance also made both junior sisters feel sorry for her. Although the two of us may be jealous and competitive, it doesn't affect this innocent and naive small junior sister. After all, what scheming could such an innocent and naive small junior sister have? In the end, the movie queen Sakura Lu still slightly outshone, snatching eldest brother away from senior sister. Seeing the long-lost small junior sister Blaise Lin is also very happy. At this moment, small junior sister looked at Blaise Lin with an innocent and pure expression on her face. She expressed that she had obediently waited for eldest brother for so long. Should eldest brother give Sakura some rewards? Yandere's small junior sister unexpectedly wants eldest brother to publicly kiss her jade foot. But she was directly rejected by eldest brother. How can the distinguished chief disciple of the celestial wand peak do such a thing to the innocent small junior sister? No, this is absolutely not acceptable. At this moment, little sister Junior, who is alone with eldest brother, is gazing adoringly at Blaise Lin. Sakura has been obediently waiting for eldest brother for so long. Won't eldest brother give Sakura some rewards? At this moment, although Blaise Lin really wants to pamper small junior sister, in order to prevent the plot from deviating. So he earnestly stated, eldest brother can spoil you, but there must be limits. For example, I am the older brother. Eldest brother can kiss your cheeks and forehead. This is a form of affection from an elder to a younger one. However, kissing on the lips is absolutely not allowed. Small junior sister is very heartbroken. Clearly, that time when she kissed eldest brother at Lotus Cave Mansion. Eldest brother, you didn't refuse either, did you? Blaise Lin is speechless. He said that time he saw her being hit by Ethan Yi. He couldn't bear to refuse. Stop it, Sakura, you are in the prime of your youth. These love affairs are not suitable for you. Blaise Lin knows well that before he ascends to immortality, it is necessary for him to pull small junior sister back on the right track to prevent her from going astray. Of course, the main reason is that he really can't resist small junior sister's attack. But small junior sister is still unwilling to give up. She took out the grass ring she made for Blaise Lin and confessed her feelings to eldest brother. Blaise Lin from childhood helped her get rid of inner demons. He once alone slaughtered that spirit beast, all of which she has always remembered. Blaise Lin said that these are all trivial matters. Sakura is now an excellent beastmaster. Eldest brother is very relieved. Small junior sister then informed Blaise Lin that in her hometown, a girl close to the age of 15 voluntarily gave a ring she made by hand to a boy, indicating her love and fidelity until death. If the boy does not agree, the girl will end up lonely and unmarried for life. Or the girl may kill her beloved and then commit suicide. This way, they will be together forever. Blaise Lin was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing that. What the hell kind of twisted admiration is this? Small junior sister quickly explained that she would never harm eldest brother. And this heavenly heart ring she originally intended to give to senior brother before eldest brother set off for Oceanrise City. Blaise Lin saw small junior sister's heartfelt efforts and quickly comforted her. But when he thought about receiving this ring, if he were to become an immortal and leave, wouldn't he end up bearing the reputation of a scumbag? Unless he is an accident at the Five Peaks Martial Gathering. So he decided to wait until a few days after the Five Peaks Martial Gathering to discuss it further after he bursts Ethan Yi's head. Little junior sister saw this and did not say anything more. Even if the events in the Celestial Tao memory are followed, eldest brother will ultimately be sent to the cliff of regret. She is also willing to transform into a ray of light, warming and merging into eldest brother's body. As long as she can be with eldest brother, spending a lifetime at the cliff of regret is of no consequence. At this moment, small junior sister suddenly stood up, asking Blaise Lin very seriously if he likes her or not. Blaise Lin said it's natural. Who knew small junior sister would sit shyly on the table, wanting Blaise Lin to kneel down and kiss her jade-like feet. Blaise Lin was at a loss for a moment. As a bad guy, what should he do? After a brief internal struggle, Blaise Lin said that as the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak, how could he let a little girl manipulate him? Do you think you are the master? Please calm down, this Yandere junior sister. Seeing eldest brother so clueless, small junior sister has started another pitiful performance. Blaise Lin is speechless. He never thought he would also have a day when he would be manipulated. In the end, eldest brother compromised. The aloof master welcomed the victorious senior brother with the bad guy and even deliberately changed into black knee-length socks. And this while scene happened to be seen very clearly by eldest brother. Master-disciple really didn't see anything. Just now, after Blaise Lin finished licking small junior sister's feet, he came to the riverside to wash. This also caused him great psychological shadow. At this moment, Blaise Lin suddenly thought of small junior sister's previous question to him. Was corpse demon Taoist really killed by Ethan Yi? How did small junior sister know about corpse demon Taoist? Moreover, it is not just her. Even the second and third junior sisters, and Aurelia Zhu included. They all behaved very abnormally during this demon-slaying operation. Furthermore, coupled with the series of misfortunes that happened to him before, Blaise Lin speculated that they may also be reincarnators. Or perhaps they are time travelers who, like him, have knowledge of the script. Although Blaise Lin is not completely certain now, all the side plots have been completed. Next, it depends on their performance at the Five Peaks Martial Gathering. Blaise Lin has missed Master these past few days. After comforting small junior sister, it will be time for him to be intimate with Master. At the same time, Master is also worried about Blaise Lin. After all, according to the plot description of the Celestial Dao drama, Grace should have killed corpse demon Taoist and returned to report. In order not to affect the plot, she did not intervene this time. But she is still very worried about Blaise Lin's safety. Even if it means breaking the Celestial Dao prophecy, she cannot let Blaise Lin be harmed in any way. Just as she was about to go out to look for Blaise Lin, she unexpectedly saw the black socks that Blaise Lin had given her before. Will he be happy to see me in this outfit? Just as Master was putting on his socks, Blaise Lin suddenly pushed the door open. This embarrassing scene was also captured in full by Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin did not expect that Master would also be particularly fond of the black socks he gave him. So Master also has such a Yandere side in his heart. He tried to ease the awkwardness by saying that he hadn't seen anything just now, Blaise Lin said. But how could Master believe his nonsense? Just as Master had a thought, she brought Blaise Lin into her spiritual space. And what awaited Blaise Lin next was the sword training session with Master. After 2.5 hours of military training, Blaise Lin was so exhausted that he almost dropped dead on the spot. And in his duel with Master, he significantly increased his own sword way cultivation level. When he thought about how strong he had become, Blaise Lin's head felt like it exploded. How can Ethan Yi still compete with him tomorrow? Master is also very satisfied with Blaise Lin's performance. Not only has his cultivation level entered the manifestation stage, but his sword technique has also become more refined. I indeed did not misjudge him. Blaise is truly a one-in-a-million genius sword cultivator. Who would have known that at this moment, Seraphina Shao unexpectedly entered Blaise Lin's divine consciousness? Blaise Lin at this moment looks bewildered. Master, what's wrong? It turns out that even Seraphina Shao can sense the terrifying aura of Blaise Lin's manifestation. She feels like she has seen it somewhere before. Perhaps she's worrying too much. Now, Blaise Lin is among the younger generation of Qinglan disciple of Immortality. There are no more than 3 people who can defeat him. Blaise Lin's soaring strength is not unrelated to Ethan Yi. It can be said that it's all thanks to this protagonist. Just because before Ethan Yi worshipped the mountain, his cultivation level had been stagnant for more than a decade. But after Ethan Yi started his cultivation journey for just over a month, he soared all the way to the manifestation stage, and the behaviors of the female leads also became unusual. Blaise Lin, in order to have no regrets before ascending, plans to confess his deep feelings to the master during this time. However, as the usual Sea King, he finds it easy to say such words to his junior sister, but he just can't bring himself to say them to the master. At this moment, a cultivation disciple suddenly received urgent orders. Due to the dark disciples becoming restless, the situation between the righteous and demonic factions has become tense. The current Five Peaks martial gathering is rescheduled to start officially tomorrow at noon. Furthermore, the other two major righteous cultivation disciples from the East Realm will also send their chief disciple and saintess Buddhist devotee to attend. Oh my! Isn't this scene getting a bit too grand? The Chosen One unexpectedly took all the credit for Yuan Zhang's achievements. He is a scoundrel who harms his fellow disciples and steals their credit. Even Eldersher sneers at him and disdains to associate with him. Just now, Blaise Lin heard that tomorrow, the Five Peaks martial gathering will be held. His heart is also filled with mixed emotions. Master reassures Blaise Lin not to worry. In tomorrow's match against Ethan Yi, he just needs to do his best. Master will take care of everything else. At this moment, Master also asked what Blaise Lin wanted to say just now. No matter what the request is, she will do her best to fulfill it. Blaise Lin also gathered up the courage at this moment, and spoke out what he had long kept hidden in his heart. Master has raised and cared for disciple to adulthood over the past decade. The protection and care have never been thanked by you. Today, Blaise Lin is here. Please allow me to bow to Master. And he reminds Master that he will take care of herself after he is gone. She must take good care of herself. Drink less of the wine that harms your health. Take good care of the flowers and plants at Lotus Cave Mansion. He has also prepared Master's favorite dishes. He has taught Steward Wang how to make the crispy spirit fat cake. Before Blaise Lin could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Master. At this moment, although Seraphina Xiao was very touched, she also felt a bit sad. She held back her tears and expressed that what Blaise Lin had just said was not what she wanted to hear. She then turned her head and instructed Blaise Lin to beat Ethan Yi into a pig head at the Five Peaks martial gathering tomorrow. After that, he should obediently return to her side. On Blaise Lin's side, he was also deeply saddened. The thought of not wanting to leave has never been so strong. Indeed, in this vast Qingyuan disciple of immortality, what he cares most about is still Master. In order to not put pressure on Blaise Lin, Seraphina Xiao told him that even if he loses in tomorrow's battle, he will always be her disciple. However, she made it clear that such inexplicable words should not be spoken again in the future. And just as Master was leaving, Blaise Lin finally uttered the words hidden in his heart. I will always love you. When she heard the words, I love you, Seraphina Xiao could no longer suppress the emotions in her heart. In fact, she felt the same way. But is what Blaise said, I love you, really the same meaning as I understand? I have failed to uphold the discipline as a master to disciple that I raised with my own hands. At this thought, she blushed and hurried back to Lotus Cave Mansion. Meanwhile, inside the Celestial Sky Palace on Dragon Head Peak, Aurelia Zhu and the second senior sister led eldest brother to intercept the demon race, defeating corpse demon Taoist and heavenly soul disciple young master, as well as heavenly Yin boy. They reported everything to the Peak Master present. The Peak Masters of all peaks did not expect the main character of this action to turn out to be Blaise Lin. The chief disciple who usually just slacks off unexpectedly possesses such outstanding abilities. At this point, Fat Master suddenly interrupted the bragging of several people, indicating that War of Ocean Rise City has died, not just these unpopular guys. The Ghost Witch disciple was almost completely wiped out. Disciple leader just remembered that there is still this major event. So they asked Aurelia Zhu, "Is the Ghost Witch Disciple also the work of Blaise Lin?" For a moment, the two of them didn't know how to answer. At this point, the protagonist Ethan Yi suddenly appeared. He said that what Senior Sister Zhu mentioned about those small fries were indeed killed by Blaise Lin. However, the Ghost Witch Disciple, the Supreme Witch Lord, and the 3,000 Bronze Armor Corps Legion all died by his sword. At that moment, all the disciples present were shocked by this event. Just at the manifestation stage, he was able to defeat so many high-level Dark Disciple experts with his own strength. How incredibly powerful is he, the Chosen One? At this moment, Elder Shi felt disgusted, as if he had eaten 2 pounds of feces. He had never seen such a shameless and brazen person before. He not only killed innocent fellow disciples and destroyed Blaise Lin's token, taking credit for others' achievements, but also forced Elder Shi to teach the burning blood, sustaining breath secret technique. At this moment, Ethan Yi doesn't care about the details. He only wants to step on Blaise Lin during tomorrow's 5 Peaks martial gathering, humiliating the Celestial One Peak's eldest brother, and making him wish he were dead. Elder Shi advises him not to be too optimistic. Although his cultivation level has advanced rapidly, his foundation is not solid. Moreover, this secret technique goes against the natural order and will consume some of his life essence. Ethan Yi has a black line on his face, indicating that he considers himself the greatest being, the Chosen One, in both heaven and earth. Sacrificing this aspect of destiny means nothing to him. As for the future and the like, he sought a saintess, who is a harmonious joy disciple, to prepare the elixir. What came back was this. This YouTuber can only evaluate him in this way. It's not personal. Master Su unexpectedly wants to pass on his unique secret technique to Junior Sister Zhu. The second and third Junior Sister have also set aside their internal conflicts for the sake of Senior Brother. As good sisters, as long as eldest brother is not taken away by outsiders. Sharing between the two is not impossible either. And Yuan Jiang Senior Brother, who was previously killed by Ethan Yi, did not die a tragic death. At this moment, Yuan Jiang, covered in injuries, rushed back from Oceanized City. Although he failed to personally kill Junior Sister Gua before Corpse Demon Taoist avenged his junior brother, the trip was not in vain. He defeated the Supreme Witch Lord of the Ghost Witch Disciple and 3,000 Bronze Armor Corps Legion, meaning there will be less pressure when the 8 Dark Disciples attack Qinglan next. However, Yuan Jiang now lacks confidence. At the moment when Heavenly Blood Demon broke through the weakened seal, he no longer had the will to live. This was because after his intense battle with the Supreme Witch Lord, he was sneak attacked by that Ethan Yi and his source was compromised. Perhaps he has already forgotten what Ethan Yi looks like. But the sword intent on that black sword must belong to the male protagonist Ethan Yi, and only Ethan Yi, the Chosen One, can directly deprive him of his source. Yuan Jiang hates it. As a time traveler, he is so powerless in front of Ethan Yi. But he must not fall before killing the Heavenly Blood Demon. At the same time, Blaise Lin, who wanted to thank Yuan Jiang, was informed by Junior Brother that Yuan Jiang returned to Cultivation Disciple yesterday and has been in seclusion at the Cliff of Enlightenment for recovery. It is not convenient for him to come out and meet now. At this moment, Blaise Lin is a bit confused. The Supreme Witch Lord of the Ghost Witch Disciple should have been killed by Yuan Jiang. How did Ethan Yi take credit for it? The plot has now taken a different turn. Hopefully, nothing unexpected will happen at the 5 Peaks martial gathering tomorrow. The second junior sister is also secretly following Blaise Lin in the middle of the night to witness the battle between the eldest brother and Ethan Yi. Destiny cannot be changed. Even if Blaise Lin suffers a defeat and loses her reputation tomorrow, she is willing to accompany Blaise Lin all the time. It will also be convenient for her to stick with the eldest brother at the Cliff of Regret. Just at this moment, the third junior sister suddenly appeared. The rival meeting was also particularly jealous. The third junior sister is worried about senior sister's match tomorrow. But the most terrifying Aurelia Zhu, the chief disciple of Phoenix Song Peak, the second junior sister, calmed her down. Don't worry unnecessarily here. Although Aurelia Zhu won over her in the last martial gathering, she has also been the champion once. But according to the Celestial Tao memory, she will still lose to Aurelia Zhu. At this moment, the protagonist Ethan Yi stepped forward to comfort her. He successfully defeated Aurelia Zhu and won senior sister's heart. Although the third junior sister dislikes senior sister competing with her for the eldest brother, she cannot bear to see senior sister being deceived by this scumbag Ethan Yi. The second junior sister stated that no matter what happens tomorrow, she must defeat Aurelia Zhu, while the third junior sister came this time to exchange order with her. This way, not only can they break the stalemate, but it will also allow her to preserve her strength to beat up Ethan Yi. At this moment, the second junior sister also realized the goodwill of the third junior sister. In fact, their common goal is for eldest brother to be safe and sound. The second and third junior sister reached an agreement to temporarily set aside their internal conflict. The two of them also reconciled at this moment. After all, as long as eldest brother is not taken away by outsiders, what's wrong with sharing half with each other? At this moment, Phoenix Song Peak's fairy pool. Widow Su suddenly appeared in front of Aurelia Zhu. She asked her why she seemed so restless since returning from Oceanrise City. Was she worried about the Five Peaks martial gathering tomorrow? Aurelia Zhu said she is not. But how could she hide it from Widow Su, who is so observant? Since it's not about the Five Peaks martial gathering, it must be because of romantic feelings. Aurelia Zhu blushed instantly when she was guessed correctly, before Widow Su could ask who it was. She did not admit it herself. She explained clearly that there was nothing untoward between her and Blaise Lin, not a hint of covetousness. Widow Su did not expect her well-behaved disciple to end up just like her, falling in love with the same person. If you and Blaise Lin are truly in love, Master will personally go to Celestial One Peak to arrange your marriage. Aurelia Zhu is well aware that Blaise Lin has a close relationship with his three junior sisters. He may not necessarily be interested in her. Widow Su encouraged her not to be disheartened. Tonight, Master will teach you some real skills. This is also for the Sword 2 Mystic Realm after the Five Peaks martial gathering. These real skills can also help her deepen her connection with Blaise Lin in the double sword formation. Indeed, Master Su is more understanding of men. He is a warm and affectionate man in the immortal cultivation world. Any woman, no matter what kind, will be enchanted by him as long as she meets his gaze for a moment. Even the chosen one would be ignored in his presence. She was supposed to be the little sister of the Harem Beauties group, but was immediately taken control of by the eldest brother. Is he the noble and refined immortal cultivation disciple younger brother? Today, the Five Peaks martial gathering officially begins. Cultivation disciples from the righteous path of the East Realm and major forces have all arrived. Just as Blaise Lin was sighing, suddenly there was a commotion of pushing and shoving behind him. A woman was stopped by Qinglan disciple. It turned out that the girl was originally the Nanzhao princess invited to observe the Five Peaks martial gathering, but her invitation letter was accidentally lost. This led her to be mistaken as a dark disciple Demonis. Blaise Lin recognized her at a glance. This person is Nanzhao Princess Azure Butterfly Zhao according to the original plot. This Five Peaks martial gathering not only invited fellow righteous sect members, but also extended invitations to some dynastic powers with whom they had previous dealings. And this Azure Butterfly Princess is the representative of the royal family of the Nanzhao Kingdom. Unexpectedly, this girl had her identity jade disc stolen halfway by the new national teacher's ghost witch disciple's little witch lord, who even deliberately gave her a protective jade symbol imbued with ominous and hostile energy. As for the mastermind behind the whole incident, it is none other than the Fat Taoist. He wanted to use this opportunity to mistakenly kill the Nanzhao princess on the spot, thus sparking a dispute and causing the power of the Nanzhao kingdom to shift towards the dark disciple's side. According to the following plot, the protagonist Ethan Yi will soon make his appearance riding a sword. Under the guidance of Elder Shi, he will help Azure Butterfly Zhao out of trouble, winning the beauty's heart. But what Blaise Lin finds most absurd is that the demon disciple released by Yuanjiang, Demoness, is actually Azure Butterfly Zhao's sister. Moreover, Ethan Yi, this kid, is also charming both sisters from the Nanzhao kingdom. However, Blaise Lin doesn't want to meddle in others' affairs. After all, he is just one step away from ascension. Just as he was about to slip away, he was unexpectedly caught from behind by Azure Butterfly Zhao. There's no way out after all, he is a prominent figure as a Qinglong disciple. Young man, I see that all these fierce-looking guys are treating you with great respect. Please believe me. I am really a princess of Nanzhao Kingdom. It's just that I have a playful nature. I just dismissed those royal attendants. The moment Blaise Lin turned around, Azure Butterfly Zhao was instantly captivated. I love him, I love him. This little brother looks so handsome. Is he the noble and ethereal immortal cultivation disciple little brother? At this moment, the cultivation disciple hastily rushed forward to capture him. Blaise Lin then waved his hand to make them stop. And this move made Azure Butterfly Zhao even more touched. Is this little brother going to help others? Unfortunately, the next second things developed in the opposite direction. I saw Blaise Lin glaring fiercely at the girl and warning her that if she continued to pester him, he would lose his temper on the spot. He then ordered his disciple to take her away to handle the matter in an official and just manner. At that moment, the protagonist Ethan Yi suddenly appeared. Blaise Lin, why are you everywhere? Then he asked Elder Shi about this woman. Is she his big opportunity? Azure Butterfly Zhao only stayed on Ethan Yi's face for 2.5 seconds before turning to ask Blaise Lin, a scene that successfully angered Ethan Yi, who dared to hug another man in front of him. I don't want this kind of beautiful woman opportunity either. Before Elder Shi could persuade him, Ethan Yi spoke harshly to Blaise Lin. He threatened that today he would ascend to the highest peak by stepping on Blaise Lin's head. Then he turned around and left gracefully. Blaise Lin was left alone, facing the pitiful little princess. And this awkward scene was misunderstood by many onlookers from the watching the show group around. They thought it was a girl trying to hold onto a scumbag boyfriend after a breakup. Blaise Lin, who was forced to do so, had to use his power to shatter the Jade Talisman. If nothing unexpected happens, you should be able to pass the inspection of the Mountain Protection Array. And his actions have made Azure Butterfly Zhao admire Blaise Lin even more. Who wouldn't love such a cool and kind little brother? The bad guy eldest brother held all 3 junior sisters in his arms at the same time. He did this to cheer up the 3rd junior sister, who appeared first. He threw 500 spiritual stones to secure her victory. Who knew that the protagonist, Ethan Yi, was just showing off, daring to bet 100,000 spiritual stones against Blaise Lin. Today, the 5 Peaks martial gathering has begun. Even Dante Clearvoice, the saint of music, and one of the 6 saints of Qinglong disciple of immortality, has arrived. The protagonist, Ethan Yi, is also very excited. Today's stage is all set for me. I, Ethan Yi, must make a name for myself this time. And I will take the opportunity to take down that fraud, Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin felt irritated at the thought of such a grand stage being set up. He was unhappy that he would be outshined by that fool Ethan Yi. If he were to exert all his strength, he feared that he would be the one who shakes the East Realm today. At this moment, Master also gave Blaise Lin a flirty look to cheer him on. I, Blaise Lin, have endured the humiliation and burden of playing the clown for more than 10 years. Today finally marks the conclusion. No matter what, in this final battle, he must become the brightest star of the entire audience. At this moment, Blaise Lin came to the preparation area to cheer on the 3 junior sisters. After all, it's the final moment. He even played the role of a hammer bad guy. I can treat them a little better if it makes things a little better. Green Tea small junior sister saw the situation. The first one rushed into eldest brother's arms. Although the second and third junior sister also want to get close to eldest brother, the two have reached an agreement on fair competition. Before eldest brother makes a decision, they are not allowed to get too close to senior brother. As for small junior sister, the two of them completely disregarded her. After all, what bad intentions could someone of that age have? But Blaise Lin wouldn't just favor small junior sister alone. Of course, everyone will all be together. The three junior sisters should not put too much pressure on themselves during this Five Peaks martial gathering. We cultivators just need to maintain a pure Dao heart and act with a clear conscience. As for the results, they will be determined by fate, and there's no need to force it. The third junior sister, who is the first to appear, shyly expresses her hopes. If she could secure victory in the first round for Celestial 1 Peak, she wonders if eldest brother could give her some special reward. Before Blaise Lin could respond, the other two junior sisters spoke up. They said, "If the three of us, senior and junior sisters, can win the competition today, eldest brother must reward us." Blaise Lin is speechless, realizing he shouldn't have come. Very soon, the first round of the Five Peaks martial gathering officially began. Transmitted by the chief disciple of Celestial 1 Peak, personally teaching the third disciple, Faileth Chu. Facing off against the chief disciple of Crimson Cloud Peak, personally teaching the second disciple, Autumn Lunar Chin. Autumn Lunar Chin's imposing appearance also impresses the disciples below. There are rumors that she is the secret weapon of the chief disciple of Crimson Cloud, planning to redeem herself and claim the top spot. Compared to Autumn Lunar Chin, the third junior sister's appearance is quite different. She lacks the same imposing aura, appearing much more subdued. How can her gentle demeanor compete with the fierce Autumn Lunar Chin? Little did they know, according to the original plot, the third junior sister easily defeated Autumn Lunar Chin after a fierce battle of dozens of moves. At the same time, the elder side has also started. The crowd's favorite must be the dark horse from Crimson Cloud Peak, Autumn Lunar Chin, and everyone is betting on her to win. According to the original plot, after Ethan Yi helps Azure Butterfly Zhao solve her problems, he borrows some money from her under Elder Shi's guidance. He then invests all of it in the third junior sister and makes a lot of profit. Unfortunately, now the plot has been disrupted by his interference. I wonder what will happen next. At this time, Blaise Lin called out to Caleb, who was about to place a bet in the crowd. Before Caleb could react, Blaise Lin shouted out that he wanted to bet 500 spiritual stones Celestial 1 Peak disciple Faileth Chu to win in 50 to 100 rounds. Defeat the opponent. One's junior sister must be supported. Ethan Yi on the side mocked Blaise Lin for daring to bet on rounds, not afraid of losing his pants. Blaise Lin then raised his middle finger and said, "None of your business. Get lost." Elder was also impressed by Blaise Lin's courage. But compared to his master, he still has a long way to go. To win within 10 rounds with 50,000 spiritual stones, it has to be the master. The wealthiest lady in the Qinglan sect of Immortality definitely lives up to her reputation. Unfortunately, the master seems to be losing this time. Speechless, the third junior sister took 50 rounds to win. At this moment, Caleb's heart is bleeding. This is his entire family wealth. Seeing Blaise Lin so proud, I originally wanted to listen to Elder Shi buying Faileth Chu to win. But one has to live with dignity. He just wants to go against Blaise Lin. I bet 100,000 spiritual stones on Autumn Lunar Chin to win. Who would have thought that eldest brother, who has repeatedly defeated the Chosen One, would be unlucky in betting every time? He, who knows the script well, intended to make a big profit at the Five Peaks martial gathering. To his surprise, he not only lost all of Caleb's belongings. Even the 100,000 spiritual stones borrowed from Nanzhao Princess were lost in an instant. This is what they call a small bet for fun, a big bet for harm. Just a moment ago, the battle between third junior sister and Autumn Lunar Chin officially began. Autumn Lunar Chin started off with her ultimate move, the piercing through the clouds and breaking the rain sword technique from her Crimson Cloud Peak. On the other hand, the third junior sister's movements are still as elegant as ever. Just when everyone thought the outcome was decided. Fortunately, I bet all my belongings on Autumn Lunarchin. The third junior sister simply brushed the strings lightly and pushed back Autumn Lunarchin. Then with a loud bang, Autumn Lunarchin was defeated just like that. Everyone looked incredulous. The chief disciple of Crimson Cloud Peak, who had been sharpening his sword for 5 years, as well as the dark horse that countless elders had invested in. They were all crushed by a single move from the opponent. It's over. I've lost all my spiritual stones. I'm going to jump into the Sword Tomb Valley. Even the Grandmaster of Crimson Cloud Peak couldn't believe it. The disciple he painstakingly nurtured actually lost like this. Even the third disciple Phalith Chu was like that. Then how terrifying would the second disciple Graysqua be? At this moment, the eldest brother's head feels like it's exploding. The third junior sister actually mastered the final stage of the soul-crushing demon melody, Celestial Demon's destructive sound, ahead of time. In the middle of the original plot, the third junior sister sacrificed her own vital essence to help Ethan Yi capture the imperial city of the Great Zhou dynasty, mastering this devastating skill. Why would the third junior sister now master Celestial Demon's destructive sound at this point in time? Blaise Lin just can't understand. In fact, on the eve of the Five Peaks martial gathering, the third junior sister sought the guidance of the Saint of Music specifically to defeat Ethan Yi in the major competition. With the Saint's help, she was able to master Celestial Demon's destructive sound. It is important to note that the third junior sister is a rare talent, known as the Heart of the Guqin, the soul of the sword. By practicing the righteous musical skills, she could achieve the highest stage of unity between the instrument and the sword within 10 years. However, for the sake of eldest brother, she chose to hurry and learn the soul-crushing demon melody, which caused great harm to her own body. Because eldest brother is the gentlest light in the third junior sister's heart, everything is worth it for him. At this time, Caleb still foolishly believed that the third senior sister had won. They had just placed bets, thinking they would make a big profit. Unfortunately, due to a slight miscalculation by Blaise Lin, they missed out by a tiny bit. As a result, Caleb lost all his belongings just like that. Blaise Lin told him not to be sad. The next round, the 4 senior sisters will join in. As long as eldest brother leads, you will win it back. Shortly after, he asked Caleb to take out all the spiritual stones. Go all in. This is the romance of a man. Take a risk. A motorcycle will turn into a plane. Believe that eldest brother will lead you to victory. It's a pity that Caleb doesn't have any spiritual stones on him anymore. The rest are all in the room. If we wait for you to go get them, both you and Sister Sakura will be defeated. Blaise Lin quickly asked Elder Chi if he could temporarily owe the bet. As the chief disciple of Divine Luan and the eldest brother, he would never default on his debts. This is the first time I've heard of betting on credit. Blaise Lin really knows how to push the limits of taking advantage of others. Elder Chi believes in Blaise Lin's reputation. But if he sets this precedent, how will he continue to operate as a bookie in the future? It might be better to borrow from your master first. After all, Grandmaster Xiao just won a lot of money. Blaise Lin's actions also drew ridicule from Ethan Yi nearby. He can't afford to lose a small amount of money. If you kneel down and beg me, Ethan Yi, today, I'll help you turn the tables with your bet. Blaise Lin felt extremely disgusted inside. His arrogant behavior really deserves a beating. At one point, Blaise Lin even began to suspect which of them was the real bad guy. Who knew that at this moment, Princess Azure Butterfly Zhao of the Nanzhao Kingdom suddenly appeared and expressed her willingness to lend spiritual stones to Blaise Lin. With the help of the rich little lady, Blaise Lin immediately became emboldened. He directly bet 100,000 spiritual stones on the small junior sister to win in the north. Who knew, an hour later, the gears of fate played another joke on Blaise Lin. Third round showdown. Celestial Luan Peak Sakura Lu wins. The long-awaited showdown between the two proud women of the heavens has finally begun. Aurelia Zhu can take the lead with an early sword strike. She stabs Grace Gua and wins the victory. But she chose to play a fake match against Blaise Lin instead. On the other hand, Blaise Lin actually asked Azure Butterfly Zhao to help him bet 20,000 on himself to lose. Just now, Blaise Lin bet 100,000 spiritual stones on Sakura Lu to defeat North after Small Junior Sister's second round. Unexpectedly, Small Junior Sister managed to pull off a surprise victory. Small Junior Sister pretended to have a stomachache during the match. Seizing the moment when the opponent Zheng Qingsu hesitated, she launched a successful sneak attack. With one punch, she knocked him out of the ring. Blaise Lin is speechless. This is so unbelievable. How can such an unethical move change the course of the story? Blaise Lin thought of his previous assessment. Small Junior Sister seems to be like him, knowing the future development of the plot. That's why she understood that she couldn't defeat Zheng Qingsu no matter what, so she resorted to such despicable means to reverse the situation. But when he thought of himself about to finish shooting and ascend to leave, what would be the point even if this were confirmed? At this moment, Princess Nanzhao, Azure Butterfly Zhao, stared at Blaise Lin without moving. Blaise Lin, seeing this, quickly asked why she was looking at him like that. If it was about the bet, he could only say sorry. As you can see, I have lost again. Azure Butterfly Zhao said that this amount of spiritual stones meant nothing to her. Compared to you saving me, a princess, this favor cannot be measured by any number of spiritual stones. Azure Butterfly Zhao, this infatuated girl, couldn't help but stare at Blaise Lin for a long time. Blaise Lin was surprised that the current female lead actually doesn't like the protagonist's type of handsome young men anymore. Instead, she has changed her preference to like his kind of superficial bad guy. Now, the matchup that Blaise Lin has been looking forward to the most is about to begin. That would be the matchup between the second junior sister Grace Gua and Phoenix Song Peak Aurelia Zhu. Although the second junior sister is already one of the top young talents in the Qinglan sect of Immortality, she is still somewhat inferior compared to the likes of Aurelia Zhu, who is an unparalleled genius. Azure Butterfly Zhao reminded Blaise Lin that if he wanted to place a bet, she could help. However, she was flatly rejected by Blaise Lin. After experiencing the changes in the two junior sisters, he truly had no confidence left. Maybe the second junior sister will also surprise him with a cold response. After killing Aurelia Zhu, Blaise Lin suddenly realized that he could bet on losing. So he grabbed the slender jade hand of Azure Butterfly Zhao. Miss Zhao, if you really want to repay my favor, when I go on stage later, help me bet 20,000 spiritual stones. Bet all on me losing. Rest assured, I am confident. I am not a match for Ethan Yi. At this moment, Azure Butterfly Zhao was almost bewitched by Blaise Lin. She didn't expect the young man to take her hand initiative. It was the first time she had ever held hands with a boy. The drumbeat sounded. The match against the opponent officially started. The second junior sister and Aurelia Zhu both erupted with astonishing power from the beginning. The two of them stood in place, each creating their own sword domain. The onlooker disciple was filled with shock. What are they doing? Why are their sword auras appearing? In fact, they are trying to engage in a more intense sword fight. By connecting their sword intents, they form an invisible sword domain to serve as a broader battlefield for their combat. Now the two have already exchanged 300 moves on the stage. According to the original plot, it is at this moment that the third junior sister is defeated by a narrow margin of one move. Sure enough, with a bang, both of them flew out and fell on the stage at the same time. But in no time, the third junior sister actually dragged her injured body and stood up with difficulty. The genius of Celestial One Peak unexpectedly defeated the genius of Phoenix Song Peak. Even second junior sister can't believe she won. She looked at Aurelia Zhu lying on the stage, knowing she could have struck earlier with that sword. But why did she stop? Aurelia Zhu's mouth curled up. There's no reason. It's just that my skills are not as good. Congratulations, junior sister Gua. At this moment, Aurelia Zhu feels extremely calm inside. If I could switch places with junior sister Gua, having an eldest brother like Blaise Lin taking care of me every day, that would be so nice. Here it comes. The showdown between the bad guy eldest brother and the chosen one has finally arrived. Will our bad guy senior brother be able to turn the chosen one into a pig head in the end? Or will the chosen one prove to be more skillful and crush the bad guy senior brother instead? Just now in the second round, there was an unexpected upset. Grace Gua from Celestial One Peak emerged victorious. Next up is the showdown between Ethan Yi, the chief disciple of Cloud Drift Peak, and Blaise Lin, the chief disciple of Celestial One Peak. The most anticipated showdown of the event has finally begun. One is the Empress who escaped the encirclement of the Great Zhou dynasty, entering the Celestial sect as the Chosen One. The other is rumored to be unskilled, the Shame of Qinglan Peak, as their chief disciple. However, they have twice defeated the genius firstborn heir of the Northern River King. The two men, who seem to be mortal enemies, will finally determine their victor today in the fairest manner. The junior sisters are also extremely nervous. Eldest brother, you must defy fate and defeat that scum Ethan Yi by pressing him down on the ground. Master Seraphina Shao firmly believes that Blaise Lin will not disappoint everyone and will crush Ethan Yi, whom Master admires the most. You are the one who is the chosen one. As soon as Ethan Yi took the stage, he went all out with full force. Where is that fraud Blaise Lin? Hurry up and kneel down to surrender to this chief disciple. Ethan Yi's powerful and fierce physical strength also shocked the disciples below for 2.5 seconds. On the other hand, Blaise Lin's aura is lacking compared to Ethan Yi. They are clearly not on the same level. But in order to restore the bad guy persona, Blaise Lin took a deep breath. He started to criticize and mock Ethan Yi harshly, even threatening to turn him, who always boasts of being the chosen one, into a pig head today. Under Blaise Lin's manipulation, the system went even further by sending a series of rewards before the competition. This deceptive system is causing trouble again. This is really messing up their final performance. The three junior sisters below are also cheering and supporting Blaise Lin with all their might. Come on, eldest brother. Crush Ethan Yi's arrogance. Master has brought out his own fortune of millions of spiritual stones to support his disciple in winning. Aurelia Zhu keeps praying in her heart, hoping that Blaise Lin will do his best in everything. Even if he cannot defeat Ethan Yi this time, she will personally kill him in the Sword Tomb trial in the mystic realm that follows. On Ethan Yi's side, he is still full of confidence. He has been waiting for this day for too long. Today, no matter what, he will wipe out the past and step on Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin didn't expect Ethan Yi to be such a scumbag. He has already reached the manifestation stage summit. It seems that the old man still has some skills. The stronger you are, the more at ease I feel. Although the outcome is certain, he cannot concede in terms of momentum. Ethan Yi, listen to me carefully. In my eyes, you are just a piece of shit. I can easily use one finger to press you down on the ground and rub you. The enraged Ethan Yi directly uses his magnificent golden sword technique. Faced with the powerful sword technique imbued with 5-element energy, Blaise Lin decides to suppress 20% of his own sword intent rather than directly confronting it. When the two powerful sword intents clashed, they were evenly matched. But don't forget, this is only 20% of Blaise Lin's true strength. At this moment, Blaise Lin felt secretly pleased. He did not expect that the final act of his bad guy career would go so smoothly. The timing of Ethan Yi's charge and the sword move he used were exactly the same as in the original plot. According to the plot development, Blaise Lin will be driven to desperation and go wild, unleashing the taboo mystical artifact eclipsing Black Lotus he stole from the Master. Ethan Yi will be temporarily frustrated but will ultimately unleash his ultimate move, the 5 Elements Annihilation Sword Technique. Then, he will be engulfed by the 5 Elements Annihilation Sword Technique himself. At the critical moment, he will be saved by the beautiful Master, and he will automatically admit defeat. Next, his crime of theft will also be exposed to the public. He will be mercilessly imprisoned by the master at the cliff of regret. Ethan Yi is a good son. Hurry up and come help Dad achieve my immortality. But when Blaise Lin thinks about leaving this world, leaving the deeply beloved junior sister and masters, there is a faint pain in his heart. In the future, he will never see the master's exquisite face again, nor those unparalleled beautiful legs in the world. Seeing Blaise Lin in front of him was like seeing an ant. Ethan Yi swelled even more. Elder Sher, look. Is this the existence you have always feared could rival me? He is not even worthy to hold my shoes with his behavior. He is simply a complete waste. Blaise Lin, today is your end. Is the chosen one finally going to stand up this time? He is under the influence of bad guy Senior Brother's intoxicated immortal's moonlit stroll. The protagonist Ethan Yi actually used a sword technique, Blades of Fiery Fury, which was not found in the original work. Just when the angered Ethan Yi unleashed his full strength with a sword strike, the disciples below were also shocked for 2.5 seconds. They all thought Blaise Lin's divine consciousness had been completely extinguished by the blow. On the other hand, Seraphina Xiao on the stage remained calm, simply because she had great confidence in Blaise Lin. How could such a minor attack defeat the chosen one in her heart? At this moment, Ethan Yi is completely lost, as Blaise Lin, this fraud, was completely burnt to ashes by his sword energy. Elder Sher, do you still dare to challenge other spirits now? Would you dare to extinguish my prestige? Anyone who opposes me from the great Zhou dynasty to the East Realm has met a fatal end. Even Blaise Lin is no exception. Suddenly, Ethan Yi feels like he has achieved victory again. I am destined by the heavens. All beings bow before me. The sword immortal of the heavens, 3 million strong. Even they must bow in my presence. Before Ethan Yi could even finish his joy, a voice interrupted him. Ethan Yi, you useless. Give it a chance, you prove yourself to be useless, right? Blaise Lin is furious at this moment. He intentionally let Ethan Yi win, but Ethan Yi still couldn't defeat him. Truly like trying to support a wall with rotten mud. When Ethan Yi's sword energy touched Blaise Lin's immaterial sword body's protective sword shield, that annoying passive body technique, intoxicated immortal's moonlit stroll, was triggered perfectly once again. So that Blaise Lin was completely out of control, dodging the attack perfectly. Luckily, the Divine Wine spell was not triggered at the same time, otherwise, it would have directly killed Ethan Yi, that useless person. You should know that this set of bug combo skills even once suppressed the beautiful master with high sword proficiency and cultivation level. Looking at Blaise Lin without a scratch, Ethan Yi was stunned. Absolutely impossible. You must have used some kind of evil magic. He quickly sought help from Elder Sher to figure out what exactly was going on. Elder Sher told him that Blaise Lin had just used a very profound body technique inherited from the celestial realm. He dodged his golden sword energy, and this person's proficiency in the sword way is far above yours. Ethan Yi doesn't want to hear Elder Sher's nonsense. He just wants to know how to win next. As long as you help him win the 5 Peaks Martial Gathering and become the champion, he will listen to everything in the future. After hesitating, Elder Sher told Ethan Yi that it's not difficult to win against Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin has never shown any intention of killing him from the beginning to the end. Even when Blaise Lin just used sword energy to resist, that sword intent was calm and peaceful. In short, he never wanted to defeat you. As long as you give it your all, you will definitely be able to defeat him. After listening to Elder Sher's words, Ethan Yi's mouth curled up again, and he started boasting wildly. Heaven has given you such a strong talent in the sword way. Yet you still kneel and beg for defeat. It's beyond help, because I am the favorite of the celestial Tao, the one and only chosen one in this world. Seeing Ethan Yi returning to his previous pretentious appearance, he finally felt relieved. I hope this time he can redouble his efforts and defeat himself in one go. The two of them once again set up their postures, preparing for a battle. Ethan Yi found that his golden sword technique was of no use against Blaise Lin. He then used his ultimate move, Blades of Fiery Fury, unleashing terrifying explosive flames that swept over dozens of yards around. The audience, including the disciple, was deeply impressed by Ethan Ye's move. It is worth noting that among the 5 elements law, Flame Law has the most powerful destructive force. He can integrate Flame Law so perfectly into his sword intent. What else could he be if not the chosen one? Only junior sisters and Caleb believe that eldest brother can turn the tide. Blaise Lin looked at Ethan Ye coming towards him step by step, and his heart was also in a panic. He didn't expect Ethan Ye to be such a scumbag. He was actually affected by his intoxicated immortal's moonlit stroll, and even used the move Blades of Fiery Fury that was not mentioned in the original. I wonder if the storyline will change because of this. The bad guy senior brother unexpectedly used manifestation's sacred abilities and turned the protagonist into a pig's head. Even when Ethan Ye was pressed to the ground and rubbed frantically by Blaise Lin, he did not give up. He actually planned to use his trump card to fight a life-and-death battle with him. Just now, Ethan Ye used Blades of Fiery Fury to approach Blaise Lin. The junior sisters below the stage. They all appealed to Master to stop the competition. The chubby old Taoist on the side said that Blaise Lin losing to his disciple was not unjust. Seraphina Xiao, meanwhile, expressionless, spoke, "What a load of nonsense about being a sword-way genius! In front of my Blaze, even I may not necessarily be worthy of the title of sword-way genius. As for Ethan Ye, he is not even qualified to shine his shoes. You 3 little girls can relax. You don't understand. Eldest brother is only truly understood by me as his teacher." In fact, as early as when Master and Blaise Lin were fighting with swords, she discovered that whenever Blaise Lin's body sensed danger, it would trigger the terrifying sacred abilities. And at this moment, Blaise Lin also intended to grit her teeth and continue with acting out this big show. But Ethan Ye's move Blades of Fiery Fury is extremely powerful. He doesn't want to go down like this. He must make it look like he is seriously injured. This way he can follow the development of the plot. Use Eclipsing Black Lotus to end the beauty master. He then used Intoxicated Immortal's Moonlit Stroll to easily dodge. After several rounds of attacks, Blaise Lin finally found an opportunity to strike sideways with a sword. So he should be able to assist in pushing himself into a desperate situation. So he took the initiative to release half of his spiritual energy and sold it as a flaw to Ethan Ye, just as Blaise Lin thought it was stable at this point. His manifestation sacred abilities actually appeared actively. I saw a giant Buddha hand holding a wine jar, appearing above the void. The disciple below looked shocked. They didn't expect a manifestation stage cultivator to attain enlightenment in a single thought and display such powerful sacred abilities. Could it be that Chief Disciple Lin is also a chosen one to manifest such ethereal abilities like this? Then the giant Buddha raised the wine jar in hand, about to smash it towards Ethan Ye. Blaise Lin looked speechless, urging, "Hurry up and dodge, will you?" Shortly after, painful wails from Ethan Ye were heard on the stage. After enduring 2.5 minutes of attacks, Ethan Ye now looks like a pig's head. What the hell are these sacred abilities? Who the hell are you? Blaise Lin is already speechless to the extreme. How the hell can one act like this? If the damn system doesn't want me to become a deity, just say it directly. At this moment, Ethan Ye unexpectedly stood up. His whole body was exuding a terrifying killing intent. It looks like he's finally getting ready to use that move ahead of schedule. At this moment, Elder Shur quickly advised Ethan Ye not to act rashly. He had already used the Burning Blood, Sustaining Breath technique to break through his cultivation level at the expense of his life force. If he were to use that move, he would face a huge cost if he failed to successfully devour and destroy it. But Ethan Ye has already made up his mind that he will use that move today no matter what, in order to completely obliterate Blaise Lin, the insignificant ant. The Saint of Music on stage, Dantai Clear Voice, saw the scene and already believed that Ethan Ye would win. Fatty Laudao immediately put on an act. Although in the eyes of junior sister Xiao, Ethan Ye from my family, although his swordway aptitude is not worth mentioning, but if he goes all out, Lin the disciple is likely to be killed on the spot. Beauty Sue is also very worried about Blaise Lin's safety. After all, Ethan Ye's sword technique is extraordinary. If everyone doesn't take action to stop it soon, it may be too late. The junior sisters are pleading desperately, hoping that the master will take action. Save their eldest brother. Serafina Xiao remains calm as usual and repeats the same phrase. All of you watch and wait. I believe in my family, Blaise. An additional 200,000 spiritual stones were bet on Blaise Lin to win. This amazing move left everyone present speechless. This woman must be crazy. Little junior brother was pierced through the chest by the chosen one, blood splattering all over the place. Did Caleb, who was always thinking of the bad guy eldest brother, really die such a tragic death? I don't care about becoming the chosen one, ascend to immortality. No matter what happens today, I will avenge little junior brother and settle the score. Just now, the protagonist Ethan Yi finally unleashed his ultimate move, the 5 Elements Annihilation Sword Intent. When this move was used, the heavens and earth changed drastically. The audience below were all shocked by it. What kind of move is this? It actually carries such terrifying killing intent. Blaise Lin put his palms together, and with a single thought in his heart. He also used the eclipsing black lotus stolen from the beauty master to respond. When the golden lotus appeared, a gentle aura of light illuminated the entire arena. On one side is Ethan Ye's dark aura. On the other side is Blaise Lin's aura of light. The two energies kept colliding with each other on the stage. Who will be able to crush the other and achieve an invincible myth? At this moment, Ethan Yi has a look of struggle on his face. He didn't expect that even Blaise Lin with the 5-element destroyer sword inherited from the celestial realm heavenly desolation sword of darkness could neutralize it. What the heck is this mystical artifact? Blaise Lin himself doesn't know either. How did the eclipsing black lotus turn into this look? The fat old Taoist thundered above, accusing Blaise Lin of cheating. Elders, do you think the mystical artifact used by Blaise Lin resembles the one sealed by the ancestor at Celestial One Peak? The forbidden object, eclipsing black lotus. Blaise Lin is bold and daring to have stolen this item. I ask all elders to clearly see the situation and punish without mercy. At this moment, the beautiful master stepped forward to speak for Blaise Lin. Not only that, but she also mocked the fat old Taoist, saying he has lived for so many years, yet his knowledge is still so limited. If you can't figure it out, you can always ask the elders for advice. On the side, the saint of music Dantai clear voice said, "This mystical artifact is no longer the eclipsing black lotus, but has been purified of its demonic energy. The reborn ninefold Tao lotus is known as the 12th grade golden immortal lotus in the celestial realm." Fatty Lao Dao looked incredulous upon hearing this. It's absolutely impossible. You should know that the eclipsing black lotus can only be purified by the ancestor of the Qinglan sect of immortality. How could anyone else do it? Elder Shi here advised Ethan Yi to stop immediately. If he continued, his life source would be depleted. Despite Elder Shi's well-intentioned advice, the determined Ethan Yi insisted on his own way. No matter what happens today, he is determined to kill Blaise Lin, that waste of space. There can only be one chosen one in this world, and that is him, Northern River King, firstborn heir, Ethan Yi. Blaise Lin is currently making great efforts to restrain himself. He is not fighting back. I have to reverse the plot and be forced into a corner by Ethan Yi. This will prompt the beauty master to take action and then admit defeat. But plans never keep up with changes. Little junior brother actually walked onto the arena holding a dagger. Blaise Lin urgently urged Caleb to leave with all his heart. This is not a place for you to come. But it was already too late. Caleb lunged towards little junior brother and stabbed at Ethan Yi's back. He could not allow Ethan Yi to harm their eldest brother, no matter what. Sorry, eldest brother, this time Caleb didn't listen to you. Wait to kill this guy. Caleb apologizes to you, even if he has to die as an atonement. I will never allow my most respected eldest brother to be bullied or insulted. At that moment, Ethan Yi recognized who had attacked him. It was the disciple who had come to poison him on the day of the apprenticeship ceremony to assist Blaise Lin. So he turned around and pierced Caleb's chest with his sword. Our dearest Caleb, little junior brother, died such a tragic death under Ethan Yi's sword. The bad guy eldest brother actually personally killed the chosen one. Little junior brother, who only had eldest brother in mind, was cruelly killed by Ethan Yi. Blaise Lin watched as the once innocent little junior brother tragically died on the stage. Blaise Lin was angry. He easily defeated Ethan Yi with just one sword. He caused the system to crash due to changing the storyline. He mistakenly elevated the identity of the fall guy to the chosen bad one. Just now, little junior brother sneaked up to the arena and stabbed Ethan Yi in the back. Unexpectedly, he was killed on the spot by Ethan Yi in return. Blaise Lin, who witnessed the scene, was instantly furious. Today I will take your dog's life to avenge little junior brother. Ethan Yi's arm was cut off with just one sword. No one expected that Blaise Lin, who was in a disadvantageous position just now, would turn the tables. Celestial One Peak Chief Disciple is indeed terrifying. Looking at Caleb Blaise Lin lying in a pool of blood, his face is filled with sadness and self-blame. In the end, could he not change little junior brother's fate after all? He died for me. At this moment, Caleb is gasping for breath. His two thighs have been swallowed by the exhale of annihilation. Why are you so foolish, Caleb? Why don't you listen to eldest brother? Even if Caleb only has his last breath, he still cares about Blaise Lin. In his heart, eldest brother is the most powerful. In fact, Caleb had long obeyed Blaise Lin's words. Not only did he buy a piece of land in Red Wind City, but he also set up a pig farm. He was just waiting for the Five Peaks martial gathering to end, then he planned to go down the mountain and live peacefully as an ordinary person. Occasionally, he would cook for eldest brother and senior sister. But how could Caleb tolerate others bullying eldest brother? This was also his final act of recklessness. Before dying, Caleb hoped that Blaise Lin could agree to his final request. It turned out that today, while Caleb was tidying up the house for Blaise Lin, he saw the letters he wrote to several senior sisters and the master. He earnestly pleaded for eldest brother to stay. The senior sisters and the master all really liked eldest brother. Can you please grant Caleb this one last request? Blaise Lin watched as Caleb, who was still thinking of others at his last moment, just couldn't hold on any longer. For the sake of master, junior sister, and little junior brother who died tragically in his arms, Blaise Lin has decided not to leave. He wants to stay here to protect everyone. Today, he is going to operate on Ethan Yi to avenge little junior brother. Ethan Yi, looking at Blaise Lin who was approaching him step by step, was like a trapped animal. At this moment, Ethan Yi knelt on the ground, begging for mercy incessantly. Blaise Lin, you cannot kill me. You have never had the intention to kill me. Have you forgotten? You must have some reason why you cannot kill me. Think carefully, and do not act recklessly. Facing Ethan Yi's pleading, Blaise Lin just coldly replied with a single sentence. Ethan Yi, lift your dog head and see how much I resemble the past. Blaise Lin suddenly exploded with unprecedented terrifying killing intent. From now on, the offense and defense situation changes. And Ethan Yi, who has always called himself the chosen one, finally sees the situation clearly at this moment. He quickly kneels down, admits defeat, and begs for mercy. He only hopes that the Supreme Elder and Master will spare his life. But at the moment, when he mercilessly made his move against his little junior brother, Blaise Lin was already determined not to let him go. In the end, Blaise Lin pierced his chest with a sword, blood splattering on the spot. At this moment, Blaise Lin's salted fish bad guy system crashed. Blaise Lin will forever be unbound from the system. And his identity has automatically been elevated from Fall Guy Blaise Lin to the chosen bad one Blaise Lin. Beautiful master unexpectedly domineeringly protected her husband, pointing her sword at Qinglong. She faced the provocation and threats from the Grandmaster of various peaks. Master once again chose to stand by Blaise Lin. Today, no matter who it is, they are not allowed to harm her beloved disciple. Just now, Blaise Lin finally avenged little junior brother. One sword killed the chosen one. He has also been promoted from the original Fall Guy identity to the chosen bad one. Blaise Lin, who was completely lost, managed to chop off the chosen one system and even upgraded it. Just why is it still this lousy system after the upgrade? At this point, Blaise Lin can't be bothered with this matter. The most important thing now is to bring Caleb back home. Unexpectedly, as Blaise Lin picked up little junior brother and walked off the stage, Fatty Laudao suddenly stopped Blaise Lin and angrily rebuked him for clearly knowing that his disciple Ethan Yi had already admitted defeat. Yet he still insisted on pushing Ethan Yi to his limit, completely disregarding the rules of the ancestor Qinglong. If Blaise Lin is not severely punished, the reputation of our Qinglong sect of immortality will be ruined for thousands of years. The grandmasters of each peak also fully agree with what Fatty Laudao said. Blaise Lin must be severely punished with a life for a life. The beauty master just took a glance at the true master of the sect and scared him into not daring to speak out. Who would want to provoke such a fiercely protective and icy beauty? At this moment, the Supreme Elder spoke. In the secular world, there is still the notion that even an emperor can be punished for breaking the law just like commoners. The beautiful master just took one look at true master of the sect, and he was so scared that he dared not show any response. After all, who would want to make enemies with such a fiercely protective and cold beauty? At this moment, the Supreme Elder spoke. In the secular world, there is a saying that even the emperor is subject to the law if he commits a crime, just like the common people. It doesn't matter which sect the chief disciple is from, strict measures will be taken. Fatty Laudao finally saw someone daring to speak for him, so he became even more brazen. "Kill Blaise Lin and clean house," he ordered. Since Ethan Yi has already summoned the Northern Queen through a letter, the firstborn heir of the Northern River King has no more value to offer. His death could instead provoke the Queen to direct her anger towards the Qinglong sect of immortality. Although Blaise Lin is incredibly skilled and his talent in the sword way is no less than Serafina Zhao's, he must be eliminated while still in infancy. This is a strategy to kill two birds with one stone. Just as Yuan Yi was about to make a move against Blaise Lin, the beauty master appeared just in time and stopped him. She just made a casual gesture. The arena collapsed in an instant. Yuan Yi quickly surrendered. "Junior sister Xiao, please don't be angry. I didn't mean it that way." Serafina Xiao publicly stated that her disciple acted impulsively today and accidentally killed Ethan Yi. Although it violated the rules of the martial gathering, as the master, she will discipline her disciple properly. Please give Serafina Xiao some face. Let's not delve deeper into this matter. Otherwise, you will see the most vicious side of me in this mortal realm. This statement has sparked great dissatisfaction among the various peak grandmasters. Just because they are grandmasters, does it mean they have no dignity? Such arrogance and domineering behavior must be addressed by summoning the 6 saints. Who would have thought that the Saint of Music actually stood on the side of the Master of Beauty? There is no choice but to do so, as she is the combat power ceiling. The survival of the Qinglong sect of immortality's major crisis relies entirely on this Grandmaster Xiao. So face must be given. Blaise Lin was so touched to see the Master's domineering protection of their disciple that words failed him for a moment. "Blaise, you don't need to say much. Everything is with me. Let's take your little junior brother back to the mountain." She didn't forget to remind Blaise when he left that the departed is gone. The living are still here. Don't be too sad and harm your health. Your master at home will be heartbroken. After Blaise Lin carried little junior brother down the stage, the junior sisters and Azure Butterfly Zhao surrounded them. "Little brother, maybe we can try using Nanzhao Kingdom's Manhwa secret art to save your little junior brother." When Blaise Lin learned that little junior brother can come back to life, he was shocked for 2.5 seconds. Come back to life, my Caleb, little junior brother. Here I come, here I come. Our Caleb little junior brother can really be resurrected. For this reason, Blaise Lin even specially placed Caleb in the profound heaven crystal ice coffin. But junior sisters believe that Azure Butterfly Zhao is fabricating lies to deceive senior brother. Fortunately, Blaise Lin stepped in to appease the junior sisters, resolving the awkward situation. Just now, all the matches of the Five Peaks martial gathering have concluded. Yuan Jiang is drinking alone at the cliff edge. At this moment, junior brother Su came to inform him of today's outcomes. Zhengqing Su looked dejected. He revealed that he lost to small junior sister Yuan Jiang from Celestial Yuan Peak. Yuan Jiang looked shocked upon hearing this. You, who are at the manifestation stage, were truly defeated by that junior sister Lu who is at the early Golden Dance stage. In the original work, Zhengqing Su's battle with Sakura Lu. He should have won easily. Unexpectedly, the plot took a reversal, and she defeated this junior brother. Could it be that this small junior sister used some tricky tactics? But when Yuan Jiang heard from junior brother Su that the protagonist Ethan Yi was actually defeated by Celestial Yuan Peak chief disciple Blaise Lin, he was shocked in place for 2.5 seconds. Yuan Jiang couldn't believe it. The small fry that should have been mercilessly crushed by Ethan Yi actually defeated the chosen one and won the top spot. But next, Yuan Jiang heard that Blaise Lin not only won, but also cut off one of Ethan Yi's arms, and with a single sword, pierced his vital organs. His life or death is uncertain. The glass in his hand fell with a clang. Junior brother Su, you should step back first. Let senior brother be alone for a moment. Oh, senior brother, there is one more thing. Master asked me to inquire. After the Five Peaks martial gathering, will you still participate in the Sword Tomb trial as planned? Yuan Jiang answered without any hesitation. Of course. You should know that within the Sword Tomb lies various rare treasures. And Yuan Jiang's only goal is the Qinglong spell sword because only by obtaining this divine sword can they reactivate the 6 realms of Samsara Mountain protecting great formation passed down by the Patriarch to resist the invasion of the dark sect into Qinglong. Although Yuan Jiang doesn't know why the insignificant character Blaise Lin in the original work was able to break through his own limitations and successfully turn the tables. But he hopes that in the next key event involving the Qinglong sect of Immortality, they are friends not enemies. My affection for you far exceeds that of the overpowered protagonist Ethan Yi and junior brother Lin. Senior brother toasts to your victory over Ethan Yi today. On the other hand, upon learning that Azure Butterfly Zhao can revive Caleb, Blaise Lin placed Caleb in the profound heaven crystal ice coffin deep within the Lotus Cave mansion. But the junior sisters are very skeptical of what Azure Butterfly Zhao said. Your Highness Nanzhao Princess, Caleb junior brother is so badly injured. Do you really have the ability to revive him? If this time you cannot bring Caleb back to life, you must give us an explanation. My eldest brother trusts you so much. I hope you won't disappoint him. Azure Butterfly Zhao looked at the three of them with suspicion, breaking out in a cold sweat. She quickly hid behind Blaise Lin, hoping that Blaise Lin could help her talk to the three sisters. Their little junior brother's aura has not dissipated, and there is still a trace of obsession in his divine consciousness. There is still hope to save him, but she needs to find him a new body. Blaise Lin was extremely excited to hear this. In the original setting, this princess from the Nanzhao Kingdom is one of the important female leads in the early stages. She was also given a special physique called the Lotus Heart of Salvation. In the storyline, where the 8 major dark sects sieged Qinglong, Ethan Yi's 9 nether minks had their flesh and blood sucked dry. After the battle, it was Azure Butterfly Zhao, who is a beauty, that brought back the remains of the spirit beast to the southern Zhao region. Using the trunk of the ancient life tree in southern frontier as nourishment, she helped it rebuild its flesh. Seeing their own senior brother being so intimate with an outsider, the junior sisters instantly became unhappy. Who would have expected that Blaise Lin would open his arms and embrace all the junior sisters? Be a little more obedient, 3 junior sisters. Give eldest brother some face. Let's go out first. Don't delay Miss Zhao entreating Caleb. The 3 people leaning on eldest brother's embrace suddenly became reasonable, gentle, and lovely. Just as eldest brother was taking junior sister out, Master Mayron also arrived at this moment, soaring through the air and landing in front of Blaise Lin. It turns out that Master Mayron just went to Mount Taitsong to visit the leader of the 6 saints, Great Marshal Trueman, to settle the matter of Blaise Lin severely injuring Ethan Yi. At this moment, Blaise Lin is feeling bitter and hard to bear in his heart, thanks to Master for taking responsibility for the disciple. And the thing that Blaise Lin cares most about is whether Ethan Yi is really dead. The beauty master finally fulfilled his promise to Blaise Lin under the cover of night. And the chosen one turned out to be neither alive nor dead. Eldest brother, the leader of this generation, will go to Mount Taitsong tomorrow to receive the mantle of the Great Marshal True Lord. Just now, Blaise Lin inquired whether Master Ethan Yi had died or not. Master's response was neither alive nor dead. It's just a body. He may no longer achieve much in the future. Blaise Lin's sword strike was truly accurate and ruthless. Blaise Lin, upon receiving the answer, informed Master that he would save Caleb with the help of Princess Azure Butterfly Zhao from Nanzhao Kingdom and borrow the profound heaven ice coffin from the depths of the cave. Master just waved his hand casually, indicating that it could be used at will. In the future, you 4 can enter and exit this Lotus Cave mansion freely. The junior sisters were overjoyed to hear this. And what follows is the real cause for celebration. Today, Blaise Lin will battle Ethan Yi. The Great Marshal True Lord observed the entire battle using the Extreme Vision Water Mirror. He expressed great admiration for Blaise Lin, and upon Seraphina Xiao's recommendation, the Great Marshal True Lord personally decreed that Blaise Lin will be the champion of this event. Tomorrow, he will go to Mount Taitsong to accept his mantle. Blaise Lin sighed inwardly. You should know that in the original work, Ethan Yi, who won the championship, was summoned to Mount Taitsong the next day to meet with the Great Marshal True Lord. Not only did the Great Marshal True Lord bestow sword intent upon Ethan Yi, but he also opened up Ethan Yi's divine sense heavenly eye for him. He also told him the specific location of Qinglan's sect of Immortality's sect supreme treasure Qinglan spell swords hidden cultivation spot. Now Blaise Lin has decided to stay. He will accompany Master and the junior sisters in immortal cultivation, so he will certainly not refuse the inheritance of Great Marshal True Lord's sword intent. From now on, Blaise Lin will definitely try his best to seize any opportunity that can make him stronger. This way, he can better protect the person he wants to guard. Seraphina Xiao was surprised to see her own disciple so obedient and accepting of her arrangement for the first time. To celebrate Blaise Lin's successful victory, the beautiful master decided to hold a celebration party tonight at Maiden's Peak. As for the guests, we don't need too many. Just the 50 small junior sisters from our sect and Blaise Lin, the eldest brother. It has been 5 years since the eldest brother reclaimed the top spot for Celestial One Peak. So we must celebrate tonight. Little did they know, the 3 junior sisters each have their own thoughts. They can have intimate drinks with the eldest brother tonight. Blaise Lin always feels like something is about to go wrong, but he doesn't know why. At this moment, the beautiful master cleared her throat lightly, indicating that she still had something to discuss with Blaise Lin alone. So, she asked the 3 of them to leave first. On the quiet mountaintop, only the master and disciple were left. The 2 faced each other, resembling a couple of immortals. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Blaise Lin was about to speak, but was interrupted by the master. I saw the beauty, master, looking serious. She asked Blaise Lin about his battle with Ethan Yi today, and whether he had been intentionally seeking defeat until Caleb entered the scene. Blaise Lin's heart sank. He didn't know how to respond. Blaise, do you know how much effort Master has put into you over the years? Master believes that if you knew, you would definitely not bear to let down your master. Blaise Lin, how could your heart not know? Regardless of whether Master knows the future script or not, she is doing so much just to help herself rewrite her destiny. And what about yourself? Instead of actively making changes, you are slacking off and letting it rot every day. He knelt before this beautiful woman who had nurtured him. Blaise Lin knelt down on both knees. Master, disciple has made a mistake. I, Blaise Lin, declare today. As long as I have a breath left, all members of Celestial One Peak will ascend without a worry for eternity. Seraphina Zhao's heart was instantly melted by Blaise Lin. She quickly walked up to Blaise Lin, wanting to help him up. No matter how she consoled him, Blaise Lin remained kneeling on the ground. Could it be that my words earlier were too harsh? Unexpectedly, the seemingly carefree child was actually introverted and sensitive. What should I do to console him at this point? At this moment, Miss Master suddenly thought of the scene that day in the cave. Then she gently bit her lip. Her exquisite and tall figure slightly bent forward. She slowly took Blaise Lin's hand. Next, the beauty master fulfilled the promise made earlier. Blaise Lin was stunned in an instant. Oh my God! Master, what in the world are you doing? The chosen one indeed did not die. He did it even more to satisfy his own desires for revenge against Blaise Lin. He also wanted to retaliate against the entire Qinglan sect of Immortality. He did not hesitate to collude with the person of the demonic Tao, step by step falling into the demon Tao. At this moment, Elder Shi also saw clearly. The so-called the Chosen One's true face chosen to abandon him and leave. Night. The full moon hangs high, and the stars fill the sky. However, the Chosen One has become a one-armed young man. Wrapped in bandages, lying on a sandalwood bed, Ethan Yi feels unwilling in his heart. Elder Shi, is this life of mine with Ethan Yi completely over? I refuse to accept it. Clearly, I was just a step away from crushing the fraud Blaise Lin. Firstborn heir Yi, you should have seen this day coming. Why did you act recklessly time and time again, ignoring my advice, and ending up in a miserable situation? Accept your fate. Both in intellect and strength, you are far inferior to the chief disciple Lin. Ethan Yi forced a bitter smile. He never imagined that the Chosen One would end up in such a situation. How ironic. He used to call him a friend, but now calling Blaise Lin that fraud as chief disciple Lin truly shows how the new surpasses the old. And Elder Shi said coldly at this moment, if it weren't for his strong fate, Blaise Lin's sword was extremely fierce, penetrating his vitals. He should be a dead man now. Just live well. There's no need to push for anything else. Ethan Yi also understood Elder Shi's implicit meaning. He is abandoning himself. The two had made an agreement earlier. The Five Peaks Martial Gathering is Elder Shi's final time gambling with Ethan Yi. Now Ethan Yi lost big time, failed miserably. So it's time to part ways. At the moment of parting, Elder Shi still gave him a parting gift. That is, in the Sword 2 Mystic Realm lies another great opportunity for him. Perhaps this person is the most important benefactor on his life path. Ethan Yi saw that Elder Shi was determined to give up on him this time. The expression on his face became even more devastated. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had one last card up his sleeve that he hadn't played yet. That would be her younger sister, Alicia Yi, who is currently leading 10,000 North River Iron Cavalry to rush to East Realm to join him. Her younger sister Alicia cares the most about her brother in her whole life. If she finds out that Blaise Lin has crippled himself, she will definitely lead a large army to point their swords at Qinglan. At that time, Qinglan's sect of Immortality will not behave. They will offer up Blaise Lin's dog head with both hands. In this way, the Chosen One of this realm is the only one left. Even if Ethan Yi pleads bitterly, Elder Shi remains unmoved. In his rage, Ethan Yi immediately threw the soul ring away. At this time, someone suddenly visited from outside. The visitor happened to be Mr. Yuan Yi. After exchanging a few casual words, He went straight to the point, inquiring about Ethan Ye's sister, Alicia Ye, who is known as the Northern Queen. Is she ready to set out? From Ethan Ye, it was learned that the army had already set out and would arrive at the East Realm in another 15 days. Daoist Yuan Yi grabbed Ethan Ye's hand with a big smile and planned to take him to the deepest part of the 12 Yuanshan caves. In an instant, Ethan Yi was lying on a stone platform. A pungent smell hits the nostrils. When Ethan Yi looked down, he was suddenly shocked. Below, corpses were scattered all over the ground like a purgatory of demons. Moreover, those bodies all appeared to be righteous cultivators. This also verifies Elder Shur's previous conjecture. It turns out that this fat old man is a spy hidden within the Qinglan sect of Immortality, working for the Dark Sect. Now Ethan Yi is fully aware of everything. Yuan Yi immediately asked him to make a choice. It is to join the Dark Sect and do something earth-shattering, or to become his nourishment. If he nods in agreement, in a few days, he will take him to meet a big shot. As long as he is willing to help you out, Ethan Yi will be able to undergo a transformative change, defying fate, and stepping on the monstrous Blaise Lin. The Chosen One, Destiny, showed no hesitation at all. He immediately knelt down on one knee. The disciple is willing to go through fire and water for the Master, without any hesitation. Just at this moment, Elder Shur, who had just disappeared, appeared and advised Ethan Yi not to compromise with the person of the demonic Tao. As the Chosen One, if you enter the demon Tao, it will definitely cause a great disaster to all living beings. Ethan Yi, please stop. A hint of evil smile appeared on the corner of Ethan Yi's mouth. He can't turn back now. As long as he can defeat Blaise Lin and fall into the demon Tao, what's the harm? Elder Shur sighed repeatedly. It's really creating a disaster. Wrong. I have been wrong from the beginning. Here it comes, here it comes. The long-awaited Celestial One Peak Pool Party is finally here. Tonight's celebration banquet, Bad Guy Senior Brother not only has a lot of benefits. Even the aloof Lady Aurelia Zhu was pulled over by Beauty Sue to propose to Seraphina Xiao. At this moment, Blaise Lin is dressing up. In the past, playing the role of a bad guy and being sloppy was fine. Now, being himself again, naturally he wants to capture the hearts of countless junior sisters. He must become the flawless eldest brother. You should know that Master is the only one absent from tonight's celebration banquet. It is said by Celestial One Peak's chief disciple steward that apart from Master, there is only one male, small junior sister among the over 40 exceptionally attractive inner disciples. The party will be held on Moonlight Cliff, featuring an all-night pool party. It's truly a paradise for men. Ones like myself, who used to long to return home, are undoubtedly just big fools. Blaise Lin looks up at the sky, hands clasped together, bidding farewell to his parents from his hometown with a devout expression. He looks at the boundless scenery in the bronze mirror, seeing himself as if a transcendent being visiting the mortal world. Blaise Lin cannot stop praising himself. With this level of attractiveness, in the entertainment circle of his past life, he probably would have become a central figure in less than 2.5 years. Blaise Lin suddenly realized he was missing an accessory. So he shouted towards the hall outside, "Caleb, bring me eldest brother's jade pendant." As soon as the words fell, Blaise Lin's gaze froze in an instant. He only hopes now that Caleb can be resurrected. If Azure Butterfly Zhao can successfully reshape Caleb's physical body, Blaise Lin doesn't mind helping her ascend to the position of the ruler of Nanzhao Kingdom while facing the 8 major dark sects. Just as Blaise Lin was feeling sad, the system presented a series of rewards. If it was the previous self who played the role of the bad guy, upon hearing this voice, he would definitely be unable to resist breaking the defense on the spot. And now, this feeling of getting stronger just by lying down is really too physically and mentally pleasing. At the same time, in the dormitory of the advanced female disciples of Celestial One Peak, 3 junior sisters have already changed into their swimsuits and are waiting for the party to begin. The third junior sister admires the second senior sister's figure with envy. The second junior sister was very proud and spoiled. It was the first time she had heard a junior sister praise her so much. Unfortunately, mere praise from a junior sister lacked significance. It would be even better if eldest brother felt the same way. When the third junior sister looked at the petite and delicate small junior sister beside her, she felt more balanced in her heart. It's better to have such a small girl like small junior sister. She never competes for eldest brother's attention. Who would have thought that the harmless small junior sister in front of them would have prepared a swimsuit with the least amount of fabric for herself? But the most unexpected thing for the two of them is that small junior sister actually took out the white stockings that eldest brother had given her from the wardrobe. Tonight, eldest brother will definitely belong to Sakura alone. For this, Sakura has made all the preparations. Just wait, my beloved eldest brother. Phoenix Song Peak on the other side. Aurelia Zhu and Beauty Sue are snuggled up together, watching the celebration banquet prepared for eldest brother on the neighboring celestial Yuan Peak. Aurelia Zhu's delicate face twitched slightly. Senior Brother Lin, he is really strong. He deserves this grand celebration banquet. Beauty Sue also fully agreed with what she said. Blaise Lin's talent is indeed terrifying. Even if the great martial true lord does not personally appoint him. After you and that Ethan Yi are defeated, I'm afraid no one will be his match. But why did you deliberately go easy on Graysquid during your match? Beauty Sue knows that Aurelia Zhu, who has always been competitive since childhood, is unwilling to be weaker than others. Nowadays, for some reason, she has chosen to concede to an old rival whom she has been at odds with for 10 years. What concerns do you have in your mind? Aurelia Zhu looked sad and pleaded with Master not to ask any further. Today's martial arts competition is her one and only act of following her innermost desires in this lifetime. She hopes that Master can forgive her this time. Beauty Sue contemplated on the 4 words, "Follow your heart." In her mind, she seemed to have realized something. She took her beloved disciple's hand and flew into the air. As a master, I will accompany you to Celestial Yuan Peak to propose marriage to your master Uncle Xiao. Beauty Sue knows that she is doing this for the sake of Blaise Lin's face. She will let Graysquid win once. But my disciple's infatuation for her disciple, Seraphina Xiao, requires a response today. Master Marin really stunned the whole audience tonight. She dominated 3 lovely and charming junior sisters right from the start. And tonight is also the earthly paradise that eldest brother has always longed for. Celestial Yuan Peak's moonlight cliff at this moment. Blaise Lin arrived early, located at the open-air Eternal Life hot springs at the top of Moonlight Cliff. Such magnificent scenery with beautiful people. It made Blaise Lin feel as if he were in a celestial realm. Is this place a paradise on earth? I'm not sure which junior sister first discovered this handsome guy. Eldest brother is here. In an instant, one by one, they had exquisite figures. Only wearing the unique spirit yarn swimsuits of the cultivation world, the girls sprang out of the pool and rushed towards him. Eldest brother looked so handsome tonight. After the 5 Peaks martial gathering, eldest brother seems to have even more charisma between his brows than before. Under such a terrifying offensive, Blaise Lin can still remain as steady as Mount Tai. I'm not like Ethan Yi, the kind of loser male lead who gets a nosebleed easily. I am the chosen bad one. But thinking that I have completely separated myself from the original, that bad guy Blaise Lin, makes me realize that the current me is the real me. A kind and honest young man from Earth. Actually, now that I think about it, the previous bad guy system wasn't completely useless. At this time, the beautiful junior sisters around, pulling Blaise Lin into the hot spring together. In the hot spring pool, Blaise Lin unexpectedly smelled a strong and intoxicating wine fragrance. It turned out that the beautiful master was in a great mood. She deliberately asked the junior sisters to go to her cave cellar. They brought back aged celestial wine, poured it into the pool water, adding some fun to today's feast. Blaise Lin sighed bitterly. Master, you are truly remarkable. Even Nero praised you as an expert. At that moment, a soft and pleasant voice came through. Blaise Lin turned to look. The third junior sister had her hair styled in a ladylike bun, dressed in a white chiffon dress, with a shy expression, as she walked towards this direction. Could all the junior sisters make way a bit? Senior sister and eldest brother have some important matters to discuss before the celebratory feast begins. Although the other junior sisters were not very willing, at the thought of the last time junior sister Nan. She was only sent to the dangerous Blackwater River by the third senior sister, because she wrote a love letter to eldest brother. She could only choose to leave helplessly. At this moment, the only ones left at the hot spring are Blaise Lin and the third junior sister. At this moment, the third junior sister slowly approached eldest brother. She was just about to ask Blaise Lin how she looked in her outfit today. She was interrupted by the arrival of the small junior sister. When he saw the outfit of the small junior sister, Blaise Lin exclaimed, "Wow, more outrageous than Phalith. They are all little sisters I watched grow up." Absolutely not. Just as Blaise Lin's mind was filled with conflicting thoughts. The second junior sister also walked slowly towards here. Now the family of 4 is all alive. Blaise Lin always felt that the 3 junior sisters came prepared tonight. Blaise Lin looked shy. At that time, those 40 junior sisters were already very attractive. But they fell short of 3 junior sisters in class. The only one who could outshine these 3 little fairies was that goddess. Just then Master arrived. I saw a beautiful woman wearing a red phoenix patterned silk dress, with a tall and graceful figure, exquisite makeup. She slowly walked towards Blaise Lin. And this is the beautiful woman Master, with a stunning face. Loved it. This time, bad guy senior brother is truly in love. Tonight is such a wonderful evening and splendid scenery, not only accompanied by beautiful people but also Master. There are also junior sisters playing the zither and dancing with swords. Just now, the beautiful Master shocked the audience in a red phoenix patterned gauze skirt. Indeed, when it comes to stunning beauty, it has to be Master. Seraphina's shout cleared her throat and said, "As the Master has arrived, you all should pay your respects." All the female disciples in the room bowed and said, "We pay our respects to Master." Blaise Lin felt something was off. The Master had never cared much for such formalities before. Why did things feel so official tonight? Blaise Lin and the junior sister separated. Seraphina's Shao then relaxed a lot. Since everyone is here, let's start the feast. Only Si Lingyu's table moved up. Full of delicious dishes were placed on it. Master and junior sisters were playing in the water, having fun while enjoying delicious food and wine. It was very pleasant. Blaise Lin also became interested upon seeing this scene. What a wonderful moment and beautiful scenery. Senior brother is right here. Allow me to present a song from Master and the junior sisters. He then hummed several songs adapted from ancient poems from past lives. Blaise Lin, who was already known as a student friend in the previous life, instantly amazed all the young girls in the audience with his singing. It was even more enchanting with the accompaniment of the moving piano of the third junior sister. And with the dance accompaniment of the second junior sister, it heightened the atmosphere of the pool party to the fullest. Along the way, Blaise Lin couldn't help but sneak glances at the beautiful Master several times. He found her with her chin resting on both hands, her phoenix eyes fixed on him. This infuriating contrast is completely irresistible. After 3 rounds of drinks, Blaise Lin noticed that the junior sisters were still in high spirits. He was about to suggest playing a small game. Suddenly, a stern voice resounded from above. "Seraphina, junior sister, today you must give me an explanation." And the person who came was Mia Su and Aurelia Zhu, this pair of beautiful master and disciple. Seraphina Shao was still drinking wine on her own. "Senior sister Su, this evening is the celebration banquet of our celestial Wan Peak. What is your intention in coming here to disturb us?" "Junior sister Seraphina, didn't I make it clear just now? I want an explanation from you today. Do you know, Lin the disciple, how much my disciple has done for you. And then let Aurelia Zhu by your side explain herself. Blaise Lin is also puzzled. What the hell is going on? It seems like there is no connection between me and Aurelia Zhu. There are no such ridiculous plots in the original work. When their eyes met, Aurelia Zhu blushed. Master, you've really misunderstood. There's nothing between Senior Brother Lin and me. When this was said, Seraphina Zhao's expression changed slightly. The junior sister's expressions instantly darkened. Something must have happened between the two of them. Miyasu's tone was stern as she rebuked. In the first battle of today's martial gathering, you easily defeated your opponent. But just for this man in front of you, you deliberately lost to his junior sister. After hearing these words, the girls in the audience began to discuss fervently. They never expected that the aloof and proud senior sister Zhu would one day be entangled in love. I'm certain about this couple. Although Miyasu pities the disciple, in this situation, accepting talents like Blaise Lin who have the potential to change their destiny is essential. By taking him as the son-in-law of Phoenix Song Peak, her position in the Qinglan sect of Immortality will be greatly enhanced. Seraphina Zhao stood up in anger and approached Miyasu. At this point, the two beauties, grandmasters, confronted each other with unyielding momentum. Senior sister, please be mindful of your words. My disciple is unmatched in the world. There's no need for others to bestow victory upon us. Here it comes, here it comes. Green Tea, small junior sister, finally extended her claws towards eldest brother tonight. After she learned that eldest brother had someone in his heart. The beautiful master sought solace in getting drunk to ease the pain in her heart. The pool party also turned into a breakup party. Just now, Miyasu brought her own disciple to find Seraphina Zhao to demand an explanation. Just as the two were deadlocked, a calm voice spoke up. Master Su's words are right. Senior Sister Zhu has indeed outsmarted me. Today's defeat should be mine. But one thing remains clear. Although I do not know why Senior Sister Zhu made such a move, I know that eldest brother has no romantic feelings for Senior Sister Zhu. As far as I know, eldest brother already has someone he likes. The whole room fell silent as soon as these words were spoken. Blaise Lin hurriedly spoke out to stop the situation. Second junior sister, you shut up. Is it okay for me to casually talk about liking you everywhere? Seraphina Zhao beside her looked dazed. She was unwilling to believe everything Blaise Lin just said. At this moment, Blaise Lin was very clear. Now he had swept the system and became himself again. And he understood the feelings of the three junior sisters and the master. So before resisting the invasion of the dark sect, he must first determine the destination of his feelings to prevent the three junior sisters from fighting each other for him. And the most dominant second junior sister in front of him is the best choice. At this moment, the second junior sister is in tears. Eldest brother, thank you. You finally agreed to respond to grace. But the other two junior sisters were mentally thunderstruck. They were unwilling. Where exactly did they fall short compared to the second senior sister? Aurelia Zhu squeezed out a smile to break the awkward atmosphere. Master, you saw it too. I really have no emotional connection with Senior Brother Lin. It's just a normal relationship between fellow disciples. But since we're here, let's congratulate Senior Brother Lin on his victory together. Before Miyasu could say anything, she was pulled into the pool by the beautiful master. It seems that everything is a misunderstanding now. Let's have a good drink with your junior sister. Let's get drunk tonight. Let the music play on. Let the dance go on. On this night, the two heartbroken junior sisters drink heavily, toasting and exchanging cups until they are drunk. The most domineering fairy, Seraphina, in the cultivation world of the central continent, is also the same. Master's condition is not right when he saw a beautiful woman. Blaise Lin is preparing to check Master's condition. However, small junior sister suddenly came to him and cried non-stop. Blaise Lin hurried forward to inquire about what had happened. Eldest brother Sakura was just drunk. suddenly remembered that there is a very cute spiritual beast in the sacred beast garden that is dying. So, senior brother, can you accompany Sakura to take a look at it? Blaise Lin has not reacted yet. Graysquaw on the side walked over to console small junior sister, and decided to go with Blaise Lin to see the injured spiritual beast. Small junior sister shook her head. She explained that the little spiritual beast had only been seen by eldest brother before, and it was most afraid of strangers. Helplessly, Blaise Lin could only instruct the second junior sister to look after master for him, while he went to take a quick look before returning. Soon, Blaise Lin and small junior sister arrived at a place. It was a small wooden house located deep in the sacred beast garden. At this moment, a melodious and crisp bird call suddenly came from afar. Blaise Lin was about to ask little junior sister what kind of bird it was. The next second, his whole consciousness started to blur. Immediately after, his body leaned back and fainted on the ground. At this moment, little junior sister snapped her fingers. Above the void, a ghost nightingale at the Demon King stage appeared. It turned out that all of this was orchestrated by little junior sister. Tonight, eldest brother, you finally belong to Sakura alone. Innocent small junior sister actually did such a heinous thing to bad guy senior brother. At the pool party, the second junior sister publicly confessed her love. Later, the small junior sister countered the senior brother's tactics with all her might. I also don't know how master and the other junior sisters should respond. Just now, small junior sister tricked Blaise Lin into coming to a small wooden house deep in the sacred beast garden. Shortly after, Blaise Lin was hypnotized and fainted on the ground by small junior sister's spirit beast. At this moment, Blaise Lin is lying on the ground, unable to move his limbs at all. Upon regaining consciousness, Blaise Lin found that his eyes were completely covered, and he could not see anything clearly. Blaise Lin never expected that small junior sister would dare to scheme against him. Indeed, can't trust any beautiful junior sister. The rain in the night sky is tapping on the roof tiles of the small wooden house. Small junior sister, who practiced for 2.5 hours, finally made her debut in the lead. Unfortunately, the second junior sister, although officially announced in public, was still one step behind. Small junior sister's cheeks blushed with embarrassment. She quickly apologized to senior brother. Eldest brother, I'm sorry. It's all Sakura's fault. At this moment, small junior sister suddenly thought of the records in the spiritual beast classics. Ghost Nightingale's hypnotic ability could immobilize and paralyze the limbs while preserving consciousness and bodily instincts. So what just happened? Every minute, every second, eldest brother was able to perceive it clearly. Although Blaise Lin had his eyes tightly shut as if in a faint, he not only could perceive everything, but also benefited from the divine techniques he had once learned. Now he is not only in high spirits, but the powerful sword intent within the immaterial sword body has also become even more intense as a result. Some of it has also been fully absorbed by small junior sister. Small junior sister, who was once brought up innocently and naively by oneself, did not expect to plot against oneself behind one's back. The victim, Blaise Lin, kept his eyes tightly closed. He didn't know how to face all of this. Just then, a voice outside the door was heard. Does the third junior sister eldest brother really know Sakura is here? Small junior sister heard this familiar voice. She suddenly felt a little flustered. She swiftly hid in the bushes behind. And at this moment, the two senior sisters also pushed the door open and came in. They saw eldest brother lying on the ground, completely drenched. The two of them, with a look of heartache, carried eldest brother into the house and placed him on the bed. Why is that girl Sakura also missing? Could it be that she encountered an attack from a spiritual beast? Second junior sister, however, felt that something was not quite right. With eldest brother's current strength, even the 4 holy beasts guarding the cultivation sect destiny would not be able to knock him unconscious without leaving a trace of a fight. Blaise Lin felt his body gradually recovering and decided not to continue the act. He decisively opened his eyes. The two rushed up anxiously and asked Blaise Lin what had happened. Blaise Lin immediately made up a story, claiming that when they were here with small junior sister earlier, they were suddenly hypnotized by a black spirit beast and fell unconscious. Small junior sister must have witnessed me being attacked by that spirit beast. Therefore, she went to hunt and kill it out of anger. Although this story is a bit coarse, it's still better than telling them the truth. Grace Gua, who has been pampered since childhood, felt extremely anxious and couldn't wait to immediately search for her small junior sister. Just as she was about to disappear in a flash, she was grabbed by the arm by the third junior sister standing beside her. The third junior sister had a serious expression as she pulled her aside. "Senior sister, this matter is definitely not ordinary. The bad guy eldest brother actually joined Master and the junior sisters in playing truth or dare. It turns out that Blaise Lin wanted to get some secrets out of him. He is known as the Gambler of the Qinglong sect of Immortality in the cultivation world. He is bound to make a big killing tonight." Just as he was about to search for his small junior sister Grace Gua, he was pulled aside by the third junior sister. She is 100% certain. The strange bird that hypnotized senior brother. Ghost Nightingale, the demon king on par with a cultivator in the nascent soul stage. And a demon beast of Ghost Nightingale's level simply could not appear in the sacred beast garden. The second junior sister looks tense. "Are you saying that this Ghost Nightingale was tamed by the small junior sister and intentionally brought here?" The second junior sister quickly denied this speculation. How could the naive and innocent small junior sister conspire against the eldest brother? Absolutely impossible. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. The second and third junior sisters turned around in surprise. The person who appeared was none other than the long-awaited small junior sister Sakura Lu, who had been hiding in the bushes all along. She had heard every word of the three sisters' conversation clearly. Since eldest brother has actively concealed this matter, before finding an opportunity to escape with eldest brother, everything that happened tonight belonged solely to their unspoken secret. Later, small junior sister repeated what eldest brother had just said once again, in order to dispel the suspicions of the two junior sisters. After hearing this, Grace Gua and Fei Chu exchanged a glance and didn't say anything more. The second junior sister then approached Blaise Lin and asked how his recovery was going. "Do you need Grace to carry you?" The third junior sister on the side watched the two of them being so close. Naturally, she felt extremely uncomfortable. Eldest brother just confessed at the celebration. He admitted that he likes the second senior sister. "It seems that our competition is now over, with the winner and loser clearly defined." Likewise, small junior sister's expression was somewhat unnatural. The four returned to the hot spring pool at Moonlight Cliff and were immediately questioned by Master. Small junior sister pitifully began a performance of self-pity. "I'm sorry, Master. Sakura asked eldest brother to go with me to visit a spiritual beast baby that is about to die. Please do not blame eldest brother." Beauty Master has always been more lenient than strict. Seeing the little disciple looking pitiful, Master's tone instantly softened. "Since that's the case, let's continue celebrating," Blaise Lin awkwardly said. "Master, it's already so late. Are you still drinking?" Serafina Zhao's eyes casually caught sight of the two disciples holding hands tightly. She felt a sudden pang of heartache for no apparent reason. To alleviate her unhappiness, she drank up the wine in her hand. Seeing the master drink so boldly, Blaise Lin then proposed that since Master Su and junior sister Zhu were also present, they might as well set up a game to play. He then took out the Heavenly Fate disc and started explaining it carefully to everyone. This object is called the Heavenly Fate disc. When the pointer hovers over it, the words it points to determine the outcome of winning or losing. If it points to a word, it means winning. If it points to no word, it means losing. In the early years, he did not hesitate to use the Heavenly Fate disc to deceive the junior brothers from other sects and cheat them of their spiritual stones. And has always been at odds with Blaise Lin, who has a bad temper. He took out this item because he wanted to play a new game with everyone. That is truth or dare. The way to play is to point to a worded item. If points to an item without words, then you must choose either truth or dare. Blaise Lin organized the game in order to extract some secrets from master and junior sisters. And he, Blaise Lin, is a master at playing this heavenly fate disc. He is known as the cultivation world's disc King Lin. The Qinglong sect of Immortality has a gambling event. Tonight, let's see how I, Blaise Lin, will handle them. It's here, it's here. The first truth or dare event of Celestial Wand Peak has finally arrived. As expected, small junior sister really predicted future experiences, just as Blaise Lin expected. And Beauty Sue, who chose the grand adventure, unexpectedly drew a paper with a kissing prediction. Just after listening to Blaise Lin's explanation, Mia Sue expressed that she was too lazy to play such childish games. At this moment, Blaise Lin began to charm Beauty Sue. You should know that this game is quite a test of one's spiritual power control. It just so happens that we have 4 disciples. We will face your 2 disciples. Let's compete to see who gets punished less. Master Sue, do you lack confidence like this? Mia Sue gave Blaise Lin a teasing glance, which seemed to carry a hint of flirtatious charm, causing Blaise Lin to shiver. Mia Sue then looked towards Aurelia Zhu, who asked if she wanted to participate. Aurelia Zhu was initially planning to refuse, but inexplicably nodded her head in agreement. Well, since you are interested, we'll accompany you to have some fun with Master Uncle Xiao and the others. After some preparations, the game officially begins. In order to demonstrate, Blaise Lin concentrates, holding his breath, forming hand seals, and then sends a spiritual thought towards the heavenly fate disc. Finally, it hovers in front of a scale with characters on an upward slant. Small junior sister instantly grasps the rules of the game and volunteers to go next. Blaise Lin feels a bit embarrassed. At this moment, he is unable to face this green tea small junior sister. Small junior sister aimed at the center of the heavenly fate disc. With a lifted hand, she released a spiritual strike. The pointer spun violently and hovered over the wordless spot. The beauty master placed her index finger by her lips and asked curiously, "So, Blaise, is Sakura going to choose between a big adventure and truth or dare next?" "Yes, Master Junior Sister Sakura, as I said before, it's your turn to choose between truth or dare." Small junior sister said she doesn't like adventures, so she chose truth. Blaise Lin takes a deep breath and gazes earnestly at small junior sister in front of him. If she lies, eldest brother, as the questioner, will face an uncertain fate in his later years. Seeing the seriousness of her beloved, small junior sister insists that she will never lie. Blaise Lin asked word by word, "Did Sakura ever successfully foresee experiences in the future at some point?" After hearing this, small junior sister's face tensed up. The master and senior sisters beside also had a slight change in expression. Eldest brother Sakura has had this experience. At this moment, Blaise Lin's heart is filled with mixed emotions. It turns out as expected. If she is not a reborn individual, then she must have obtained the supreme treasure of future sight by a fortuitous opportunity. The women who once did their best to stop me from completing the storyline won't escape tonight. But when it's Aurelia Zhu's turn next, Mia Sue intercepted her as it's her turn. She indicated that she had already figured out the secret. She would first give a demonstration. Mia Sue approached the heavenly fate disc. With delicate hands, she gently lifted it and sent a spiritual thought into the center of the disc. The pointer also began to rotate again at this moment. Senior Sister Sue's techniques are indeed superb. Her control over the spiritual energy is very strong. Just as the words fell, the pointer unexpectedly slid to "No word." In an instant, the whole room fell silent. Blaise Lin looked at her with an official expression and asked whether she chose truth or dare. Mia Sue hesitated for a moment and ultimately chose dare. After all, she lived her whole life without constraints. Even a dare could be easily faced. Blaise Lin picked up a sandalwood box from the side. Inside the box were some notes, written by the junior sisters around them, documenting some interesting things. Miyasu casually took a piece of paper, only to find that what was written on it was about kissing a man present at the scene. Why is Master Marin so heartbroken and desperate? Because his own disciple was unexpectedly kissed on the cheek by Miyasu in front of everyone. Little did they know, the biggest winner in life is actually the green tea small junior sister. Just now Miyasu, who had just chosen to take a big risk, unexpectedly drew a kiss with a man present. Looking at the note in his hand, Blaise Lin was directly speechless. Which junior sister wrote this? There's only one man on the entire Divine One main peak. Doesn't this mean Master Su is going to go after him, his junior then? Not to mention him. The junior sisters were equally puzzled and resentful. However, what Blaise Lin never expected was that Master Su in front of him would actually adjust his hair and walk towards him with a smile on his face. Miyasu said, as she appraised the handsome Blaise in front of her. She lifted Blaise Lin's chin with her pair of snow-white hands. As a grandmaster of the same lineage, I must set an example. A promise worth 1,000 pieces of gold. The second and third junior sister were about to step forward to block the way, when the round table in front of them was overturned by the beautiful master. It's boring. This seat doesn't want to play anymore. Blaise, escort me back to the cave. It looks like the beautiful master is jealous. Who expected that Miyasu in front of her would suddenly lean in and plant a gentle kiss on Blaise Lin's cheek? In that moment, all the women present widened their eyes in shock. Eldest brother's first kiss was unexpectedly stolen in public. At this moment, Seraphina Xiao was intoxicated, almost fainting. Miyasu, on the other hand, pursed her lips. Aurelia, did you see that? This is the spirit of the women of Phoenix Song Peak. Decisive and fearless. Aurelia Zhu's face blushed slightly, and her voice sounded a little hesitant. All right, Aurelia understands now. The second junior sister rushed forward in a quick step upon seeing this. Master Su, aren't you going too far? Blaise Lin quickly stepped forward to hold her back. Grace, junior sister, don't be startled. It's just a game. Keep calm. All right. It seems that the atmosphere tonight is no longer suitable for continuing the game. Aurelia will follow the master back to the mountain. At the moment of departure, Miyasu turned around. Her eyes passed over all the women and looked towards Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin felt a tingling sensation. This woman's gaze was too charming. Just like that. Under the gaze of the entire audience, Master Su from Phoenix Song Peak took his disciple and disappeared in a flash of light. On the side, Seraphina Xiao finally came to her senses. She felt a surge of emotions in her heart, unbearable pain. Later, fueled by alcohol, she disregarded everything and rushed up. She snatched her beloved senior disciple from disciple Grace's hands, forcibly dragged Blaise Lin into a green light, and the sword light flew towards Maiden's Peak. The second and third junior sister looked towards the direction where the disappearing light fled, feeling endless sorrow in their hearts. At this moment, they were surprised to find that what they cared most about was not Master Su, but their own master. Only small junior sister sitting by the pond nearby knew clearly in her heart. She was the real winner in life. At this moment, inside Maiden's Peak Lotus Cave Mansion, the master in Maiden's Peak is feeling inexplicably uncomfortable. They even lack the strength to dissipate the intoxication. Blaise Lin, seeing the situation, dare not neglect it. He quickly went forward to take care of the drunken master. Master, drink a bowl of sobering soup before going back to sleep. Who would have thought that the beauty master would grab Blaise Lin's collar all of a sudden? She looked affectionately at her own disciple. The person that the bad guy eldest brother loves the most is still only the beauty master. He sneaks in to kiss her cheek after master falls asleep. And the relationship and plot changes for the two are all from Queen Alicia Yi. As the saying goes, today's fruit is the result of the seed sown yesterday. just when the beauty master is slightly drunk. She actually grabbed Blaise Lin. She wanted him to feed her sobering soup like he used to when they were kids. He looked at Master's shy and cute little face. Blaise Lin liked it very much. Don't be fooled by Blaise Lin's usually carefree demeanor, but in terms of emotions, he is still a pure love warrior. In the end, reason triumphed over everything. He bound Master tightly directly. Next, like taking care of this beauty countless times in childhood, skillfully lifting up her exquisite face, half coaxing and half deceiving, feeding her sobering soup. Wait until he sees that she has completely finished drinking it. He also dispersed the mosquitoes and flies in the cave. After doing all this, Blaise Lin obediently sat back on the cushion by the bed, quietly watching the drunken master in front of him. In fact, this scene has occurred countless times since he started going up the mountain at the age of 8. Without exaggeration, every time Serafina Xiao gets drunk, her senior apprentice Blaise Lin acts like a personal nanny, taking care of her attentively. Whenever this happens, a deep affection always rises in his heart, because Master was the first person to treat him kindly when he arrived in this world. Even though Master has a perfect figure, he does not have the slightest impure thoughts. Blaise Lin understands very well that since a certain moment in time, a subtle change has occurred in his heart towards filial piety. However, his feelings towards Master are completely different from those towards the other 3 junior sisters. It is a pure love. If possible, Blaise Lin doesn't even mind if time stands still, just quietly watching Master, the beautiful woman, for 1,000 or 10,000 years. Blaise Lin's mouth carries a smile as he gently gazes at Master before him. Unconsciously, 14 years have already passed. He has grown into an adult in this lifetime. Yet, Master is still as stunning as when they first met. Blaise Lin couldn't help but reach out his finger, gently touching Master's nose. Unable to help but sigh, could it be that there is no woman in this world more beautiful than Master? Serafina Xiao slowly opened her eyes at this moment, but she was still in a semi-dream state. Blaise Lin said gently, "Master, you should behave well. Don't think about anything. Let sleepiness brew naturally." Perhaps intoxicated, Serafina Xiao suddenly seemed like a silly little girl and obediently nodded. Blaise must not leave. Just stay here and keep your teacher company obediently. Blaise Lin quickly agreed, holding Master's slender hand. At this moment, Serafina Xiao suddenly wanted to hear Blaise Lin tell the story of immortal cultivation from his hometown. Blaise Lin shook his head. Master won't talk about immortal cultivation tonight. Let's chat about the past instead. Blaise Lin couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. 14 years ago, in the tavern in Peach Blossom Valley, how did Master notice me? It turns out that at that time, if Celestial One Peak no longer had a personal chief disciple to manage the situation, according to the ancestral teachings of Qinglan, it would be merged into other sections. So she went down the mountain for a visit and decided to take in Blaise Lin because she felt he had potential. Then Master found that my talent in the sword way was exceptional. So, he changed his mind and decided to personally nurture me to grow. Serafina Xiao, however, stated that it was not because Blaise Lin's talent in the sword way was strong enough that she accepted him as a personal disciple to nurture carefully. What really changed Serafina Xiao's mind was the courage that Blaise Lin showed when he single-handedly rescued a little girl from the siege of the Huaran people that day. Blaise Lin was extremely shocked. He did not expect that all the changes in the plot began with that little girl. It was because of this incident that the true Master had a special feeling towards him that did not exist in the original work. This is why Sword Intent was bestowed upon him. Various supports were provided, helping him defeat Ethan Yi today. It was the cause he planted yesterday. Blaise Lin's expression was moved. He was just about to say something. A series of heavy breathing sounds came to his ears. The originally exquisite and noble fairy Serafina. So even sleeping, she snores. Later, Blaise Lin secretly gave a kiss to the beauty master. Good night. Sweet dreams. Here it comes. the chosen bad one Blaise Lin initiates the mythic celestial Tao step trial. The Saint of Music specially presents it. Talisman secretly helps Blaise Lin cheat. But she was politely rejected by Blaise Lin. But the rebellious Ethan Yi embraced his rebirth after losing an arm. Fallen, he worshipped Yuan Yi as his father. The bell of the Tao trembles. The true master of the sect has ordered the chief of this year's martial gathering to appear. Blaise Lin, chief disciple of Celestial One Peak, is immediately going to Mount Taitsong to pay respects to the great martial true lord. Grandmaster of Cloud Drift Peak is in the main hall. The rebellious youth, Ethan Yi, is complaining. Master, have you heard? That detestable Blaise Lin has actually gained the favor of the great martial true lord. I, Ethan Yi, was supposed to be the one to receive the inheritance of the great martial true lord. Yuan Yi smiled and said, if you can receive the cultivation of that great figure, then Blaise Lin is nothing. Ethan Yi's heart brightened at these words, thinking that the opportunity to avenge his previous shame was right in front of him. He gritted his teeth and immediately knelt down, saying, thank you for the master's referral. If the adult is willing to accept me as a disciple, I, Northern River King firstborn heir Ethan Yi, would like to acknowledge you as my godfather. On the other hand, Blaise Lin, who heard the news, is heavy-hearted. It seems that before the 8 major dark sects attack the mountain, the Sword Tomb dungeon is finally going to be opened. It looks like there might be a big mistake today. Blaise Lin came to the side of Master, who was asleep. He carefully placed the well-prepared sweet porridge of love next to him. When Master pays a visit to the great martial true lord's disciple, he will surely do his best and receive guidance from the elder. After Blaise Lin left, Luna Maiden suddenly appeared and woke up the pretending to sleep Seraphina Xiao. Luna Maiden glanced at the sweet porridge on the table. She didn't expect that Blaise Lin was actually a considerate guy. She finally understood why Seraphina Xiao was so affectionate towards Blaise Lin. She even joked that the two of them would be the best cultivation couple in the future. Beauty Master blushed at the words. My family Blaise has always respected teachers and valued principles since childhood. Do not misinterpret his intentions. Luna Maiden seemed to smile ambiguously. Our chief disciple Lin is truly respectful of teachers and principles. I don't know how many times he secretly kissed you. Seraphina Xiao suddenly became anxious and said she would teach Blaise well in the future after hearing this. Luna Maiden smiled even more mesmerizingly. Instantly understood. Seraphina Xiao's face showed a mix of shyness and anger, unable to hide her emotions. She reached out her arm, trying to send Luna Maiden back to the Sword Tomb. Luna Maiden realized the joke had gone too far and quickly explained to her to see clearly into her own heart. Isn't it so difficult to admit that she has fallen in love with Blaise Lin? You dominate the world in this lifetime without any scruples, crushing numerous proud beings. Are you still afraid to face your own heart? Seraphina Xiao also has mixed feelings in her heart. Although she has this intention, what identity should she use to compete with those teenage girls in the prime of their youth? Luna Maiden quickly stepped forward upon seeing this, her face filled with charm as she offered advice. Unexpectedly, the mighty being of the upper realm also acted as a matchmaker. Seraphina Xiao blushed and deliberately changed the subject. Let's quickly discuss our plan to completely plunder Ethan Yi's destiny in the Sword Tomb Mystic Realm next. At the same time, Blaise Lin has arrived at the foot of Mount Taitsong. Looking at the magnificent and ethereal holy land for cultivation, Blaise Lin couldn't help but sigh that Mount Taitsong is indeed as prestigious as described in the original work. I wonder how many steps he can take on the mythic celestial Tao step. In the original work, Ethan Yi, with the help of Elder Shi, stopped at the 360th step, ranking second in history. As for the first place, it is naturally held by the Celestial One Peak. The sword weighs number 1 figure in recent times. My beloved master, of course. Now, Blaise Lin is already the chosen bad one, with a different style than before. He must at least climb up 100 steps. At this moment, one of the 6 saints, Dantai Clear Voice, suddenly appeared in front of Blaise Lin. In the original storyline, she did not appear to guide Ethan Yi. At this moment, Dantai Clearvoice took the initiative to walk over and hand Blaise Lin a talisman. Blaise Lin didn't expect this music saint to secretly help him cheat. After thinking it over, the only possibility he could come up with was that the third junior sister had asked the Saint of Music to help him. At this point, Blaise Lin's fighting spirit was high. He rejected the kindness of the Saint of Music and expressed his desire to rely on his own efforts. He went straight past him and stepped onto the first level of the Tao step with the goal of meeting the great martial true lord. At this moment, a terrifying roar of a beast resounded through the sky. A massive demon beast, exuding a fierce and terrifying aura, burning with raging flames, descended from the sky, bearing its fangs and claws. Blaise Lin looked joyful at the scene. Holding the long sword Dreamcloud Marsh, he greeted the oncoming battle. Here it comes. The experienced treasure trove has arrived. Do you really need a reason to love someone? Actually, both loving and not loving do not need a reason. The most fatal thing is to find yourself falling in love with someone you used to despise. One day you will find the answer you are looking for. Just now, Blaise Lin refused the kind offer from Saint of Music. He started his journey up the steps with a long sword in hand. He faced the enormous demon beast burning with fierce red flames all over its body. Blaise Lin intended to use the ice law from the 5-element sword intent, combined with the great 5-element destroyer sword. However, he has only absorbed Ethan Ye's ice law from the 5-element sword intent for now. He still doesn't know how to use the great 5-element destroyer sword, so Blaise Lin plans to switch to another sword technique. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He thought of the beautiful and powerful sword technique of the master of the beauty and graceful sword. Blaise Lin's eyes shone brightly, the palm of his hand gripping the sword. The ice sword intent catalyzed to the extreme. He fiercely swung his sword horizontally towards the approaching Crimson Blaze Jun and I. Freeze everything. Scarlet Ice Wheel. The mighty sword energy instantly extinguished the flames of Crimson Blaze Jun and I. He was frozen into a skillfully crafted natural ice sculpture. Dantai Clearvoice couldn't help but sigh. This child indeed possesses Kirin's talent in the sword way. No wonder Phalith is so infatuated with him, this eldest brother. At the peak of Mount Taisong, the great martial true lord sat cross-legged on the towering Taoist platform. The other 4 saints were also greatly shocked by Blaise Lin's strength just now. In one go, he charged up 100 levels of Tao step and froze Crimson Blaze Jun and I with a sword intent imbued with laws. Remember, even Seraphina Shao took step by step to reach the final stage. It's absolutely impossible. Just as the audience was debating, Great Martial True Lord spoke up. Instead of belittling others, it's better to improve oneself. A young man who defeated the 5-element sword intent at the 5 Peaks Martial Gathering. His potential is probably beyond your imagination. Then he raised his hand high on the platform and gestured. Let's take a look together. The crowd all turned to look. I saw Blaise Lin with one hand behind his back, and the other hand holding a jar of wine, walking briskly. At the same time, he was drinking heartily. With each step he took, his figure was elegant and graceful. He appears carefree and unrestrained, staggering like a drunkard. In fact, it's all a mysterious and exquisite calculation of footwork. This person is truly terrifying. They must be cultivated decisively. Great Martial True Lord looked excited. After hundreds of years, he showed a joyful smile for the first time. This person is no less than his master. Give the Qinglan spell sword to him. He will surely be able to carry it forward. And next is the mysterious test that even Seraphina Shao was stopped for. Blaise Lin continues to leisurely move forward at this moment. He himself did not expect to receive help in Intoxicated Immortal's moonlit stroll. Unexpectedly, he easily climbed to the 379th level. It's just one step away from breaking Master's record in beating the beauty. According to the post-event memories of the beauty master, this one step was infused with the great martial true lord's power 1,000 years ago. Due to the long-standing feud between the two families, the cultivation couple met a tragic death. The great sorrow's roar sword intent within this step can directly impact divine consciousness, causing a person to collapse. Back then, the master was inadvertently invaded by this sword intent into their divine consciousness, experiencing the sorrow and despair of the great martial true lord. As a result, their Tao heart temporarily collapsed, halting their progress at that moment. But now, being played by Blaise Lin is the one who seizes everything, swallowing the world's destiny and proclaiming, "I alone am supreme," as the chosen bad one. Celestial Tao cannot stop him. So how can his sword intent, filled with the sorrows of lost love, intimidate me, the chosen bad one? Subsequently, Blaise Lin resolutely stepped onto the final step. At the moment he stepped onto the step, a sword energy entered Blaise Lin's consciousness sea. In this spiritual mystic realm that is like a sea of love and hatred, Blaise Lin saw the great martial true lord and his lover. They met, fell in love, and eventually bid farewell. Love lost eternally. All around were ruins and devastation. For her, I am willing to defy the heavens with my sword. Later that day, the sentimental man in the mundane world perished. In his place rose the dominant Qinglan sect of Immortality in the East Realm cultivation world for nearly 1,000 years. After witnessing all the scenes, even Blaise Lin, a tough straight man, couldn't help but be touched. Just as he was gradually coming to his senses, the man in the picture suddenly turned to him outside the camera and asked a question. Did I really do something wrong? Should I not have fallen in love with her from the beginning? Blaise Lin was momentarily at a loss, but he was not thwarted, being the most passionate figure in the immortal cultivation world. So he countered the man with a classic quote. Do you need a reason to love someone? The man remained silent for a long time. A smile of relief appeared at the corner of the man's mouth. He finally got the answer he wanted. The chosen bad one Blaise Lin stood atop Tai Tsung, holding the Qinglan spell sword. Great martial true lord personally imparted the true interpretation of the sword way to Blaise Lin. Since then, Qinglan sect of Immortality has become the most outstanding in the present age. The sword way prodigy, Blaise Lin, is unrivaled. If the heavens did not give birth to me, Blaise Lin, the sword way would be everlasting darkness throughout eternity. Just now, Blaise Lin completed the celestial Tao step trial and reached the summit of Mount Tai Tsung, breaking the highest record of his master, Seraphina Xiao. At this moment, the Saint of Pen among the 6 saints suddenly asked the great martial true lord, what kind of sword intent was infused into the first layer of the Tao step that even Grandmaster Xiao couldn't decrypt? The great martial true lord awkwardly smiled and replied, It's been too long. I have also forgotten. Just then, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Disciple Blaise Lin pays respect to the 6 saints, true master of the sect, and all the elders. Upon hearing this voice, the hearts of everyone present skipped a beat, and they all turned to look at this remarkable junior. The crowd couldn't help but feel amazed to discover that he was not only a peerless genius, but also a handsome young master from the immortal cultivation sect. At this moment, the great martial true lord's whole body is emitting a dazzling golden light, while his eyes are fixed on Blaise Lin in the audience. The great martial true lord spoke slowly. Blaise Lin, as I look at you now, I see my younger self. It is up to you, this extraordinary talent in the sword way, to inherit the Qinglan spell sword and guard our cultivation sect. With this said, the hearts of all the elders in the audience trembled. You should know that the Qinglan spell sword is one of the Patriarch's 3 great supreme treasures. According to the Patriarch's teachings, whoever holds this item should be the most outstanding genius of the sword way in the current generation of the Qinglan sect of Immortality. With the power of this sword, one can single-handedly activate the terrifying 6 realms of Samsara Mountain, protecting great formation to resist the great calamity of the cultivation sect. Blaise Lin did not rush to agree, but instead wanted to see the majestic manifestation of the Qinglan spell sword before making a decision. The whole crowd was amazed. They all accused Blaise Lin of being too arrogant and conceited. The sect leader quickly used a secret technique to transmit a message, reminding Blaise Lin that the great martial true lord holds a high position in the cultivation sect. His words are not to be contradicted even by me. You should quickly go and thank him. Don't create any more problems. Blaise Lin remained neither humble nor arrogant, bowing respectfully towards the great martial true lord and requesting him to demonstrate his sword skills first. The great martial true lord not only did not show any anger, but instead chuckled heartily. After all, Blaise Lin resembled him so much when he was young. With that, he raised his palm in the air, forming a magnificent seal. Since you have made this request, I will now show you the prowess of our highest spell sword techniques. The next moment, the sword tomb near Coiled Dragon Abyss appeared. After continuous rotations, it finally arrived at the third floor from the first floor of the sword tomb. In the center of the stone chamber, there is a painting of an ancient and sacred sword emitting a divine aura. But as the camera zooms in, when the sword painting is opened, it is found to be empty inside. The great martial true lord is left speechless, wondering about my Qinglong spell sword. Blaise Lin sighed heavily, wondering if this is what the sword saint is looking for. Blaise Lin was seen holding a dark green sword engraved with powerful runes, exuding a majestic aura. The sacred Qinglong spell sword now in Blaise Lin's hands, as he has decided to stay behind to defend the cultivation sect against the impending invasion by the dark sect. He feels it is necessary to learn from his fellow disciple, Yuan Jiang. He temporarily considers everyone present as part of his own group, opening his heart and being completely honest, moving forward and retreating together. Watching the Qinglong spell sword, passed down for 1,000 years, shining brightly once again, the elders present are once again shocked by its brilliance. Blaise casually drew out our sect's supreme treasure, facing the pressure from all the grand elders in the audience. He remained calm and composed. What kind of ancient demon is this child really? At this time, the great martial true lord spoke up. He wanted to have a private conversation with Blaise Lin. In an instant, the entire scene, including the other 5 saints, turned into streaks of escaping light and departed. Great martial true lord came to Blaise Lin's front, and inquired about where the Qinglong spell sword in Blaise Lin's hand came from. He asked if it was obtained by your master breaking into the sword tomb, and then handed to you. Blaise Lin sincerely expressed, "Please believe me, true lord. This matter has nothing to do with my master. You may not believe it when I say it, but one day, as I blinked my eyes, the Qinglong spell sword appeared in my purple mansion." Great martial true lord, seeing this, no longer said much. "If you are willing to openly bring out this item, how could I suspect your intentions towards me, a child?" He then asked Blaise Lin if he had played chess before. Blaise Lin replied that he hadn't played before, but he knew the rules. The next second, the great martial true lord in front suddenly waved his sleeve. The two of them instantly found themselves in an endless expanse of starry sky. Can you comprehend the true meaning of my sword way before I die? It all depends on your talent and fate. Eldest brother finally picked it up. An essential cheat for a time traveler. Qinglong sect of immortality will be guarded by me. Blaise Lin has also become the eternal god in Master Junior Sister's heart. And he also learned it from the great martial true lord. The beauty answered with only 2 words at the final stage. Have an illness. Just now, the great martial true lord waved his sleeve. He brought Blaise Lin to an endless starry sky and began to enlighten him. And this chessboard is transformed by the sword intent of the great martial true lord. Each chess piece corresponds to a strand that integrates into the origin of the great martial true lord and the profound and extensive true interpretation of the sword way. The sword way path is separate from the cultivation level of magical power. It emphasizes the concept of enlightenment. How much one can comprehend depends entirely on Blaise Lin's talent and destiny. In the original work, with the support of Elder Shi, Ethan Yi comprehended nearly half of the true understanding of the great martial true lord sword way. From then on, he soared to success and became the #1 young sword cultivator in the East Realm cultivation world. Initially, When the beauty master used the celestial wand sword to stab him, it seemed like sword intent was being transmitted. However, from Blaise Lin's current perspective of sword way, it is clear that sword intent could not have been transmitted at all. The beauty master merely demonstrated some profound sword techniques to Blaise Lin, and everything else was understood through his own enlightenment. In other words, Blaise Lin's aptitude in sword way is slightly better than Aurelia Zhu's. Blaise Lin then sat cross-legged and started the game. Only to see him with a single thought, a black piece just landed. Blaise Lin then felt a sudden realization. He saw that the power of destiny on him was even more majestic. Blaise Lin exclaimed in amazement. He could feel that since becoming the chosen bad one, his comprehension had become even more extraordinary. Could it be that his understanding ability had automatically improved? He endured the salted fish system, receiving the blessing of the chosen bad one fate. Indeed, there was sweetness after the bitterness. Blaise Lin calmed his emotions and continued to play against the great martial true lord. Countless true interpretations of swordway bloomed in Blaise Lin's consciousness. He actually comprehended all the supreme arts of the great martial true lord. His innate sacred abilities and the original swordway were both understood. The great martial true lord couldn't help but sigh at the sight. In just a moment, he grasped the lifelong insights of his swordway. Blaise Lin's destiny is truly dominant and terrifying. It's as if all things in the world must give way to him. As the great martial true lord spoke, his figure became increasingly distant, as if drifting towards the boundless end of the universe. The great martial true lord is also very grateful to Blaise Lin for helping him resolve the knot in his heart that has lasted for 1,000 years. He spent 1,000 years without being seen through by Blaise Lin. Love is love. What other reasons are needed? What is there to regret? The cultivation of truth has always been about cultivating one's inner self. If one deliberately severs emotions and feelings, they will fall into self-entrapment and make it difficult to achieve great results. Blaise Lin was curious and asked the great martial true lord how his master responded at the final stage back then. The great martial true lord gave a bitter smile and disdainfully said 2 words to me. Have issues. Blaise Lin is speechless. Indeed, it's you, master. And great martial true lord has one final question. And that is about Blaise Lin's insights on love between men and women. He must have someone he likes. Blaise Lin declared loudly with an honest face. Of course, I have women I like. And a damn lot of them. The aura of great martial true lord has completely disappeared. Blaise Lin looked at the starry sky and swore to himself. In the future, Qinglan's sect of immortality will be guarded by me, Blaise Lin. And he will never be as rebellious as that brat, Ethan Yi, who just drags his feet for his own showing off. Next, he will seize the initiative, smother Yuan Yi's conspiracy in its cradle, and prevent anyone in Qinglan's sect of immortality from being harmed. The right path prospers greatly, starting from me today. Compared to going to Sword Tomb to forge the life celestial sword, Blaise Lin most wants to know. This the chosen bad one's life sword immortal, what is it exactly? Just then Blaise Lin remembered he forgot. There's no way to rely on great martial true lord to lift the sword world. He has to rely on himself. It's a good opportunity to test his current swordway strength. Blaise Lin drew his long sword. Condensing his sword intent, he thrust towards the weakest point of the sword world. Following the direction of Blaise Lin's sword, the boundless righteous sword chi completely tore apart the sword world, transforming into a sword energy dragon soaring directly into the sky. At the same time, in front of the Lotus Cave mansion, the beautiful master was as happy as a young girl. My family's Blaise has passed the test and received the inheritance of the old man's righteous sword chi. My family's disciple truly has the demeanor of an emperor. The 3 junior sisters were also happy and cheered with joy. Unanimously, they shouted out, Eldest brother, the eternal god. Queen Alicia Yi leads 800,000 riders and directs them towards Qinglan. I would like to see how you will face Ethan Yi. It turns out that Alicia Yi has long awakened the celestial down memory in her heart. Ethan Yi is not even worthy to give shoes to Blaise Lin. At this moment, Ethan Yi was taken to Coiled Dragon Abyss, one of the 3 forbidden places of the Qinglong sect by the Taoist Yuan Yi. Ethan Yi completely lost. Is that gentleman living here? Yuan Yi sighed lightly. Using the term, living here, might not be appropriate. He was originally the #1 figure in the Central Plains cultivation world. Unfortunately, he fell in love with a saintess from a righteous sect, was deceived by her, and ultimately defeated by the combined forces of the 4 major righteous sects. Ethan Yi felt uneasy. He saw many experts directly under the jurisdiction of Mount Tai Song's Demon Suppression Hall steward around him. Are we really going to barge in like this? Yuan Yi ignored him. Because half of these Demon Suppression Hall stewards were recommended by Yuan Yi to the elders, and the other half have also been somewhat favored by him. Yuan Yi cheerfully expressed that recently he had noticed some changes in the underground dark aura of the Qinglong area. That's why he specifically came to Coiled Dragon Abyss to take a look. Steward Wu, who is responsible for guarding this place, looked hesitant. It turns out that the true master of the sect has ordered that without the Dragon Head Peak sect leader token, no one is allowed to enter this place. Yuan Yi's expression changed. Steward Wu, don't forget. It was who helped you rise to the position of the Demon Suppression Hall's chief steward. Don't forget that you were once my disciple personally accepted by me. In the end, Gang Wu clenched his teeth and stepped aside. Let's go, Ethan Yi, disciple, go meet that master. Embrace your new life. Ethan Yi took a deep breath and looked towards the top of the pagoda. A real man knows how to adapt. Instead of bowing to Yuan Yi, this bald guy, it's better to worship someone more ruthless. Then he immediately knelt down to show his loyalty. The child, Ethan Yi, is willing to honor Lord Blood Demon as his adoptive father. Heavenly Blood Demon revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. This kid, Yuan Yi, from the celestial realm, really didn't disappoint me with his pure golden destiny. With such a chosen one as my right-hand man, I, Heavenly Blood Demon, will surely rise again. Let this realm be turned into an endless blood purgatory. At the same time, at the border between the Central Continent's East Realm and the Northern Territory, Queen Alicia Yi is leading 800,000 troops. The Northern Cavalry is swiftly heading towards the Qinglong sect of Immortality. Just then, a military officer reported that the Five Peaks martial gathering has ended. The firstborn heir has had his arm cut off and is seriously injured. At this moment, he dared not meet the gaze of Her Majesty, the Queen, fearing that she would unleash her blazing wrath upon him. Who would have expected that Her Highness the Queen just frowned slightly, inquiring curiously about who injured Ethan Yi. Everyone looked at each other, all looking astonished. Her tone was nothing like asking about her own brother, but more like casually inquiring about a stranger's news out of curiosity. The general replied cautiously. It was a fraud named Blaise Lin who injured the firstborn heir. This scoundrel Blaise Lin is the chief disciple under Celestial One Peak Seraphina Shao, who is usually arrogant and does all kinds of evil deeds. The lofty northern queen instantly pursed her red lips. She didn't expect that Brother Shao would actually be in the script. The one who had always been at odds with Ethan Yi, Blaise Lin, and Brother Shao did not end up being forced into a corner by that scum Ethan Yi. Instead, he turned the tables and changed his own destiny with a brilliant counterattack. In an instant, Alicia Yi was overjoyed and in tears. Holding her face in her hands, her emotions were somewhat hard to control. Just now, that general took the lead in expressing his stance when he saw the situation. Damn it, that Blaise Lin, that damn fraud, dared to harm my family's firstborn heir. Don't let me, old Chun, catch you, otherwise I will definitely skin you alive. Before the words fell, a terrifying golden rainbow flew over, piercing through the chest. The one who made the move is this northern queen, full of foul language. She deserves to die. How fast can you get there tonight? A staff member quickly replied. In another 2 hours, our team will be able to reach Beacon Smoke City, a small border town in the East Realm. This place does not belong to any secular power. Both the righteous and demonic paths converge here. Alicia Yi recalled that, according to the script in her mind, this small town would be captured by the evil extremity sect and used as their stronghold. In order to protect Brother Xiao, she decided to first clear out this city, and then find an opportunity to bring Blaise Lin over. She then handed a letter to the guard next to her. The letter was to be delivered to Blaise Lin at the Qinglan sect of Immortality, Celestial One Peak. It was emphasized that only he should receive it, and nobody else should lay a finger on this letter. The generals couldn't help but feel emotional. Queen, your majesty still can't let go of the firstborn heir after all. Alicia Yi looked at the half-butterfly jade pendant in her hand. Brother Xiao, do you still keep the jade pendant that Alicia gave you back then? Even if she didn't know Ethan Ye's ugly face from the script, he is still far less important to Alicia than you were in her heart. It turns out that when she was a child, she was abducted by Yuan Jiang. Ethan Yi, this scumbag, actually turned a blind eye to her escape just to save himself. I want to see how you will face the 800,000 Beichuan army that I lead to Qinglan this time, Ethan Yi. The bad guy senior brother has obtained all the inheritance of great martial true lord. To celebrate eldest brother's great feat, junior sisters all greeted with smiles. They must celebrate with Blaise Lin properly. At this moment, Yuan Jiang at Dragon Head Peak Cliff of Enlightenment is practicing swordsmanship with a Bagua refined steel sword by the cliff. Junior brother Zheng Qingsu suddenly appears at this moment. Yuan Jiang actually already knew junior brother's intention, so he asked him to relay the message to Master Sword Tomb that he would not go to the trial. Let's leave the opportunity to the junior brothers and sisters. Zheng Qingsu looked surprised. I haven't said anything yet. Could it be that senior brother can read minds? Yuan Jiang looked solemnly towards Mountain Tide Song in the western sky, indicating that he had just seen the soaring righteous sword chi straight up to the sky. This indicates that junior brother Lin from Celestial One Peak has gained the recognition of the great martial true lord and has discovered the hiding place of the Qinglan spell sword. So why should he bother to compete? According to the 300,000 word plot from the previous life, in 15 days, it will be the day when Heavenly Blood Demon is unsealed. He must quickly master that move to perish together with Heavenly Blood Demon, putting an end to all calamities for the sect. On the side, Zheng Qingsu couldn't help but ask senior brother Yuan Jiang why he has been melancholic for these years. The only time he showed a smile was when Blaise Lin defeated Ethan Yi. Yuan Jiang looked coldly at his junior brother and agreed to senior brother's request. After I am gone, do your best to take care of our sect's disciples and our master. How far away is Ethan Yi of Cloud Drift Peak? Just how far away from him? Blaise Lin from Sword World is extremely happy to leave. The feeling of becoming stronger is just awesome. Now he has obtained all the heritage of the great martial true lord. Ethan Yi, this chosen one, is like a little brother to him in his eyes. He looks at so many system rewards. Blaise Lin just wants to know when he can directly wipe out that scum Ethan Yi. The system prompts that currently Blaise Lin's destiny is still at the highest golden level. He needs to find ways to constantly squeeze and plunder Ethan Yi's destiny until it drops below a certain level. Then he can easily eliminate him. And Ethan Yi's opportunity within the Qinglan sect of Immortality mainly consists of the beautiful master and junior sisters. In the middle stage, it includes a series of fairies such as Northern Queen Alicia Yi and Great Zhou Dynasty Empress. Just as Blaise Lin had just stepped down the stairs, the junior sisters rushed up and threw themselves into his arms. The three junior sisters beamed with smiles. They congratulated eldest brother on inheriting the legacy of the great martial true lord. The second junior sister gave a warning look. Small junior sister then obediently stepped back to the side. The second junior sister then said she wanted to celebrate properly for Blaise Lin. Blaise Lin gladly agreed. It just so happens that I am also hungry. Let's go together. Soon, a few people flew to Wild Goose Pavilion on their swords. The second junior sister plans to personally cook for eldest brother, and the junior sisters to let them taste her cooking skills. Upon hearing this, the third junior sister quickly responded. In that case, Senior sister, you should go ahead and be busy. I will stay here to accompany eldest brother. The second junior sister saw through her little trick at a glance. She grabbed the third junior sister's hand and asked her to help. In the end, only Blaise Lin and small junior sister were left sitting awkwardly in place. At this time, Blaise Lin spoke up, saying that he didn't remember anything from the celebration banquet that night. Small junior sister burst into tears instantly upon hearing this. Eldest brother, are you blaming Sakura? Will you end up hating her because of this? I have to say, small junior sister's acting skills are truly top-notch. Blaise Lin ultimately chose to forgive the pitiful small junior sister. Small junior sister instantly lit up with joy. I knew eldest brother cares for Sakura the most. Just then, the second and third junior sister appeared from the other side, walking over with delicious dishes, smiling contentedly. Who would have expected Blaise Lin to blush and keep silent? What exactly happened to eldest brother? The 5 peerlessly beautiful women of the Qinglan sect of Immortality gathered together. Eldest brother was dazzled by the sight of their jade-like feet, and almost started to bleed from his nose. Blaise Lin never expected that this would be so dreamlike. This place is simply a paradise on earth. Just now, the second and third junior sisters were carrying delicious dishes. They were smiling and walking towards us. But Blaise Lin was with the small junior sister on the side, flirting and getting physical. The small junior sister passed a message to Blaise Lin, wanting him to accompany her to the restroom. Blaise Lin quickly refused. The eldest brother still wants to taste the delicious dishes on the table. Who would have expected small junior sister to threaten Blaise Lin? Eldest brother also doesn't want the 2 senior sisters to know about what happened at the Sacred Beast Garden that day. Right? Blaise Lin was taken aback. Why does this sound so familiar and serious? Sakura, please calm down a bit, okay? Blaise Lin, feeling helpless, gritted his teeth. He ultimately chose to compromise. Hey Sakura. The aquatic spiritual beast guide you mentioned last time. Eldest brother has found it for you and placed it on the 3rd floor. Go with eldest brother to get it. Watching the 2 of them holding hands as they walked up the stairs. The second and third junior sister had smiles on their faces. Just feeling infinitely warm. Our eldest brother is as caring and gentle as ever. The following scenes were too exciting, so I decided to watch them by myself. At this moment, small junior sister's face is full of Yandere expression. Isn't eldest brother the best, Sakura? Blaise Lin pushed her aside, saying, You have become like this now. I am also responsible for eldest brother. From now on, I will guide you well. I hope today's events end here. From now on, no matter how you threaten me, I cannot indulge you anymore. Green tea small junior sister's eyes welled up with tears instantly. It was a familiar trick. She tried hard to explain today's helplessness, asking why eldest brother openly admitted liking the second senior sister, but was unwilling to like Sakura. She threw herself into eldest brother's arms as she spoke. Her tears even moistened Blaise Lin's robes. Blaise Lin, who had a sharp tongue but a tender heart, chose to forgive her. There was nothing to do. After all, someone was just too easy to be swayed by this approach. Just as Blaise Lin was coming down from upstairs with Sakura Lu, he was stunned by the scene before him. Only to see a grand banquet table. In addition to the second and third junior sister, there were 2 more stunning figures. Blaise Lin never expected that Master and Master Su, beautiful women, had also arrived. Master coming is one thing. But what's the deal with Master Su? Miyasu could only look at Blaise Lin affectionately, leaving Blaise Lin feeling a bit at a loss. Serafina Xiao quickly asked them to sit down. It turns out that Miyasu's visit this time is for the upcoming Sword Tomb trial. Blaise Lin is well aware that he may not be able to avoid the Sword Tomb Mystic Realm this time. The key point is that there are only 15 days left until the Blood Demon breaks free from its seal. This Sword Tomb trial will delay him for at least 2 days. He also wants to spend more time preparing to resist the attacks from the 8 major dark sects. Blaise Lin was seen sitting on the right side of Miyasu. Seraphina Xiao became anxious in an instant, looking shy. Blaise, as the chief disciple personally appointed by me, you should sit next to me, she said. At this moment, Blaise Lin and Seraphina Xiao are sitting together in the main seats. A glimpse of them gives a feeling of being the head of the family. Blaise Lin's joy in his heart is beyond words. It feels like dining with 5 stunningly beautiful women. It's too dreamy, isn't it? This place is simply like paradise on earth. Blaise Lin banged his head against the table in order to wake himself up. Master Junior Sisters, don't worry. I just have a little confusion in my mind. This can help clear my mind. Then he cleared his throat with a sip from the teacup. Do Master and Uncle Master have any specific guidance regarding the next Sword Tomb trial? As soon as the words fell, Miyasu on the side became curious. Looking at Sakura Lu's face, she asked, "What is this?" The beautiful master unexpectedly visited late at night and confessed her true feelings to her own disciple. It's because Blaise Lin is going to the Sword Tomb Mystic Realm tomorrow. Seraphina Xiao knows well that the journey ahead is extremely dangerous. So, she came specifically to confess her feelings to Blaise Lin. Just moments ago, Miyasu noticed that small junior sister seemed to have something on her lips. Blaise Lin quickly explained that it was honey, a gift sent by a messenger on behalf of Crimson Cloud Uncle Master to celebrate his victory at this martial gathering. Knowing that small junior sister has a sweet tooth, he let her have a taste first. At this moment, small junior sister has a happy expression on her face. It is indeed eldest brother who personally gave the honey to Sakura. Miyasu pondered silently with a pensive expression. Since childhood, she has studied various classics. Naturally, she felt that this item was quite unusual and not honey. So she took a little from Sakura Lu's mouth and tasted it. It was indeed a delightful honey. The second and third junior sister on the side saw it all. Naturally, they felt extremely bitter in their hearts. Indeed, eldest brother still spoils small junior sister the most. At this moment, the beautiful master suddenly stood up. She came to small junior sister's side, and then used her fingers to take some from the corner of her lips. Blaise Lin wanted to stop it, but unfortunately, it was too late. This honey tastes a bit strange. However, overall the taste is not bad. Seraphina Xiao coldly swept towards Blaise Lin on the side. Blaise knows that you cherish your junior sister, but if there are such delicious foods in the future, make sure to send them to Maiden's Peak first for the master to taste. Blaise Lin is speechless. Is it really okay for you all to do this? Afterwards, the group continued to discuss the matter of the Sword Tomb. Blaise Lin knows very well that the Sword Tomb in the Mystic Realm opens automatically every 8 years. It contains countless treasures and artifacts, but its main function is to allow promising sword cultivator disciples to forge their own life-bound celestial sword. Originally, Blaise Lin and several chief disciples were supposed to lead their inner circle disciples to go and forge swords. However, the true master of the sect suddenly decided that the opening of the Sword Tomb would be set for tomorrow. Blaise Lin was taken aback. Is it really so urgent? Miyasu revealed this information. Sheng has personally made a statement, requesting each sect to select the most elite disciples. Inner sect disciples are urged to go to the Sword Tomb as soon as possible to forge their life-bound celestial sword to enhance their combat power. In fact, the memories of the celestial Tao in Miyasu's mind became extremely vague after the Sword Tomb Mystic Realm and the 5 Peaks martial gathering events. Many details have become blurry. She only knows that the Qinglong sect of Immortality suffered a disaster because Ethan Yu was wandering around, but she doesn't know exactly what this disaster refers to. Seraphina Xiao looked somewhat sad. The trials in the Sword Tomb are extremely dangerous. Although according to the rules of the sect, each disciple should make their own choices after entering, there are actually some overlaps to some extent. So she and Miyasu plan to pair up Blaise Lin and Aurelia Zhu from Phoenix Song Peak to lead their juniors and junior sisters to successfully pass through the Sword Tomb and forge a spiritual sword. Upon hearing this, Blaise Lin couldn't help but be shocked. Why does he feel like he has turned into Ethan Yi? Miyasu beside her noticed that Blaise Lin still didn't agree, and she felt a little unhappy. But she looked down on my family's disciple for not being strong enough. Before Blaise Lin could respond, the second junior sister on the side stood up and declared that she and eldest brother would team up for the Sword Tomb trial the next day, and there was no need to join forces with outsiders. Blaise Lin quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Before he could say anything, the beautiful master ordered Blaise Lin to gather at the entrance of the Sword Tomb early the next morning, and to join forces with Aurelia Zhu. Reluctant Blaise Lin could only awkwardly agree. Tomorrow, at the Sword Tomb, join forces with others. Blaise Lin, who returned to the room, took 3 cold showers in a row. Only then did he slowly walk out. But there was still a lingering sweet smell on him. Just then, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Is it Caleb? But Caleb is still lying in the profound heaven ice coffin. After Blaise Lin released his divine sense, he couldn't sense the other party's breath at all. Blaise Lin was surprised. Either the other party has cultivated a secret technique that conceals their breath, or the other party's cultivation level is so profound that he cannot penetrate the barriers of their divine consciousness. Blaise Lin gritted his teeth and approached the door. Holding Dreamcloud Marsh, he asked coldly, "Who goes there?" When he heard the name Seraphina Xiao, Blaise Lin's face changed in an instant as he quickly opened the door. Only to see the beauty master, dressed in a long green dress. Her beautiful eyes gazed softly at him. What's wrong? Master's expression tonight doesn't seem quite right. Eldest brother's beloved person from beginning to end. Still, only the beauty master. And master is always silently giving to Blaise Lin all the time. But just as the atmosphere between the two of them reached its peak, master looked at Blaise's handsome face. Master still shyly pushed Blaise Lin away. Master, you are really too cute. Just now, Seraphina Xiao specifically came to visit Blaise Lin in the middle of the night, which is also the first time Blaise Lin has been on the mountain for so long. She came to Blaise Lin's place for the first time. Then she went straight to sit on Blaise Lin's bed. Blaise Lin is completely lost about what happened to Master today. It's not like her at all. There might be something wrong. Seraphina Xiao's face flushed with a hint of anger. Your master lives closer to your home. You naughty boy. Are you disgusted with me? Blaise Lin had to sit down as told. Right at this moment, the master standing next to you subtly expressed, in broad daylight today, did the master scold you at the Wild Goose Pavilion? Upon hearing that the other party was still holding on to this matter, Blaise Lin was somewhat confused. It is appropriate for the master to be strict with the disciple. Seraphina Xiao also told Blaise Lin at this moment why he must go to the Sword Tomb. She explained that she used a divination immortal technique of a supreme rank to see the future that should have happened. Under the route designed by her for Blaise Lin has reversed the original wheel of fate. He turned the tables on the chosen one Ethan Yi, who should have trampled over you, and instead, he struck Ethan Yi down into the deep abyss. This is the achievement of Master, but it also cannot be separated from your own efforts. Blaise Lin's heart is filled with waves of shock and amazement. Indeed, Master has also foreseen the future. Seraphina Xiao still has some concerns. Even with the blessing of that divine magic, she still cannot see through the future development. That's why she is so afraid. Blaise Lin also looks very distressed. Master, what are you afraid of? Seraphina Xiao is actually afraid that Blaise Lin is only temporary. Once he deviates from his original path, he will repeat the same mistakes in the near future. And in Seraphina Xiao's celestial down memory, Blaise Lin doesn't even have his own destined celestial sword, so she wants Blaise Lin to try to forge this sword. This way, he can completely break free from his original fate. Blaise Lin felt both heartache and moved. Although the glamorous master seemed carefree and unrestrained in the mortal world, she always paid attention to my destiny. Blaise Lin made up his mind. With a firm gaze, he expressed that he would surely succeed in the trial of the Sword Tomb tomorrow and forge the celestial sword to live up to Master's years of nurturing. Seeing her beloved disciple looking full of confidence, The cloud of worry on Seraphina Zhao's face disappeared in an instant. Blaise Lin also looked tenderly at the beautiful master's face, seeing that good things were about to happen. Blaise, however, was pushed away by Master. "Didn't you say you only like grace? If that's the case, how dare you be disrespectful to your own master? Moreover, Master raised you since childhood. It's impossible between us." Blaise Lin looked at Master with a smile on his face, admiring his cute appearance. "Master, you are so adorable. It's great that I can be your disciple in this lifetime." Seraphina Zhao, upon hearing these words, felt very happy in her heart but still pretended to remain calm. She left, but not forgetting to remind Blaise Lin that he must attend the Sword Tomb Mystic Realm tomorrow. Blaise Lin quickly made a request to Master upon seeing this. If he forges his life-bound celestial sword, can he be rewarded? The beautiful Master blushed shyly and said, "Let's see how you perform." Watching Master's departing figure, Blaise Lin felt extremely happy in his heart. My master is really adorable. Blaise Lin had lots and lots of dreams that night. Without Master Su and junior sister, they were not there. Only Master was there. The content of this dream was especially pure. In the dream, he embraced the beautiful Master and courageously said those 3 words. Sword 2 Mystic Realm has been opened. The bad guy senior brother meets the chosen one again. Ethan Yi, the biggest trump card, has actually betrayed and joined forces with Blaise Lin. Today is the day when the Sword Tomb will be opened. All peak grandmasters of the Qinglan sect of Immortality will be present. Blaise Lin felt deeply moved in his heart. He expressed his regrets for arriving late today due to some matters within the sect. He hopes everyone can forgive him. Grandmaster Crimson Cloud, on the other hand, was extremely dissatisfied. Blaise Lin looked at him with contempt. This guy is really both weak and pretentious. In the original work, this Grandmaster Crimson Cloud is nothing but a hypocrite. When Yuan Yi launched a rebellion, this guy was the first to kneel down and surrender, completely losing face. Seeing their beloved disciple being wronged, Seraphina Zhao immediately stood up for Blaise Lin to help him save face. At this moment, Yuan Yi stepped in to mediate. Today's main characters are not us, but the younger disciples. In the past, disciples from each sect were chosen by drawing lots to enter the cave to select spiritual or for forging spiritual swords in the furnace on the final level. This rule seems fair, but has many loopholes. Disciples with strong abilities may end up with only leftovers if they have bad luck. Therefore, I propose a new way to play. Yuan Yi pointed to the entrance of the Sword Tomb, specifically the door ring at the top of the giant bronze door. The chief disciples from the 5 peak sects will jump up and remove the door ring. The one who spends the least time will be the first to enter the Sword Tomb and earn the qualification to select the top-grade spiritual Oregon. Blaise Lin chuckled to himself. According to the original setting, the iron ring on the bronze door of Sword Tomb is forged from Jioi Mountain meteoric iron. The 7 rings form a line and create a powerful and unparalleled demon-sealing prohibition. In the story, the iron ring was eventually pulled off by Ethan Yi and Aurelia Zhu, causing various evil savage beasts sealed inside Sword Tomb to break free. Yuan Yi's true intention is to use the mutated Sword Tomb to trap and kill all the young elite disciples of the Qinglan sect of Immortality, facilitating the invasion of the Qinglan sect by the 8 great dark sects. However, the male protagonist Ethan Yi's destiny defies the heavens. Not only did he advance all the way to the final level, but he also picked up the second, golden finger, of his life. The cultivation couple of the Qinglan sect's founder, a pair of great beauties from the celestial realm, Luna Maiden. Blaise Lin is feeling quite troubled. Should he stop Yuan Yi's conspiracy or not? If he confronts Yuan Yi directly, it might alert the enemy. Seraphina Zhao looks just as serious. In her dream, she only vaguely remembers the Sword Tomb. It seems like something has changed inside, but she doesn't know the specifics. Mia Su only remembers her family's Aurelia. After practicing sword technique with Ethan Yi, they will obtain a great opportunity from the Subwu forging celestial stove deep inside the Sword Tomb and returned safely. So Miyasu was the first to volunteer for Aurelia Zhu, the chief disciple of their sect, to compete for this opportunity. She then asked Aurelia Zhu next to her if she was confident. Aurelia Zhu looked confident. Among the younger generation of the Qinglong sect of Immortality, if we are talking about martial arts skills, even compared to senior brother Zheng Qing, I am far behind. The grandmasters of other peaks also expressed their agreement. In the end, representatives from each peak competed against each other in pairs to determine the outcome. Seraphina Xiao reminded Blaise Lin of this battle. Be sure to try your best to compete for a spot. Blaise Lin expressed full confidence. For Master and Junior Sisters, I must win this match. At this point, Miyasu teased Yuan Yi that your family's chief disciple is now a useless person. Why not send the former chief disciple to take their place first? Who would have expected that at this moment? A young voice that sounded like thunder suddenly rang out. And the person who appeared was none other than the seemingly indestructible Ethan. Blaise Lin exclaimed, "Wow, this chosen one's vitality is truly unbelievable. Even after being shattered at the Golden Dance stage, he can still recover. This child must not be allowed to live." Ethan Ye's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he stared firmly at his long-standing enemy. "Blaise Lin, you petty person who stole my opportunity. Next, I will show you what true despair is." Blaise Lin was truly taken aback. Ethan Yi, this kid, turned into a bad guy so quickly. Just then, Eldersher's voice suddenly entered Blaise Lin's mind. Eldersher reminded Blaise Lin that Ethan Yi had willingly fallen into the demon Dao and urged Blaise Lin to intervene and stop Ethan Yi. He finally understood now. You, Blaise Lin, are the one and only chosen one in this world. The most important thing is to make sure Ethan Yi doesn't. Let him find that mighty being of the upper realm and worship her as his mentor. At this moment, Blaise Lin couldn't have imagined that Ethan Yi's biggest trump card had actually betrayed him. Eldest brother is really handsome and warm-hearted. He not only uses awesome body techniques, but also effortlessly removes the demon-suppressing ring. He also purposely picked a sky-heart flower for Master. And just now, the previously arrogant Ethan Yi. The next second, he was suddenly startled by the appearance of Yuan Jiang. After receiving approval from all the grandmasters at the peaks. The first group is the competition between the chief disciples of Phoenix Song Peak and Celestial One Peak. Aurelia Zhu stepped on the Big Dipper. Her figure was as fast as lightning, rising dozens of zhang into the air in the blink of an eye. Just as Aurelia Zhu reached out her jade hand, she instantly took down the demon-suppressing ring with a bang. The entire audience of disciples were shocked by this. She truly lives up to being the true master of the sect. She is the most outstanding genius of Qinglong's sect of Immortality in the past century. Aurelia Zhu paid no attention to the surrounding praise. Instead, she exchanged pleasantries with Blaise Lin. The three junior sisters standing nearby looked somewhat worried. Blaise Lin smiled, indicating that he never fights a battle unless he is sure of winning. Suddenly, the beauty master appeared in front of Blaise Lin. To prevent him from feeling too much pressure, she cheered him on from the side. "Just give it your best shot. You won the Five Peaks Martial Gathering and gained the recognition of the great martial true lord. You're already the leader among the younger generation. You can handle this kind of small competition with ease." Blaise Lin is naturally full of confidence. After awakening at the Five Peaks Martial Gathering, he stayed up all night and fully mastered all the essence of the cultivation techniques, including an impressive active body technique called Intoxicated Immortal's Moonlit Stroll. Blaise Lin's eyes were sharp as he took a step forward. His figure was like a bolt of lightning flying toward the sky. The whole process happened in just a fleeting moment. It was incredibly fast. Before everyone had a chance to react, the highly acclaimed eldest brother of the Celestial One Peak was already holding onto the iron ring and descending from the top of the bronze gate, sparks and lightning accompanying his path back. The entire crowd of disciples watched in astonishment. Chief Disciple Lin's speed is simply too fast. Ethan Ye's face was completely dark, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Once again, he was deceived by that despicable Blaise Lin. After finding the important figure from the celestial realm in the Sword Tomb mystic realm this time, he is determined to make him take action and completely eliminate this person. Seraphina Xiao ran towards Blaise Lin with a happy face. She did not expect that Blaise Lin would have such thunder element skills. Blaise Lin did not answer her question. Instead, he took out a pink flower and gave it to her, looking at the sky heart flower hand-picked by the beloved disciple. Seraphina's little face turned slightly red. She felt extremely happy in her heart. And the competition between Blaise Lin and Aurelia Zhu. As expected, Blaise Lin emerged victorious. Celestial Yuan Peak thus gained priority access to the Sword Tomb. Next up is the showdown between Dragonhead Peak Chief Disciple Zhengqing Su and Cloud Drift Peak Chief Disciple Ethan Yi. Just as Zhengqing Su was about to step forward, he was stopped by Ethan Yi beside him. Ethan Yi, with a pretentious demeanor, suggested that it would be better for him to showcase his skills first. Perhaps there would be no need for Senior Brother Su to take the stage after that. Zhengqing Su looked displeased. This Ethan Yi is simply outrageous. Seeing his own disciple being insulted. The sect leader Purple Cloud True Master was found in the first time. Yuan Yi Old Taoist asked him to restrain Ethan Yi's words and actions. Afterwards, he came to the side of his beloved disciple, asking Zhengqing Su about his confidence in winning against Ethan Yi in this martial arts competition. Despite Zhengqing Su being a genius of the cultivation sect, he ultimately cannot compare to Ethan Yi, who is the chosen one. Purple Cloud True Master sighed deeply, and decided to give up his priority to enter the Sword Tomb. As soon as these words were spoken, Ethan Yi and Yuan Yi burst into laughter recklessly. Their joy lasted for only 2.5 seconds. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I, Yuan Jiang, have not set foot in the mortal world for 60 years. Did you really think that Dragonhead Peak was unguarded? Seeing Yuan Jiang approaching unscathed with his sword, Blaise Lin also felt a sense of relief. He took the initiative to greet him. Yuan Jiang instantly appeared in front of Ethan Yi. His eyes fixed on Ethan Yi, saying, Junior Brother Yi, don't approach us. Ethan Yi, who had been arrogant just now, was unexpectedly frightened and kept stepping back. In the end, he hid behind Yuan Yi. He never imagined that the dying person from Ocean Rise City not only did not die, but was also the legendary chief disciple of Dragonhead Peak, Yuan Jiang.